Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we're on a day 2 of the English broadcast of the SOOP Overwatch 2 Cup, hosted here on SOOP. And remember, if you haven't made an account, make an account now. Follow us. Follow the Overwatch Korean esports at OW_esports_KR. And I'm here with my wonderful co-caster, Apostle.
Yeah, we're back bright and early here for the NA time zone, at least. And we got another really exciting day here with a couple of some very familiar names once again showing up in the New Era, playing in our very first game here, which could be, of course, New Era versus Alt Tab.
Yeah, you got any players to watch out for here, Apostle? I mean, what do we got cooking up here?
I mean, to be honest, there are so many players in this match that are actually going to be really interesting to keep an eye on. While we do know kind of what to expect coming from New Era, since like I said, we've seen them in OWCS, Altab is really the more interesting team to me because they actually have a lot of like veteran talent. And that's something I kind of touched on yesterday, right? You have a lot of people coming back from kind of the annals of history with Kilo, Ado, both former Overwatch League DPS players, FaZe and Attack, tank players known for having very successful careers in contenders. And then on the support line, you're bringing in Opener, who is probably like the most recently active player. He was recently on T1, of course, right?
Yep.
So he was dropped from T1, but he's wasting no time right back on a team. And I'm sure looking to kind of prove that maybe he's going to try to prove that drop was unjustified here, as he's looking to make a strong showing here.
Yeah, we got New Era as well with Kane, Dodo, Archie, Ruler, Blink, and of course, everybody knows MCD. Former Ex Oblivione player, former Overwatch League player, but everybody knows MCD. MCD had, from what I've talked to him personally, he's a very nice guy. Very nice guy. Very good main support. Obviously, he was in the Overwatch League for the Dallas Fuel, so there's that. But you told me a fun fact about one of the DPS on New Era, I believe, when we were in break.
So for New Era, we have like Dodo, who is a very he's kind of one of those rookie players, right? And he really just lit up the scene there in OW Stage 1 with some great performances as he kind of came into the scene with like I think it was the game against Falcons where we saw New Era actually like take a map early on in that OWCS Stage 1 season. And he's definitely going to be the player for New Era that I'm going to be keeping an eye on here, right? If he can, he had a pretty solid season overall, right? And now coming in against, teams that will likely be closer to New Era's skill level, we'll really be looking to see if he can kind of set the stage on fire.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see. I always like it when because we were talking about it yesterday, right? We got new players coming in, trying to make a name for themselves, and it's harder to do that in environments like OWCS when you're facing off against the best of the best every single day. And you have more opportunity to show who you are. I mean, Mercy Princess, Wu-Chan,
yeah,
some of the highlights from yesterday. I mean, even Yu was kind of popping off on the ball a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. And like you mentioned, like we did see all these players kind of have these chances to pop off yesterday, right? And I think for a lot of these younger players, the players that are like still kind of building up their names and kind of looking to reach that star status, a tournament like this is really important for them. It really helps them like get their name out there and show the potential that they have in, maybe in an environment where there's a little less pressure, where you're not kind of being crushed by the top dogs of the region. It really allows them to shine, and this is where their stories kind of start being built.
Yeah, I think tournaments like these are very important for the pro scene in general, because like you said, environment without a little less pressure, you still want to perform well, but it gives the opportunity for these teams to flourish and show like, oh, maybe I want to pick up Mercy Princess. Maybe we'll sign him to a rookie deal or something. But yeah, what the next matchup today is Poker Face and who? Remind me.
Poker Face and AN Elite.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so AN Elite, something interesting about that team is they have a support player named Athena, I believe, if that's how it's pronounced. And a fun fact about them is that they are, I believe, the youngest player in this tournament. They were born in 2009. They're only 15 years old right now.
Hey, brother. Dude, I feel ancient.
So
I'm only 24 and I feel ancient hearing that. I
15 years old.
Ooh.
And like 15 years old, they're like top 40 on the ladder there in Korea. They're playing against some of the best teams in the world, right? To be doing that at such a young age. Like we have seen a couple cases of that before, right? I know like Sugar Free and Tree from North America. There's a couple very well-known players that like from a very young age, they were just like, popping off on ladder in contenders. And we might be seeing the start of another kind of similar story here with Athena on AN Elite, being so young and still being able to play in this tournament. They made it through in the open qualifiers. And if he can like prove that he's more than qualified to be here, then, we could be looking at a absolute star player in like, 2-3 years time.
Yeah, future star. I mean, Sugar Free probably the best player in NA. I mean, not probably, is the best player in NA, I'd argue. Free, young, and especially on the Korean ladder, that's a lot tougher than the NA ladder, we'll say. But hey, we got our first map and it's Lijiang Tower, and for some reason my browser's showing, or my taskbar is showing, so I'm gonna reset that real fast and then we're gonna go back. I'm gonna fix everything and make everything happy. There we go. Lijiang Tower. I mean, it's comfort pick for everyone. What more is there to say about this map? It's just a comfort pick.
Yes, it's the default selection, right? Like you're basically, when you pick Lijiang Tower, you're not trying to do anything fancy. You're not trying to overthink it. You're kind of just putting yourself on equal standing with your opponent, right? That's where you go to kind of test the waters and figure out exactly what to expect from your opponent, in terms of like what comps they're going to try and run. Do they lean more into the dive styles? Do they lean more into the rush styles? because both do work on this map, it can be kind of a litmus test. So both teams will try to really get a lot of information here on this first map.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what these players will play, because like you said, I mean, Elite has a large roster for a kind of like, not a newer team, but you know, a lesser known team. I mean, they got 2 on the DPS line, 2 on the tank line, and 3 on the support line. So maybe you want to run double flex somewhere. Alt tab. Not the same depth, but they have 2 different tanks, an attack and phase, obviously. So
yeah,
we'll see where that
Alt
goes.
tab.
But
it's kind of interesting, the story here, right? You have this one team called New Era who has like a lot of solid rookies. It's Dodo especially, like what we mentioned. But then Alt Tab, they've kind of just stacked themselves up with these like really like kind of the old guard, especially like looking at like Kilo and Ado, who've been around for so long, playing on various teams throughout the years. So to see how, like, really the only person to match up is MCD there on the other side.
yeah.
And it really is going to be interesting to see exactly what styles they want to lean toward. I know, like, Ado is very well known. He was very well known for the Genji back in the day. Like, I really can't even remember the last time we did actually see him play, because it's been so long since his name has been around. But I think Dodo versus Ado on the Genji. Also, that's going to be fun to cast, Dodo and Ado.
Yeah.
That's kind of going to be a key matchup to look out for.
I mean, it's looking like New Era's, I think that's the second biggest gap in prediction we've seen all weekend, in 77 to 23. And I hope it's a map 5 like we started off with yesterday. But you know, not all dreams come true, not all wishes come true, and that's just the sad reality of life. But I'm hoping we're getting some game 5s today. That's what I want. As we start out with the hero bands, we got Ana coming out on the side of New Era, and then what do we got on the side of Alt Tab to counter, to follow up?
Yeah, the Ana, it's a bit of an interesting ban here on
Ooh.
Lijiang, since you don't see a ton of Ana. The Junker Queen, I think, makes sense, especially if you're kind of predicting one of these teams to kind of lean into more of a rush style, right? Especially on like Lijiang Control Center. And occasionally Night Market as well. That's where the Junker Queen can be pretty impactful. Gardens, you don't see it quite as much, because simply due to the range that is available on that map, you can get spammed out pretty easily. But on those maps where things are a little tighter, we definitely do see Junker Queen being played, so they're deciding to kind of put an end to that right off the bat. Yeah,
Ruler traditionally an off-tank player, if memory serves me correct. So again, it'll be interesting to see what they want to come out on now that Junker Queen's gone. But here we go, the dubstep has started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's launch into our first game of the day with Alt Tab versus New Era. And the chance going strong in the crowd.
Our first point here is going to actually be Night Market, like we mentioned, which I just realized, seeing Night Market in the daytime, it's a little bit interesting, right? Back in Overwatch 1, it was always going to be night, but
yeah,
now it's kind of just become the market.
They flipped the script on us, and we got,
yeah.
Oh, this is an interesting look. Yep,
oh, New Era.
Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Run out.
Really?
Run out. No,
no,
take that away from me.
That was some expert bait right there.
Yeah, I was so excited for a minute. We got Ruler on the Hazard, of course, and then Attack on the Ramatra. So obviously very different team comps between these two, and let's kind of see how this plays out here. We got Dodo going on a flank here, looking to take down the Ramatra, but the block going strong, even though they're going from behind, and it looks like Alt Tab is going to rotate and take point.
Yeah, Kilo there on the cast. Of course, he's a very strong hit scan, especially back in the day, and if he's still got it, well, that's not a great start to me trying to hype him up, as he immediately gets deleted by Dodo there.
No, and then Dodo going after the Juno, kind of letting her fall off the map, coming back, and there's a swift retake from New Era, again, diving in, right on top of the Briggs. A couple shurikens coming out, and they're pushing them back into their spawn. Attack kind of singled out here, low on HP. Let's see if they can finish him off. It's not looking like it. It looks like he's going to get back to... Never mind. He does not get back to safety. And you got Dodo just kind of running through. Kilo missing the flashbang. Missing a couple shurikens there, a couple shots. Kilo very, very low and going down again. Ruler taking down opener in the process.
Yeah, you can see just how aggressively Dodo is playing. He's putting so much pressure there, especially on Kilo. Kilo got zoned away like in that mid fight. They were able to like, you know, get the kill onto New Era started that by getting the kill onto attack, and then they just kind of were more than ready to follow up. And now as they go into the team fight here, we got the rally online for opener, but Ado opening things up with the pulse bomb actually.
Yeah, we got High Noon coming out from Kilo. Attack. Gonna pop the Annihilation. We got Downpour coming in. Cass gets caught. Dodo does not want to chase that Cass, even though he missed a stun grenade. It looks like they're still going to be able to clean up just fine, and Dodo does get that kill. We got Attack, again, still on point with that Annihilation, just fizzling out. Now it's a 1v1 versus the Hazard until his team comes on back. Dodo holding down the back of the point. And it looks like Attack is just kind of alone. They're going to maintain point control here, and however, Dodo goes down.
Yeah, Attack is actually putting in work right now. While Dodo was like hunting people there in the backline, we saw Attack use the Annihilation, run to point. He got 2 with the Annihilation, and you know, the Ramatra is ridiculously hard to kill as long as he has his cooldowns up, right? So he's able to kind of bunker down, stay alive, and the rest of Alt Tab eventually gets back. They're able to support him, and the point flip does successfully come through.
Yeah, we got both teams walking up here. We got Kane popping the Deadeye, looking to find someone, anybody. Come on, poke your head around, nothing. All right, Dodo gets the reflect kill onto Kilo, however. Kane playing bodyguard for the back against that Tracer. Both teams look orbital ray coming out from Achieve. And opener going down, actually, even despite the orbital ray. And it looks like all tabs health bars are going to be going pretty low here. Attack going low, about to go down. As a 1v1 happens on the side between Ado and Dodo. Dodo taking down one, and again, Attack going down. And it looks like it's just gonna pulse bomb committed there too, and a miss and a death and nothing. You strike out. They're gonna chase him into their spawn here.
Dodo has been doing insane work so far. Like, you can see, like, he is really just having all the freedom in the world, and of course that's a big part of the space that New Era is able to create for him. But he's spending more time in the enemy team's backline than he is in his own team's frontline. Right away he's going over that wall again, just looking to pressure. Kilo is really just like being unable to shut him down currently, and now he's the Blade.
Yeah, now final fight here coming out. Dodo with the Blade onto 1, onto 2, onto 3, kind of. Kane finishing it off as well, and that's gonna be the point. And we'll move on to our next map, a dominant showing from New Era.
Yeah, very much so. And over on the side of Alt Tab, I do gotta point out, Ado kind of silent. I'm not sure, like, we really saw his name pop up at all there. Like, when it comes to these two Genjis, Dodo is absolutely finding the better end of that matchup, just generating so much more value for his team, constantly making Kilo uncomfortable, forcing the cooldowns, forcing the positioning. Whereas Ado, on the other hand, seems like he's always just kind of playing on the back foot, just trying to, like, respond. But, you know, with Altab, they're running that, like, Ramatra brawly playstyle, and you can't be, like, responsive if you're going to be running the brawl, right? You have to be the one to take the initiative and set the pace of the game. And so far, Altab hasn't really done that super successfully.
Yeah, I think the Diva switch up here is as a tell of what they want to do now. And like you said, before running the brawly playstyle, you can't really peel for your team, and now running the Diva and with the Cass, you can peel for your team a lot more. And now they got Brigitte there as well. It's just gonna be opener going
what
down. What
are you doing,
to Dodo? But Ruler's gonna go down on the other side as well. So it looks like New Era are gonna be able to safely cap this point.
Yeah, I gotta say that was a really huge misstep from opener. I'm not sure why he was positioned there. He must have bashed across the gap, but like New Era, they can easily just kind of go over there, and unless he can bash back, he's just completely isolated, and they quickly clean up the fight. And from there, New Era was just able to totally open this, and now it
off
gets
the map?
worse. Yeah, attack really like completely by himself, which as the Diva you don't want to do. Like, his supports were nowhere to be seen. All four players were playing in the white room while he was trying to take that duel on the far side of the map. So definitely some crossed wires for all tab right now, as they don't seem to be on the same page.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of, you know, they got to coordinate a little better here to get something done. But when you got Kane and Dodo kind of just in your walls, what are you supposed to do? Kane with 80% here to alt. Nice in the lobby. Let's see if this team fight generates enough for him to get that Deadeye. We got opener on point, trying to make some point presence for his team. Maybe trying to split the Forces of New Era. Ado on the Genji coming through the window, and we got 3 on one side, and the D.Va's alone again, though. Juno kind of caught out on the side, and it's going to be attack very, very low, but not falling. Ado getting the first pick onto Kane. Sliding almost off the map, Kilo, but gets taken out by Dodo, and it looks like Downpour is going to come out. Does it catch anyone? I don't think so.
Found the D.Va, but full defense matrix is going to make sure that the D.Va isn't going to really be too stressed about that. In the meantime, though, we can see MCD with the rally is really just trying to shut this down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you got Alt-Tab didn't burn any ults. You burned 2 on the side of New Era. I mean, but still, they have their DPS ults, and you got your support ults just coming online at 80% of the map. That ain't pretty.
Yeah, a key difference here is that Alt-Tab is actually running the Sojourn as opposed to the Cassidy, which in theory gives him a huge range advantage, but Dodo's just going to close that range with the Blade.
They're going to go early.
Oh, an opener.
They went super early. I mean, the bash is coming down, but still, what are you going to do? Kilo's hitting the headshots onto the Hazard. The Hazard might go down here. No, the D.Va goes down instead, but chooses to self-destruct for the remake. Brig. MCD shielding up. Kane getting the pick onto Ado. Opener finally taking down MCD. And then I think they're going to flip point control here, but it took everything. What did it cost you? Everything.
Yeah, the one saving grace for Alt-Tab is that Ado will have the Blade, and New Era, they shouldn't be able to counter it. They don't have their support ups yet. They don't have the Deadeye. Even the Downpour, probably not going to be online in time. So Ado, he's really going to need to be the savior for Alt-Tab. And he's been struggling a little bit so far, but with Kane swapping over to the Sojourn, he won't have to worry about that hinder. It should give him a lot more freedom, and here's the engage.
Yep, up in the air, Bash comes, or Whiplash comes out, gets the Sojourn, going dangerously low against the Hazard, comes home, and it looks like the fight's going to get cleaned up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, he only gets the 1 kill. He only gets the Sojourn, but that's the only kill he needs, right? He forced the Sojourn away from the rest of New Era. And you can see Ruler actually tried to kite back as well to try and put pressure on the Genji, but he had the dash to be able to escape. And that meant that the rest of New Era, they were kind of left isolated. So Alt-Tab doing a nice job to identify that and kind of clean them up.
Yep, Ruler coming in here. Has the Downpour, along with the rally coming out from MCD, gonna try and misses the whip shot on the Brig point blank. However, takes down attack, moves back to the point, and I think the forces here are Dodo's trying, or Ado is trying to stall a little bit, but gets dashed out. Kiri coming in, and this is gonna be all New Era's point.
Yeah, New Era, just having a few too many ults there on the board, able to come back with a vengeance and make sure they are able to take that point pretty handily. I gotta say, that fight that Alt-Tab won with Ado's Blade, they almost won it a little bit too cleanly. They generated very little ult charge, so that meant they had absolutely 0 ults there for that final fight that we ended up seeing as nothing to counter New Era. And it did bite them a little bit. If they had been able to generate ults more consistently earlier in the round, we might have been able to see them hold on to the point a little bit longer. But because they didn't, it meant that, yeah, New Era, they just had all the advantages they needed.
Yeah, Alt-Tab looking a little quiet there after that first point. But, you know, they got the bans coming up. They got the hero picks coming up. I guess we'll see how that goes. If you're in the mind of Alt-Tab right now, where are you thinking of going? What do you want to do? Who do you want to enable the most on your team?
It's hard to say. I think if you're Alt-Tab, you probably want to lean more into the fact that you have Attack, who is like that very solid off-tank player, right? Of course, there is still FaZe on the bench, but I believe FaZe is also an off-tank player, so despite the fact that you do have the 2 tank players, there is a lot of overlap in their hero pools. So maybe you go to something like the Circuit Royale, where you can like pull out some Sigma. I think that could probably be a potential good advantage state for them. We know Kilo is, you know, like I mentioned, that very strong hit scan player from back in the day. There's a chance he can like pull out the Widowmaker or something, and probably have a pretty decent matchup playing against Kane, who I don't think we've seen play too much Widow. So if Kane himself isn't the most comfortable on that hero, that could be the advantage that Alt-Tab needs in order to really put themselves a step above New Era.
Yeah, Kane was generating a lot of ult really quickly. I mean, despite dying just there in the clip, he was generating a lot of ult really fast, and the DPS lineup is looking mighty impressive on the side of New Era.
Yeah, New Era in particular, right? Like I mentioned, Dodo. Like I said, he's the player you got to kind of look out for on this Genji, and I think he more than proved that just within like the first few seconds of the game. He immediately opened up the game with the kill there onto the opponent's Cassidy, and he kind of just continued that dominance throughout. It's gonna be pretty hard for Ado to match him, I think. So maybe you move away from Genji, try to get more into, like, I know yesterday we saw a lot of Pharah being played, if you can
Yep.
move into that, or try and force some Tracer duels, because I think Dodo won't be quite as dominant on the Tracer. Kind of similar to Scarlet in that regard, who, of course, we did see Scarlet have a
I was gonna
monstrous
say,
performance on Pharah by the end of yesterday. But I think the Genji definitely is his best hero, right? So
yeah.
anything you can do to kind of minimize the impact he's having there will probably be helpful.
Yes, I Scarlet looked really good in the last map yesterday. It was again mighty impressive. A lot of like how do you call it, breakout performances for these players. I mean, we're playing teams of more equal skill level, so again, a lot more breakout performances can happen. A lot more these moments can happen. I'm excited to see what New Era can pull out, especially against, like you said, the old guard of Alt Tab. They showed a dominant first map, but Alt Tab, they got a little more experience. Maybe they got, all right. Maybe we can pick and ban. If I had to guess, we're probably gonna see, like you said, maybe Circuit or something like that for a Widow and a Sigma. Um, I know both Attack and FaZe are very comfortable on the Diva, and I believe Attack has a pretty good Sigma, but maybe a
Yeah,
Circuit Royale or something like
the only
that.
thing, the only problem, or I don't even know if it's a problem, but the only thing to make sure you keep in mind for the side of New Era is Ruler. He's basically like that same kind of off tank hero pool, right? He has the Sigma, he has the Diva. Even though he
Yeah.
did play Hazard on the first map, he's more than comfortable of, I think, matching anything that we'll see Attack and FaZe pull out. So your other option is maybe you try to go to like a flashpoint map or something where we do see a little more main tank being played, something like Wrecking Ball Winston. But again, like we've said, right, because these tanks do have such similar hero pools across the board, you might be gambling a little bit to see exactly who's going to be better
Ooh.
at that. But it's actually something that is coming completely out of left field, as Blizzard World is going to be what's picked.
That's interesting, but it doesn't surprise me. Sigma and Diva are both very strong on this map, as we saw yesterday. Um, Diva is especially on second point, very strong. Sigma on first point, especially very strong, and especially with that little flight perk where you can just kind of glide up to the high ground. I mean, hey, I guess we'll see. But the initial ban coming out from Alt Tab here, let's see what they pick. They pick the Zenyatta, so that implies to me that they want to play the Diva. For
Yeah,
me,
100%.
and then a
And
Winston
New
ban
Era is
coming
actually
out.
gonna, yeah, the Winston ban coming out is gonna make sure that we're probably not gonna see a ton of dive. You might be able to run the ball, but like you mentioned, I think both these teams would rather just play the Diva. And the Zen ban is like pretty interesting, given that Zen has been in a little bit of a weaker state for, I think, the majority of the time that Overwatch 2 has been out. Like it's usually been the high healing backlines that have been dominant, right? But
Yeah.
lately, over the past couple days, Zenyatta has actually been seeing quite a lot of play. That Discord are proving to be very strong, and it looks like Altab, they just don't want to have to deal with it.
Yeah, no. I mean, hey, if both tanks are gonna play Diva, maybe we see, I don't know, on a Berg backline, perhaps on a Juno, maybe. But
It
Ruler,
looks like Ruler might actually be playing the Hazard again here, which wouldn't
interesting.
be. It is interesting, but at the same time, he did have a great performance there on that Lijiang Tower.
Yeah,
Altab, it's a little funny, right? You have all these old school players, so you just play the latest hero to come out, and they don't know how to counter it because he's from after their time.
yeah. Maybe they scrimmed a Hazard team or something, but I guess that remains to be seen. But Ruler swapping over to the Diva, maybe they're making some last minute changes. MCD on flex support right now. With Blink, maybe a double flex look coming out from New Era. Alrighty, let's see it.
Potentially.
Yeah, double
So
flex.
we are,
Open.
we're gonna ask. we're gonna have the Juno Ana versus. Oh, okay. Well, MCD just completely.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, New Era just swapped their whole comp. Ruler going back over to the Hazard, and MCD going on the Brig. But I'll tab with a much more traditional Ana Brig defense. So really, they should be able to sustain a lot through these dives if Hazard ends up trying to go and take these engages. And we can see Ruler is actually going to be going in very early here and actually takes an anti in response.
Yeah, but MCD going very, very low, able to get healed up by his partner back there. But this high ground they alt tab currently have is very, very hard to take, especially when you got so many, you know, bodyguards up there just kind of sitting and bouncing you off. I mean, whip shot, stun bang. Hazard's not having a good time into this comp. He comes up, gets stun bang, right click, and he's almost dead. Ruler going down, but Dodo in the back line just kind of cleaning up after the space Ruler made. Let's see how he does against the Brig. Yeah. Both kind of just staring at each other. And there.
In the meantime, though, yeah, we actually saw Kilo and Attack able to get in there and actually start putting a lot of pressure onto New Era, and they were able to find the picks. So even though that fight started with Ado going down, Blink was able to find the kill with those missiles. You can actually see, looking at the ult charge, Ado is not really... He's not on fire quite yet. He's got to start turning up the heat, though, if Alt-Tab want to make sure they can win this. But fortunately, Kilo was there to pick up the slack, really surpassing Kane and Dodo so far on this first map, or on this first point at least. And he's going to have the Deadeye, which he's going to pop immediately, actually.
Yeah, going to stop this push. Let's see if he gets any value out of it. Everyone's just going to hide. But hey, time off the clock is time off the clock, especially on defense. You got Dodo and Ado, again, Genji dueling here. Trying to dive on a Kilo. Oh. 2 shurikens and a headshot. Oh, man. That is tough. Nano coming out. Going on to Ado. Let's see what he can make of it. Right-clicking the Hazard. Maybe going to try and jump on the Brig. Yes, he does. Brig rallying in response. Downpour coming out. MCD getting the kill onto Ado. And we got, once again, Dodo has the blade, pulls it right on to Opener. Going on top of the Ana, and that should be it. I mean... You got no more reinforcements coming back. The Diva's there, but she's not long for this world. Attack going down.
Yeah, I was just talking about how good Kilo was doing there, like to kind of clutch back the point after that first fight happened. But then on the second point, Kilo is the one who actually ends up making a couple key mistakes that lead to New Era able to end up taking the point. First off, the Deadeye, which is pulled kind of just way too early. You buy yourself some time, but you buy yourself no real value outside of that, as the re-engage is quick to follow, and then shooting the reflecting Genji to end up removing yourself from the fight. Not a great look, and it actually boomed him so hard he's just swapped to the Sojourn, moving off the Cassidy completely.
Yeah, now we got these two teams jockeying for position. We got Alt-Tab with 2 ults in the bank, Blink with a support ult in response, and Kane maybe opening something up here with the overclock, but looks like Ado's just gonna try and burst something down until he's able to get into Dragon Blade range.
Yeah, New Era has a really...
far, though. Oh, Dragon Blade
yeah, the blade is coming through from Ado.
Dragon Blade pulled with Orbital Rain to kind of follow it up for that Nano Blade Light, but nothing coming out of it, and they're just still getting space. Alt-Tab kind of kited out. Big anti into the room there. Attack and Opener, or Achieve, both have their ults online. Nano Diva maybe coming up, or Nano Sojourn, Overclock. Nano Diva going in, doing a lot of damage to that Brig. Ruler going down as well. Genji probably gonna fall here. Oh, nope. Ops onto the Juno instead. Maybe a big little stagger onto the Genji. Don't know if they got it or not, but yeah, a little stagger onto the Genji.
That fight was messy, since we saw New Era actually starting that fight using the Orbital Ray as well as the Overclock. And then Alt-Tab in response, they had Ado pull the blade. And with those 3 ults being used, not a single kill came through for both times. It wasn't until Achieve got the Nano onto Attack, who then just dove into that room there and was able to start putting pressure onto MCD, that the fight really started opening up for them. But now Alt-Tab in a really good spot, as they have the rally, they have the Diva Bomb, and Kilo's Overclock in response. Well, New Era, they're really... Well, Dota is coming up to the blade, so he might be able to do big work here, as Kilo's going to start things off with this Overclock.
Yeah, Overclock. I mean, you got 2 people in the right room there, but they're all just kind of focusing down the Hazard. Oh, see, head up top, not able to click it, but MCD staying alive and strong. Both rallies here online for the Brig, the Dima or the Remech online for Attack, but you don't. Dodo anti gonna go down here without able to pop the blade. That's the go button. Rally stunning the Genji. And we got Downpour coming down as well. It looks like some kills are going to be coming through onto Achieve as Opener tries to fight off the hazard with all his might. Not able to do it. The D.Va diving in after the Juno, so let's see if she's able to get out here. Ooh, a dirty headshot from Kilo on MCD. Ruler following it up onto Kilo. Attack, taking down Blink, and now we just got Ruler on the hazard.
Yeah, that was nicely done from New Era. You can see that the Genji went down early. Dodo got hit with that anti, and then Kilo was able to follow up. So New Era, they decide to, you know, just play for a trade. They really just start inting forward, and they are able to find a pick. Oh, Achieve actually went down to Ruler there, I believe, but it forced out the rally from Opener, and the rest of Alt-Tab, they kind of just stay on that high ground. They, you know, just play their positioning, and they're able to find the picks they need to trade out and set themselves up for this next fight. And we can see Achieve getting close to that Nano, Ado getting close to that Blade, a Nano Blade versus the Orbital Blade. So we'll have to see which combo can come out on top and who's going to be the one to pull the trigger. You called it,
Nano Blade Light. Let's see here. The slide comes out. He gets booped into the sleeping Ana. Gets one, decides to back out. Orbital Ray, again, providing the support he needs. Opener looking mighty low against the hazard here. They just jump him. It's Jump Jitsu Kaisen in here as we got attack going down shortly after. Choosing to use the bomb here, but gets nothing out of it.
Yeah, using the bomb implies that attack is probably going to be swapping here, maybe to the Ramatra as we get into the third point. Oh, attack's not swapping? Okay, then that's just straight up a bad D.Va bomb.
Yeah,
that's just a mistake.
And they
fortunately,
still have
though, yeah, because New Era did pull the trigger so early, it means that Alt-Tab, they actually didn't really use any ults in response other than attack's ambitious D.Va Blade there at the end. And Kilo will also have his overclock enabled to support this. But Kilo, he hasn't found a ton of value with his ults yet, but the Nano Blade opens here.
Yep. Ado coming out, swinging once, swinging twice on MCD, going down. They're all going to run back to spawn just so he doesn't get any more value. And Dodo kind of just perched up on top there, but they're not really going to chase him. They're all coming back out of spawn, maybe for a quick re-engage here. I mean, you got the overclock from Kane online. You got downpour from Ruler. Maybe that can make something happen. We got Kilo on an off angle here, though, and they're going to speed in with the speed ring. Overclock coming out from Kilo. Maybe any shots going to hit onto the hazard. Maybe, oh no, one onto Dodo. Disgusting. And they're just, again, New Era just going to kind of kite out and wait for their opportunity to take control of the fight. They have, again, they have overclock, they have downpour, and MCD's ults coming online.
Yeah, and Alt-Tab, despite the fact that they're not like getting like huge team wipes or anything, they're not getting the flashy ults, you get that one pick and that's enough, right? It forces New Era to go out, get back to spawn, and just kind of take a reset. And if you're Alt-Tab, that's good enough. But Kane is going to try and make a difference here as he uses his own overclock. But you can see just another kind of kite coming through, and it's actually going to be overtime here.
Yeah, we got Opener starting off with a rally for Alt-Tab, and it looks like everybody's mighty healthy. But you got no other ultimates coming online after this. What are you gonna do? Attack stun going down out of the D.Va mech maybe, unless they can get him back up. Yep, downpour probably gonna come out here. Yep, there it is. It looks like Opener blocked it with the shield, but still manages to go down in the end. Ruler just kind of jumping on top of everybody, making the space for his team. Blink keeping everybody up in the back line with those torpedoes. Attack using the D.Va bomb. Orbital Ray coming out on the final point for Blink, and that looks like it's going to be a full cap, even though Dodo gets slept in the end. Ruler finishing up the kill onto Achieve. Not that it matters. A full cap in overtime.
Yeah, Achieve, unfortunately, he was so close to getting the Nano there, but he just wasn't quite able to. He ended the round at 97 to the Nano. If we see that Nano come online, there's potentially a huge difference that comes through, but with Opener going down early, it meant that you didn't really have that real solid support line, which is the whole point of running the Brig Ana, right? So Achieve ended up having to play a lot more passively, a lot more safely, because if he doesn't play safely, Dodo is just going to do Dodo things and just completely run amok in the back line. You gotta, like, you know, you gotta respect this guy, otherwise he will punish you, like we've seen happen so many times throughout the match. And something I want to point out is that both these teams are really showing a pretty good job of kiting the big impactful ultimates, right? Like the blades, the overclocks, they're not really being the ults that we're seeing actually win the fights. Or at least not in like hugely dominant ways. They're just like able to find one, maybe two, But for the most part, the teams are just able to disengage. And for Alt-Tab especially, it's more impressive because they don't have the speed ring that New Era has, right? New Era, you can rely on the Juno to kind of help you escape from these, whereas Alt-Tab, they just have to rely kind of on purely predicting the way that New Era is going to engage and making sure that their positioning is set up in a way so that they are able to kind of put themselves out of harm's way. So Alt-Tab's job definitely a little harder, but they're still doing a good job of it.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually going to swap over to the Juno here, taking the Sim TP, going fast. But now you gotta wait for your Genji to come back with you. It looks like they're gonna make their way through this first choke easily. And then we got Diva taking this high ground up top. Sojourn gonna slide up. Hazard kind of playing in a little bit of a weird position here to where he can kind of get poked out. But Ado taking down Dodo in a big statement maker, getting whip-shotted back. And let's see if any more kills come through, as New Era are going to be forced off this point. And Kilo almost down with a headshot, but going to be able to get topped off by his team. And it looks
Attack
like...
is actually going very deep in the backline right now. I don't know if you guys can see him through the walls, but he is definitely in there. And Ruler is actually going to be the one to kind of try and make sure that this point isn't getting put. Kane goes very low, but the New Era does have a chance to re-engage here. As well, Ruler unfortunately overstayed his welcome.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Both tanks going deep. Ruler getting the short end of the stick. And now we move on to second point for Alt Tab, and let's see. Maybe this is why they picked this map. Maybe this is why they were so comfortable on this map. I mean, hey, it's an Overwatch 1 map, baby. And you got the old heads coming into play.
Yeah, and for the first time, Ruler is actually going to be swapping off the Hazard, deciding to take the Diva Mirror. And in response to that, Opener is actually going to be swapping to the Brig, going back to that classic backline, right? So definitely trying to play for the dive denial here. And I think that's really speaking about the impact that Dodo is having, right? They really want to make sure that their team is as protected as possible, and that's exactly the value you can get from it.
Yeah, it looks like Dodo's going to go down here. Maybe even the Brig to follow. MCD getting topped up by Blink. And we got... Attack trying to chase, but Ruler putting the pressure down on him, forcing him back to the cart. And it looks like they're just going to kind of be poking each other in the neutral here, unless we get to dive in on the rally from MCD. He's in there deep, but it looks like they're going to get the successful pick onto the Sojourn, and then the Diva to follow, maybe? Blade coming out, however. Ado with one swipe and a miss, two swipes, and a headshot coming in. MCD taking him down.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough coming through from both teams. A huge anti from Achieve, though. Is there follow-up? Not quite.
No, it looks like they're all going to go down in this tiny little room.
Oh, this is a brutal stagger.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is bad. Attack
fried wiener stagger here, and it wasn't as long, but it was close. No, not even close.
They do decide to put him out of his misery. But that could have been a lot worse, as the Diva getting trapped in a small room like that, that's the worst place to be staggered. But now Alt Tab, despite the fact that they really started that fight like a minute ago with some good ults, the script has been flipped completely, as New Era, now they're the ones who have that huge ult advantage. Both DPS ults almost have the Diva Bomb and Blink's Orbital Ray. They are in a really good spot in order to just start snowballing on this second point.
Yeah, Kane up top with the overclock there. Blade's going to be pulled down onto the Ana. Defense Matrix does not block Blade. We got Kilo going down, Diva going down next. Kane finishing up the kill, and it looks like they're going to try and maybe stagger. Nope, absolutely not. Everybody's dead. It's a blender in that room.
Yeah, but you can see...
being put into the protein shake.
Dodo's Blade is the only thing that they needed to win that. They won that so cleanly using only a single ult. Meanwhile, you still have the Ray, you still have the overclock. Those, on their own, they're both fight-winning ultimates, but you put them together and it's just even more scary, right? Alt-Tab is going to be trying something new here as they move over to playing Kilo there back on the Cassidy. And he's had some back-and-forth success with this, but it's not going to be off to a great start as Ruler just dives into the backline and takes out Achieve.
Yeah, we got Kane with the overclock here, maybe getting a kill onto Ado. Ado going down, and it looks like they're going to get another onto Kilo. However, Kilo with the trade. Opener going to go down as well. And it just kind of looks like if they're pushing their spawn, they want these, but I mean, why risk it? Just back up and go back to point, you know, chill and relax for a little bit. They got priority spawn, obviously. And I mean, they only use
New Era New Era continuing to just win these fights using only a single ultimate. They're just coming out so far ahead in the ult economy battle. Alt-Tab needs to like find the same value, but with opener going low right away, it's not gonna be off to a strong start. Ado doesn't have that blade yet, so they can't combo it with the nano. An attack getting super low, just being poked out from the high ground. New Era doesn't even need to commit the ult yet, and you can see Ado just goes down straight up.
Yeah, and oh, it's pretty scary if you're Dodo right now, but when you got your backline at your back, you're all set to go. It looks like Achieve down, opener down with the rally attack. Again, maybe gonna get staggered out here. It's not looking too pretty. Over the building he goes, and he's out of there. Unless they're gonna chase. Doesn't look
Attack
like
is able to survive here, and Alt-Tab has actually been getting dominated so hard over these past couple minutes that we actually see 5 ults online for them. Just they've been completely unable to do anything. So in a way, it's actually flipped back around into their favor, where now they have one more ult. But of course, New Era, the only thing they're missing is the overclock. They have just as much to respond, and Nanoblade start things off.
Nanoblade coming out, misses a couple swings onto the Soj. The Soj is gonna get out. He's gonna chase Dodo with the blade of his own, though, taking out 3. Including attack on the Diva, going down, and again they just want to finish it off quick. Maybe a little stagger here. Yup. Oh, that flick was disgusting.
The stark difference between Ado just kind of running after Kane, kind of feeling like Yakety Sack should be playing in the background, and then you hard cut to Dodo, who's just killing 3 there in the room. Like it really cannot be overstated. Just how much of a difference the impact these two Genjis are having on the match. Like while Ado is like, you know, trying to go for those solo kills, Dodo is just supporting his team and able to open up so many opportunities, put down so much pressure. And Alt-Tab, they used 3 ults there in that fight. New Era did use 3 as well, so we're into a scenario where both teams just have their hit scan ult and the tank ult, and in overtime here, it could be disastrous for New Era unless something can really change for them.
Yeah, Kilo already popped his ultimate, got nothing out of it, and Kane using the overclock to maybe get Kilo with the headshot. Ooh. Nice double dink. And he's kind of getting surrounded here, though, Kilo, in this room. Genji's going to follow up and chase him. Ruler getting demeched in the process. Kilo still somehow alive against this Genji. Can he get it done? No, he's going down to Dodo. And it looks like, I mean, you're even, but are you really? And nobody touches the point. A nice C9. You had 4 people alive, guys. Come on. You know better than this. You guys were playing when C9 fucking freaking happened.
Oh, yeah, 4 people alive, and Attack still holding onto that Diva Bomb in his pocket. Like, if he has the Diva Bomb, I'm not even quite sure what forced him out there. Like, having the Diva Bomb allows you to play so aggressively because you know that, especially in overtime, you can just really take a lot more space because if you do get demeched, it's not a huge deal. You can, as long as you get, like, some armor packs, a little bit of peel from your team, you can survive long enough to just get the remake back. It's nothing, like, there's no reason why you should be just completely backing away from the cart like that. I guess the idea was to try and peel, but Dodo wasn't even, like, hard inting onto the backline. So, really, that was just like an aura diff. Alt-Tab just being scared off by the presence that New Era had on point there.
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, again, Attack just kind of running away. And like we said, Dodo was just kind of 1v1ing Kilo all the way in the back. So there was really no pressure for him to peel. I mean, but oh, this sick reflect from Ado. I mean, can't get enough of that. But I just feel like Dodo was definitely getting a lot more value out of those blades. And again, 1x1 for trade 1 ult for 3. And they had ults for so long. Alt-Tab did, but yeah, I mean, when you're not able to push space because you're getting picked off early, what are you gonna do with them? You just sit there until it's a 5 ult, and obviously you lose that fight too.
Yeah, these teams look like they've kind of started to even out in the neutral. I think early on in the match, we definitely saw, we saw New Era just kind of dominating in all aspects, but it's gone to the point where Alt-Tab, they've kind of started figuring things out. Kilo has woken up a little bit, and without the ult online, they're able to kind of put up a good fight, right? But as soon as the ults start coming into play, the value that New Era is getting is just magnitudes more. Using only a single ult to win multiple team fights time after time, and you look at like Hato, he pulls the blade and dies, and then they use the nano blade. He chases the Sojourn and does nothing. Meanwhile, Dodo is over here finding like so much value with each and every blade he uses, just chopping through the team. For alt tab, you really got to figure out what your plan is with these ults, because right now they're just kind of pulling them willy-nilly, and they're paying the price for it.
Yeah, and now the question is, where are you going on? Because you picked Blizzard World, obviously a pretty good D.Va map, especially on this second point. Where are you going now? You've lost the D.Va mirror, you've lost the brawl. I mean, where else can you go? In deathmatch scenarios, it's most of the time it's New Era coming out on top, so you don't want to go to Saravasa. Maybe a push map, I guess, but like, it's not pretty.
I think we go back to what we were talking about before, right? Something like the Circuit Royale, maybe. Because, like, I'm not gonna lie, Dodo is really just having the time of his life. The Genji diff is insane right now. You need to try and take that off the table as much as you can. Right now, Dodo is just being an insane carry there for the side of New Era. So even if you have two options, you can either go to a map like Circuit and try and just force him off the Genji just through the way that map is played, right? The more long-range focus map. Maybe he opts to go into the Pharah duel or something. Or you just pick a map more similar to like the way you have been playing, but you just ban the Genji, right? The Genji ban is still on the table over there for alt tab. And I think if you don't pull it out, one of those scenarios has to happen. Either you go somewhere where Genji can't be played, or you go somewhere you're confident in, but you ban the Genji. If they don't do that, then things are going to be rough for them.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to see, if they do end up like planning to ban the Genji, I think we're going to be seeing Flashpoint in that case. Because I think we're probably going to end up, like you said, if we see that Genji ban, go to Flashpoint. It'll be a Prophet situation where you're forcing him onto a hero he's not comfortable with, and therefore having a little less impact. But I mean, man, just man, you know the image with the horse looking out over the beach, impact font, man. Yeah, man.
No, and I definitely think that, like, if I'm alt tab's coach right now, like I'm really eyeing Circuit Royale purely for the opportunity to take the Widow duel, right? Because the flex DPS impact will be mitigated, which solves your biggest problem, which is Dodo just running over your team.
Yep.
And then you bring into play the duel between these two hit scans. And while I think Kayn has been getting more value from the ultimates, I think, like I mentioned, in the neutral fights, I think Kilo is able to match him. And in terms of raw aim, I definitely expect Kilo to be able to match, if not be better, than a player like Kayn. Just given Kilo's history, right? As like a top tier hit scan that we saw playing in Overwatch League. If we do go into a Widow duel, I would be looking for Kilo to have that advantage there.
Well, this is the last chance for the old guard to stand their ground. I guess we're going to see what map we're going to next here in a couple seconds, but let's see what it is. It's Route 66.
Route 66. Okay, so a pretty similar scenario. I think Genji is still a little strong on this map, but, you know, like I mentioned, the Widowmaker is playable, or something like the Ashe as well. I think there's a good chance we see an Ashe come out. And if they do pull a Genji ban, then we'll get into like a Pharah duel probably. And I'm assuming that Ado will probably be a lot more confident taking that, as opposed to how this Genji matchup has been going.
Yeah, I guess like we're just going to have to see the hero bans. Let's see if that Genji ban comes out, forcing him off. But I'm curious to what the first initial, but yep, it's going to be the Genji, yeah. Now, what's the follow-up ban here? Who do you want to target and force out of their comfort zone on the side of alt tab? It's gonna be the Brig. So you got
alt tab finally realizing just how big of a problem Dodo is being, making sure that Genji is taken out. And with New Era's response banning the Brigitte, I'm not sure that that's going to be the most impactful, but what that does do is it means it'll be a lot harder to play the dive, right?
Yeah.
So this will probably mean that we see the Ana continue to, or we see an Ana get played maybe with the Kiriko, like we saw a lot yesterday, just to be able to make sure that you do have that peel potential there, because without the Brig, the D.Va is like, assuming they play D.Va, that's going to be like your main target, right? You're going to be hunting there as the tank. So you're going to want to make sure you're ready to be able to peel back.
It's interesting because MCD is a very, very strong Brig player. So it's not, it's I guess, like, in the sense that they want to play dive, they want to play this diva. Not strange that they take it away, but we're seeing MCD on the Zenyatta here on defense, and they're walking out with it. So we got attack on the Winston as well, Ado on the Tracer, and Kilo on that Widowmaker.
Yeah, Kilo might kind of just be teasing it right now. Like, we know this is one of those maps where you can, like, go for the quick headshot out of spawn and then immediately swap. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's his plan there. But now this is going to be where Ado really needs to, like, show up big, right? You forced Dodo off that Genji. Hopefully now this will put you more on even ground.
And we're gonna end up seeing a swap from Kilo here onto the Cass. All right, well, if you're the Winston, who do you got to follow up the dive onto Big Earls with? That's what I'm thinking right now. Maybe attack actually going to the diva. Never mind.
I think that's a good idea, because with MCD there playing the Zenyatta, Discord Orb is going to make engaging as Winston very hard, right? You're going to be forced to burn a bubble every time. And while MCD is just going to start things off, as Ado is having the opposite of a strong start, getting his head taken off already. MCD, ooh, actually though, Blink ends up kind of getting caught out, and MCD is the same.
Yeah, out of position there, and it looks like Alt Tab is going to take the first fight pretty cleanly here. Opener going down, but it looks like it's just a stagger on cart on Ruler, and then they're going to be on their way. They're pushing. So
yeah,
they do
New
have
Era
time for a clean
New Era ended up getting
here.
New Era ended up getting a little bit kind of overconfident there. As soon as they got that opening pick there onto Ado, I think they assumed that Alt Tab was just kind of going to fall back due to it happening so early in the match, right? They thought they were just going to go back, wait for Ado to get back. But the opposite ended up happening. Attack ended up going straight onto that high ground. MCD had already dropped off, which meant that Blink had no one to really help him survive that dive. And once he was taken out, the rest of the team shortly followed.
Yeah, and you got Achieve up on that high ground now. Ado going low, MCD going down once again, and Blink low, Blink dead, and Ruler gonna be soon to follow. Kane getting one onto Kilo, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. They cap first point with ease. Opener with a headshot onto Kane. I mean, that was a pretty fast first point tank. I mean, you had Alt Tab finishing that first fight pretty cleanly, and New Era had a clean recontest on the cards. So
yeah, New Era is unfortunately struggling a little bit when it comes to their support line. Like, that first time they got a little greedy, ended up paying the price, and this time MCD is just kind of caught out. He's trying to rotate to the top of gas station, despite the fact that that area is solidly in Alt Tab's control. So Alt Tab is more than happy to just have attack there kind of off angle and use the micro missiles to just really shred him. And that, as soon as the supports go down, that is exactly what New Era needs to turn the fight into their favor. And we do see a trade coming out as both Tracers go down here.
yeah, and we got 5 alts on the side of Alt Tab. If something's gonna happen, if you want to keep pushing. But it looks like New Era's gonna play a little scared here. With Kitsune Rush coming out and Nano Train coming out from MCD. Ruler's asleep. Will we see a big pulse bomb from Ado onto Blink? Kane getting focused down next. MCD soon to follow. Dunzo and Dodo, however, with a pulse bomb, and Ruler taking out Ana. So, I mean, hey, those are two pretty picks on themselves. And Kilo taking out Ruler. So, I mean,
yeah, Attack is doing a great job right now of looking for these opportunities where MCD isn't ready for his engages, and every time he sees that chance, he just jumps at it. That time he ended up forcing out the Transcendence with the help of the Nano, but as soon as that Transcendence ended up running out, MCD, he locked himself into that little hallway, and with a Diva and a Pulse Bomb staring you in the face, that's not where you want to be. And Attack again, just finding the opportunity, opening up this fight. He just so consistently doing this at this point. He's really just showing off his skills on the Diva this map.
Yeah, and MCD probably going to go down here once again. I mean, we got the Orbital Ray coming out to save MCD, but not much more. Kilo going low. We got two ults in the bank. Kilo going down. Attack with the remake, but are they going to continue to take this fight? Diva getting MCD down. Yep, absolutely. Remake coming through. Probably going to go for it here. Opener going very, very low. Will he be able to get topped up? And on the other side, Blink going down. Ruler, half health as well. And you got the Overclock coming out. Getting a little bit of value, just some pot shots. And then before going down to Attack, of course. Stuck onto the Diva. Diva out of mech. Dodo down. I mean, without
Attack,
the Genji, it's looking like he not very comfortable on this Tracer.
Attack is having the map of his life. And of course, like you mentioned, Dodo being on the Tracer, definitely not having nearly the same impact. And maybe that's that's kind of like the cause of what's happening here, right? Like, because Alt-Tab's backline, they're no longer like in fear for their life every 5 seconds. They're able to kind of position more aggressively and be ready to take these angles that allow Attack to just really just go in. But every time they do allow Attack to go in, Attack is making sure that it pays off. He's finding a kill with almost every engagement. And this is kind of what I mentioned, right? In the neutral, Alt-Tab, they were going even at first, but now in this map, they're actually finding the advantage state.
Yeah, it's most of the time on an MCD too, unfortunately. I mean, look at him. He's going. He knows where he is. He's going right for him. But this time he has some protection. Kilo getting the better of Dodo with the duel there. But Attack applying the pressure. It looks like he caught out MCD once again. And then we got Kane using the slide. Kane surely dead here. Yep, Ado taking down Blink. And Ruler and Dodo gonna have to go back into their spawn if they want another clean fight, but they're gonna have to come back fast. We got a nano from Achieve, and Achieve, look at this lineup he has here. It's gonna be Kitsune Rush coming out from the side of Opener, High Noon Pop from the side of Kilo, Nano onto Opener actually. I was gonna say I thought it was the Diva, but no, absolutely not. An big anti coming out. Ruler going down out of mech. Headshot from Kane onto Kilo and onto Opener. It looks like they're gonna be able to hold this unless Attack gets a kill onto Ruler with a D-Mech. Now focusing down on Achieve. Ana, anti-nade coming out, 12 HP, dead. Ado, can we see something happen here? A very scrappy fight. Ado finally showing up on the Tracer. Looking, or not Ado finally showing up on the Tracer, excuse me. Dodo swapping over to the Venture. And again, it just looks like Ruler's buying some time here, hoping for his team to get back, but with a Pulse Bomb in his back pocket. Looks like a Stick's going to be coming out here for whoever tries to contest this card. Venture going into the back line, taking down Kilo, but however, did not touch the cart.
Yeah, Alt-Tab actually looking like a night and day difference compared to the last map, doing so good at finding these opportunities to go in. Like, that was a pretty long team fight, but it all started with Attack taking that off angle through the mini room and then getting up onto the truck, right? You could see him putting the pressure there onto the supports. Blink immediately starting to look at MCD, predicting that he's gonna try and get chunked down, right? But Attack, he's smart. He recognizes this and he decides to kind of play a little bit more passively, just using the defense matrix, making sure that he can stay alive without taking too much damage. And in the meantime, that allows the rest of Alt-Tab to really just focus on Dodo, who was trying to go for an engage on the backline. So Dodo goes down, and as soon as Dodo goes down, you can see that Attack now knows that the advantage is in his favor. So he does this right there, and MCD just gets turned into Swiss cheese by those micro missiles.
Yeah, I was gonna say MCD getting caught out a lot there. I mean, MCD again, a main support, but I guess, you know, yeah, it started off with that first pick pretty strong, and ever since then he's been kind of quiet, getting caught out all the time. Not too pretty, but I mean, what are you gonna do when you have Attack diving in your face again, turning you into Swiss cheese, making you a essentially target practice.
The argument could be made that, you know, that was just kind of unlucky there for New Era, right? Because MCD was very close to the Transcendence. If he had been able to last a little longer, he'd probably be able to get it, and I'm sure he'd pop it to survive that dive. But, of course, he ends up dying a few % away, gets sent back to the spawn room. The thing is, though, Alt-Tab, they could have won that fight arguably a lot faster. I think the missed nano, putting that on the Kiriko, ended up extending it artificially a little bit, but now New Era, they really need to kind of find a solution here. We can see, like, they're not making any changes. MCD is still on the Zenyatta. Maybe, like, you know, being on the Attack will mean that Attack is going to have to go a lot deeper to try and actually secure these kills. Oh, but you can see they're already eyeing him. The ping has come through.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to earlier, I'm sure if we all lasted a little bit longer, we'd be a lot happier in life, but we got MCD again taking an off angle, but they're kind of just giving up free cart space here. We got Ruler on top of Big Earl's, my favorite gas station to get Doritos at, and a flashbang coming out from Kilo. Oh. Again, MCD gonna go down fast. Attack out of mech though. But you got Ado in the back line onto the Juno here. Going low. Kilo getting the kill onto Blink, finishing up Ado's work. It's a school project and not looking pretty here for New Era.
Ooh. Yeah, and Ado finding the better of Dodo there as well, just to finish that. And we can see, oh, there's a potential. Okay, no, they actually opt not to stagger that long.
Thirsty.
You could have gone a lot longer there with Ruler being stuck where he was. But yeah, despite Attack actually getting D-Mech there in that round, it's Ado who's there to kind of be the hero and once again find MCD. And really, that has just been the story of this game, right? MCD has been the target of Alt-Tab's aggression, and it's been paying off. He's been getting consistently caught out. I'm surprised he's still sticking with the Zenyatta. Like, you think after like, the 10th death, surely you'd start thinking about swapping. But with the break being taken off the table, he must just kind of be like in a paralysis state. He doesn't know what to swap to, so he's just going to keep playing this until he finds value.
Yeah, that's the point I brought up earlier. I mean, you take away the break from MCD, he could play Lucio, but I mean, again, Alt-Tab just going super aggressive here, getting almost a team kill. Ruler going to take down Kilo in the process, but honestly, that's not that big of a deal. And now we're going to see the good old Pride Wiener Stagger coming out here.
Again, they actually don't take the opportunity. Really, you should have staggered a lot more considering Kilo is actually dead. So he's like still just respawn. He's going to be coming back from spawn. If you stagger D.Va a little longer, it would definitely be better for you. But New Era, they are coming up with a lot of ults here. And so far in this game, when the ults are online, that is when New Era is looking at their best, right? So if the same thing can happen this time, this is going to be their best chance. Of course, Attack still on this off angle, just kind of tickling the other D.Va here. Ooh, but a nice pulse stick. That's going to be one way to start the fight. Ado really showing up so much more here now that the Tracer duel is here.
Yeah, I mean, we got Kilo on the cast. Again, marking it down, but it seems that they're going to be backing away, cutting away from this nano from Kilo. And now, if you're Alt-Tab, what do you got? You're going up against 4 ults. Hopefully, they can make something work for New Era. I mean, we might see a first point hold here. I mean, you got to have something. Dodo going low, Kane going low, Dodo going low once again. Someone's got to pop an ult here, get an early pick.
Yeah, it's do or die here for New Era as we're under 1 minute, and you can see Attack has already zoned both supports there onto that side angle. And a nice headshot from Kilo. Yeah, MCD just getting punished again. It's really just the story of this map is just how many times is MCD gonna die? He's still sticking with the Zenyatta through it all. Fortunately, the fight has not been won cleanly enough for Alt-Tab quite yet, as people are staying alive, and they are still moving the cart here ever so slowly.
Yeah, you'll notice Achieve going down there, Ruler going very, very, very low, and it looks like they're going to kind of back off here to stabilize just a little bit, but a little bit of cart progress, and we got Alt-Tab has Kilo's ult, and that's it. We got a Trank coming in from MCD. Let's see if he can make anything happen here, enable his team. Ruler with the pulse bomb, but Ado going down early from Kane. That's huge. They immediately Kitsune rushed that out from opener. Alt-Tab, Kiri going down, Ado going down. And it looks like Kilo is not going to be too far to follow. Yep, Dodo getting the pick on a Kilo. Achieve going down from Ruler. And it looks like they're going to be able to cap this first point in overtime. However, you have a long, long hill to climb across this second point, because second point is one of the harder points to capture. I mean,
absolutely.
As this map goes on.
It's pretty telling that the one fight that New Era is finally able to win is the one where MCD has the immortality button, right? Like, that's the first time this map he's been able to just kind of deny a death of his, and it ends up paying off. Granted, the fight was already pretty scrappy at that point, so it might not have made a huge difference, especially with Ado going down early. But, like, we can see his positioning is already looking very aggressive. And he does dodge the nade, so without the anti-nade being there, that might allow him to actually have more of an impact on this fight, as Ado is just going to kind of be playing on the low ground here with the pulse though, and Attack is actually going to opt for a completely different target, as Kane is the one who's going to die first this time.
Yeah, completely singled out, and it looks like there it is again, right onto MCD. Will it be enough for Blink to keep MCD alive? No, it is not, with the Tracer follow-up. Attack getting both. Ruler, however, getting Kilo, and it's going to be an AD strafe battle for these divas in this small room, but it looks like Attack is going to chase down Ruler using his self-destruct there, honestly pretty wisely, especially with the limited amount of time you have on this map. Dodo kind of holding cart with Tracer, with the Zen and the Juno back up on ya. But it looks like, again, these two teams are just going to be jockeying for position here.
Yep, Ado has a pulse bomb again, so we'll see if he can find a stick onto the backline. Dodo as well, though, and it's actually going to be taking a duel up there against opener, but with the recall forced out early. Oh, no, MCD.
Ooh, nice.
It does make it out with his life, though.
Yeah, it's Kilo gonna go down by Kane. It looks like they got this opening pick. Attack has the nano, Achieve dangerously low. Looks like he's gonna get healed back up, but opener going down. And can Attack Ruler get two? Ruler got two. Got opener, got Achieve. And Attack had the nano, got nothing. We got 3 ults online coming up for New Era. Maybe they can make this happen. Maybe they can make the impossible happen in full cap. They got 30 seconds left. Let's see what we got here. And with attack going down, it's definitely going to be a cap. No one's going to even try and recontest that. There's no point. You're just going to stagger yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And that fight started off with Ado kind of getting just a little bit too fancy with it. He was looking for the stick, and he was going for the blinks back and forth, trying to confuse MCD. But really, I think it would have been better if he just goes for the straight engage there. Just start shooting, putting pressure, and then you can hopefully rely on attack to follow up, because attack was actually nanoed there. But by the time he ended up getting into a good position, he didn't have his boosters anymore, so he wasn't able to make the most use of that. Meanwhile, Ruler did the opposite.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to Kitsune rush on top of the high ground here. Attack getting Kane. Can he get one more? No, with that orbital array coming out, doesn't look like it, but MCD might get singled out here again, going dangerously low, but it looks like they're going to choose to back up here. Kilo with the Deadeye in hand.
Ruler.
And Ruler, my guy. You're not even going to use the... Yeah, it's just cooked. All right, let's count. Never mind.
They are really being generous here with how quickly they're killing the baby divas, but
ooh, nice stick.
A nice stick from Ado. Yeah, that is just gonna make sure that this fight is truly done. Alt-Tab definitely, they probably saw that New Era was kind of starting to encroach on their territory a little bit, so they decided to take the diva out quickly, make sure that there was no chance of any kind of Saving Private Ryan situation happening there. But, you know, now New Era, they're back in the ult advantage state as Achieve and Attack not quite having their ultimates up yet, but Kane is actually just going to pop a spacing Deadeye here.
Yeah, I mean, no reason not to. You get 40% back. I mean, again, these teams just poking for neutral. Ado looking like he's going to go down, but, I mean, you got Attack coming in with a peel. And Achieve on a dominant position on his high ground. Maybe. Oh, Trent coming out. So you got really no value out of this Nano. I mean, oh, actually, Kane getting antied. So, yes, you do get value out of this Nano. It looks like Attack's going to go down, pop the self-destruct.
Oh, the baby diva double. That's crazy.
Yeah, getting 2 here. And will Alt-Tab be able to get anything out of this?
Well, Ado, he seems to kind of be playing around a little bit, and I thought that might end up being a bad idea once I saw Kilo die to the diva there, but fortunately, they are able to keep their heads on their shoulders and find a win there. Alt-Tab finally putting one up on the board, and I gotta say that was actually a really good showing for them. Some really great engagements. I think I gotta point the finger to New Era a little bit and just kind of be like, what are you doing sticking with that Zen so long when it was really getting punished very consistently? At some point, you would have assumed a swap comes through, but they really just full committed to it the entire time.
Yeah, like I said at the start of the match, like, MCD is mostly known for Brig, right? I mean, am I wrong in saying that? You ban out the Brig.
He did play a lot of flex support in like his Overwatch League days. Like there on the Dallas Fuel, he was the flex support partner to Bliss on main support, right? So, you know, playing the Zenyatta, playing the Ana, it's something that he should be no stranger to. But at least based off that current game, you wouldn't be able to tell it. Like, he thought he was Jonak with the way he was going for these flanks and kills, and it did not pay off.
Yeah, I don't know. Zen probably being his strongest flex support hero, I'd argue, if that's the case. And if that's the case, I mean, again, you got to kind of swap him back over to main. I mean, look at this. It's just utter domination from Attack, singling him out every single time, trapping him in a small room, having the Tracer hit squad coming out. I mean, he's just getting jumped, and as a Zen, there's not much to do about it unless you have that Q.
Yeah, this is basically, this entire set of highlights is kind of just Attack finding opportunities to just destroy the backline there for the side of New Era. And I think there were some like good opportunities there for New Era to kind of show that, yeah, they are still the better team, but like, unfortunately, even if you are playing better overall, like if there's just a few missteps, and in this case the misstep being that you're constantly exposing yourself to these dive threats that kept coming through from the side of Alt-Tab, it doesn't matter how much better you are, because like, every fight is going to be a 4v5 at least, and no matter how good you are, that advantage is just a little bit too hard to overcome.
Yeah, and Kilo, especially with some of these flanks and headshots, and Ado with a coordinated dive with Attack, I mean, it's tough out here as a Zenyatta. It's rough. And with
And
Kiriko, you can get away a little more, but even then, I mean, look at that, just hunted down.
For sure. And what's interesting is like I was really looking at Dodo this match, right? Because like with his Genji being taken away, I was expecting him to be more quiet, and I think he was more quiet, right? Definitely not having near the same impact on the Tracer, but just the change between him going between Genji and Tracer, that alone shouldn't have been enough for like the complete swap that we saw come out of Alt Tab, right? Like that alone, that's not allowing attack to just kind of find opening picks every fight so consistently. So definitely just like a change in play style from Alt Tab, and if they can if they identify that this is what worked for them, hopefully they can continue doing that throughout the next map as well, and we might be able to see this go to a map 5.
Well, we're gonna see New Era's map pick for the first time, and New Era getting the first hero ban for the next 2 maps, of course, and the map pick for the next 2 maps. So it's really gonna be, hey, Alt Tab, can you respond to this? Do you have the flexibility to respond to this? And I'm curious to see where New Era is gonna take us. Probably a more Genji-centric map, like Saravasa or something like that. Maybe we see an Esperanza come out, but
It is going to be interesting, right? Because for Alt Tab, this is kind of what I was saying, right? Like if you take them to circuit, then you're using your map pick in order to try and minimize the impact Dodo is having on the Genji. Of course, that's the escort map though, which we ended up seeing be Route 66 instead. But then they also went and used their Genji ban on that map. So you had kind of 2 chances to make sure that Dodo is going to have impact, and you combine both of them into one. So as you go into this next map, like you said, it's New Era's pick, and there is like New Era could have just done a protect ban to make sure that they are able to run the Genji regardless, but Alt Tab having that Genji option on the table to be able to ban, that would have been a lot more helpful for them, right? Because as we're going to this next map, you got to question what are they going to do, because I don't think New Era is just going to randomly decide to pick a non-Genji map.
Yeah,
and
I think New Queen Street, Servasa, Esperanza maybe are your best bets, but I guess we're going to see here coming up in a couple seconds. But either way, you got to find a way to make this Genji in his own personal Silent Hill, in his own personal hell, make it unplayable for him. He just can't get the value he's been getting, especially on the first 2 maps.
Yeah, and going off what we saw in the most recent map, I do think that we do. Okay, so it looks like New Era is going to be picking Esperanza. So I think there is a good chance that we can see Attack continue to find a lot of value here, right? Attack and Ado looking pretty good on that Genji Tracer. That's really going to be what they'll have to rely on. That and New Era continuing to kind of make those positioning mistakes from the support line. They need to continue to really punish every mistake that they see, because otherwise, I think this is going to be a map that New Era is probably favored on, and it's actually going to be a hazard ban coming out from Alt Tab, so that's paying some serious respect over to Ruler after that dominance we saw in the first couple maps from him.
Yeah, the Kiri ban also coming out. I mean, both of these teams are obviously very comfortable playing Diva, and last time we saw the Diva mirror, I mean, New Era won, but now it's, I guess, these map types are going to be a little more brawly. Maybe you'll be able to catch out the supports easier. Maybe stick Kilo on something like the Ashe on the high ground if you get the early advantage. I can't think of what other hit scan besides Cassidy you're going to play here on Esperanza, but once you cap that first point and get that high ground, you're usually in a pretty dominant position for the rest of the map.
Yeah. It would not surprise me at all, though, if we see Ado actually start on maybe the Pharah here. Esperanza definitely one of the better Pharah maps, and like just yesterday we saw that great Pharah duel between was it Sunjun and Scarlet, I believe, right?
Yeah,
they were
the fadeaway.
Woo! Yeah. they were putting on a show there up in the sky. Right now though, he's actually hovering over the Tracer with attack on the Winstons. If these comps are, if these comps end up leaving the spawn door, we're going to have a pretty significant difference here between these 2 teams.
Yeah,
we'll see if they actually roll with this, and it looks like they are.
Yeah, Ruler gonna have a little bit more tough access to the high ground here, which is obviously very important to get on top of Kilo, get on top of Opener. While Attack in the meantime can just, if the Genji goes up, he can just counter dive the Genji, and there's your answer. I mean, I guess Attack wanting to play the Winston here as an answer to that Genji, but the JQ coming out. Maybe that's why they banned it map 1. They knew that Ruler was a strong JQ player, but JQ tends to be strong on push maps in general.
Yeah, and as Winston, you definitely got to be careful when you play into the Junker Queen, right? Because when you jump in, usually the Junker Queen will be holding the knife just to make sure they can throw it onto the Winston. And as soon as Winston jumps out, that knife will deny your disengagement. And when you get denied like that, it often leaves you a sitting duck. So Alt-Tab, they're going to need to be playing careful. A nade thrown in is going to go onto Cade, onto Kane. And Kilo's actually on a big flank here. See if they can maybe pincer.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, Blink's going to go down first. Ado getting Blink. And then MCD falling next. It looks like they're just going to target the support line and leave the JQ for last, knowing that, hey, once your supports are dead, you only have so much self-healing. And you saw how they were positioned up on the high ground. Alt-Tab was just positioned up on the high ground with Kilo on the cast, Opener, and Achieve up there. I mean, you're not breaking through that, at least not alone as a Genji.
No, and Alt-Tab are looking so much better now that Ado is starting to play the Tracer instead of taking that Genji duel, right? They're playing, like, just their entire playstyle has changed. They're opening up the fights. They're going on these more risky plays, but it's paying off for them. They're consistently putting so much pressure onto the support line. A nice nade onto both Kane and Ruler is going to allow a little bit of time here for Alt-Tab to be able to get something prepared. Dodo going low already.
Yeah, I mean, did you see that whip shot? That was about, he was about to split off the team from the Junker Queen. Winston was with his bubble, but it looks like a Nano's going to come on out to Kilo. Kilo with the Deadeye pop, getting the Queen anyway. And let's see if they push on forward here. Hopefully getting two, Opener getting two. Kilo with a nice headshot on a Blink. And now it looks like they're just going to try and stagger out Dodo if they can. Yep, Attack chasing him down like a dog.
Yeah, Dodo, he tried to be the difference maker there on that Genji, but unfortunately, his support line is just getting punished way more than it was the first couple maps, right? And I think that's actually it started to have an effect on him. Like, he's playing to be more supportive of his support line. He knows that they're kind of being hunted down, but because he's now trying to play to support, it means that he's not being the solo carry that we saw the first couple maps. And now it's going to be Ruler who's just going to try and put their foot down to keep this bot from getting past the choke.
Yeah, but like I said before, now you have this high ground if you're Alt-Tab, so you're just kind of sitting up here, lobbing nades, able to poke them out. You don't need distance right now. You just need to hold this choke. Winston can play super safe, and he jumps out as soon as the knife comes out. Miss pulse from Ado, but I don't think it's going to matter. We have the Primal coming on through. Maybe a nice juggle? No, it looks like he's just going to get out here. But
yeah, I mean, Dodo's going to have the blade now, so if they decide to do a quick follow-up, now that some resources have been pulled thanks to that orbital ray, Kilo on a really long flank, actually. Yeah,
we have
you can see...
Oh, it looks like jumping up, Nano Blade coming out, maybe? Or no, Nano Blade from Dodo, I'm sorry, excuse me. Ooh. Asleep, however, gonna cost him his life. Attack, getting him down. A Rampage coming out, killing Kilo, gonna try and get Achieve in the process. Gets Achieves, maybe gets the Tracer here. With the Brig coming around to help play bodyguard a little bit. And it looks like they're gonna get some meterage here on the board, which I'm honestly surprised with that setup they had on the high ground. I mean, they had 4 alts, but and it took them 4 alts.
New Era did commit a lot, right? Like, you use that orbital ray initially just to kind of like start pulling out some movement there from Alt-Tab, who are forced to retreat, and then Dodo with the blade corrals them into the room, and Ruler recognizes that, so he follows up with the... Oh, it's actually going to be Dodo starting things off. His opener goes down. I think that was a bash clash there from the 2 Brigidas. Yep,
and Kilo getting Kane. Dodo looking to get this Cassidy, gonna opt to run away, maybe focus down and target the Winston, but the Nano coming through. Nano jump onto the back line, and goodbye, Brigitte, maybe. Oh no, unlucky reload timing, immediately going back onto the Juno. Going back to point to Peel for his supports, going on to Dodo and JQ, very low. Has the Primal now. Will we see a Primal pop? A Primal pop right onto Brig. Kilo finishing it up though. Juggling the Genji, far, far away. Maybe even off the map. Nope, just gets the kill. Achieve, killing Kane in the process. And it looks like Alt-Tab here. The bot was stolen, but I mean, hey, they're coming back.
Yeah, Ruler, you could see there, he actually tried to kind of go for a counter dive. Not really a counter dive, but more like a counter engage, I guess. When Attack went in onto his backline, he went forward to try and trade out the backline. But because New Era, Blink, and MCD, they were so busy pocketing themselves that it meant that Ruler, he just didn't have the sustain he needed to continue being that frontline presence. And he ends up going down. And now Ado with the hunt.
Nothing.
Not finding anything.
But hey, that's all right. Again, because look at their positioning. They're up on this high ground. It's just so strong in Esperanza once you get that first point. They got the forward spawn. They got, you know, the setup there. And it looks like Ado and attack just jump Kane. Achieve getting Dodo. And yeah, it's just clean up from here. Maybe they're going to go for a little more meterage just for some extra safety. You know, it could never hurt. But, I mean, man. Once... Oh, they're gonna play aggressive here. They're going to make sure they get some extra meterage. With attack pushing up here, and there's no real downside to this. You can just jump and get out. I mean, Elo maybe getting picked out is bad, but Ado falling to half health, but it's just a tracer.
You see New Era is actually approaching 5 ultimates here, so they're going to need to be careful not to pop these all at once, but Altab is going to be the one to take the early engage as we see the Nano Monkey come through.
Yep, Kane going to choose to push forward. Attack also going to choose to prop Primal. Ado falling dangerously low. Kilo finding the head, or the Deadeye onto Blink. Kilo killing Dodo as well. Opener coming through on the Ruler, and it looks like they're just going to run him over. I mean, it's like getting hit by a Jeep Grand Cherokee in this place. Will they? Yeah, they're going to get the kill on MCD as well. That's a huge stagger.
Yeah, and, you know, New Era, I said you got to be careful not to use all your ults. Alt-Tab, though, they actually decide to use all their ults. They used 4 ults there, but it gained them so much progress here and kept the momentum going that if you're Alt-Tab, you're really not too upset with that. Now Dodo is with the Blade alone. You can see attack gets low. He does get taken out, and the Blade should finish this.
Yeah, Blade coming through. Blade coming through. I said it maybe a little too soon. Blade getting nothing, actually. They are going to be able to push the cart back, and Alt-Tab just kind of peeling back, waiting for their tank to come back, waiting for Kilo to come back. But however, Dodo on the hunt. But into
Dodo's
being
aggressive.
Yeah, into 3 people's a little insane. They got that high ground back. And again, this high ground is so important on this map. You get that,
and we can
bodyguard.
see
Ooh.
MCD is actually swapped over. He's going to be playing the Ana now, so no more break for MCD. He ended up swapping a couple fights ago, I believe. But I think they're probably going to be opting to try and play more for the Nano Blade or to use the sleeps to try and deny attack, who really has been getting a lot of value putting pressure on the front line. And a couple nice shots from Kane are going to be followed up to make sure he gets taken out. Alt-Tab now with a good advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, look at Achieve. No one's able to touch him. Ruler's dead. Blink soon to follow. And it looks like the bot's just going to be going back in Alt-Tab's favor. I mean, Dodo trying to wall climb, trying to dance around, hardcore parkour out, and he actually gets out. But it's, again, that's not that big of a deal. You already have such an advantage. I mean, a 70-meter advantage is huge.
That is huge for Alt-Tab because they were able to win that solely just off good coordination and recognizing Kane's mispositioning. They won that without an ult. Now the Nano Monkey does come in, but a quick sleep is going to limit its value. He's going to continue to chase here. He's actually going to get the kill.
And you got 2 people in that small room over there, but I think he's just more focused on the Genji right now, just kind of making sure, hey, I need to keep my team alive. Primal coming out, getting slept once again by MCD. Beautiful sleeps coming in from MCD here. Oh, he spotted the Genji. Target acquired. Hunter killer drone activated. Dodo kind of breaking his ankles here. Still attack, getting the kill. And we're going to see a sneaky beaky pulse.
We might actually see a full cap come through here.
Yeah. No one's able to touch. Kilo with the high noon, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the map. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen, and in both of our first games of the both days, we're going to game 5.
Yeah, Alt-Tab, I don't know what happened at that halftime, but they have just completely changed how they look. Their engages are so much better. They're finding these targets. They're surviving the dives so much more effectively. Like, I think part of that could be what we saw in Route 66, right? I definitely think there's a world where that actually just kind of rattled New Era, because Dodo, he was been a lot more silent, right? Even now that he was back on the Genji, definitely not getting the same value that he did those first 2 maps. And of course, you got to look over at Ado, who now no longer being forced into the mirror matchup, getting a lot of value themselves on the Tracer. Kane is struggling to shut down Ado pretty significantly. I think now that the Zenyatta isn't on the table, Kane is kind of, you know, being the person that is getting looked at here. You can see the 2 Cassidys just kind of trade there. But Kilo is absolutely turned up as well, definitely finding the better end of that Cassidy matchup.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, former Overwatch League player. I mean, Can't doubt him, even if he gets old. I mean, look at Oni God in the in the World Cup 2023, becoming Kevster's father. There's just not much else to say. Elo really showing up, Ado really showing up, Attack showing up on the Winston of all characters. But of course, this is a great Winston map.
Yeah, and fortunately for Attack, like, I think he's definitely shown that he's living up to his name, really, right? When he plays the more aggressive playstyle as opposed to a more peel playstyle, that is when he's really shining. And he did that on the Diva there on Route 66. He was finding these opportunities to go for assassinations. And now he's done the same thing on the Winston, doing a great job of recognizing the chances that he has to go and isolate the backline, isolate the supports. And even if he's not actually finding the kill itself, just his zoning is enough to allow the rest of his team to start doing work, right? Because when the backline is being zoned off, that's when you see these kills come through onto like someone like Kane on the cast, or Ruler, who's just a little bit too far forward, and he ends up getting pressured out. So really just some great recognition from Alt-Tab. And as you go into the final map here, map 5, New Era, I think you got to be sweating a little bit, as we are in reverse sweep territory.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Has the mental boom come through for New Era? Are they mentally boomed? I mean, you lose twice like that in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
to
tough.
go from what was a dominant first couple maps, right? Like, Blizzard World, I think there were definitely points where it looked pretty close, but overall, New Era definitely had the advantage there. You go from that to now getting full capped on Esperanza. It's got to be rough for you, right? You got to be careful to not let nerves get to you. And this is kind of calls back to what we talked about early on here in the show, which is Alt-Tab, you have a roster built of veteran players who have years and years of experience under their belt, whereas New Era, they don't have that. These are their players are a lot more green, very talented in their own right, don't get me wrong, but definitely not like quite as seasoned, right? So if anyone is going to kind of, start worrying, start overthinking things, and end up letting something slip away from them, I think New Era would be that team.
Yeah, I mean, will the old guard shut down the newbies coming in? Well, newbies being not in a derogatory sense, but in a new player's sense. Well, I mean, the old guard standing strong here, and I mean, I'm curious to what we're gonna see for map 5. Because again, you want something where you can enable that Genji, and even when he was on the Genji, I mean, hey, if they get control on push specifically, they got control of that map early, but it looks like we're gonna see our map pick coming through here. And I'm genuinely curious to what it's gonna be. They can pick anything they want as long as it has not been played before. Maybe a push map or maybe a control map. Servasa. Okay, that makes a lot of sense for the Genji. I forgot about Servasa.
Yeah, it's the one map type we haven't seen so far, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely not as concerned now as I may have been at the beginning of this match, right? After those first 2 maps, I was really thinking that Alt-Tab, their only solution was going to be to find a way to just make sure Genji doesn't get played. And on Route 66, after that, I thought, okay, yeah, that was what ended up happening. But they carried their momentum from Route 66 into Esperanza so expertly that I actually do think they've gotten the download on the Genji. They've figured out that just like putting a lot of pressure there onto New Era's backline does seem to be the solution. And if Dodo is like too worried about what's happening in his backline, he's not going to be tearing things up in the front line quite as much. And with the Juno being banned by New Era, actually, it is going to slow things down a little bit there for the side of Alt-Tab. But Alt-Tab, they have preferred to just be running like a Brigana, and a Juno ban isn't going to do a whole lot to limit that.
Yeah, I mean, even the Ramatra ban, not that big of a deal, I'd say. I mean, he looked strong on the Ramatra at one point, but again, he's mostly preferred the Hazard, the Junker Queen, and this is a really, I'd say probably, again, another good Winston map for both Attack to come out on, and it looks like that's what we're going to get off the start. We're going to see a Lucio Ana opener on Alt-Tab, and then Ruler gonna want to come out on that hazard. MCD running the flex support on Kiri. And I guess, yeah, we're just gonna have to see how this one comes out. Ado probably gonna go out on the Tracer.
I would definitely expect Ado to continue playing the Tracer, right? After you won the last 2 maps relying on that, surely you don't change things up while it's working. And yeah, so we actually see completely different, completely different comps around the board from these 2 teams. New Era with the Sojourn Genji, Ruler back on the Hazard, and then running a Lucio Kiriko backline. Meanwhile, Alt-Tab, like we expected, playing the Brig Ana. So going to have a lot more of an ability in denying these dives. And Ruler, he did look great on the Hazard these first 2 maps, right? But now that Ado has figured out that the Tracer seems to be the answer that Alt-Tab needed, will he be able to find the same value?
Yeah, and this is actually really smart, especially for your backline lineup, to kind of play from the back of this point here if you're Alt-Tab, because you got the Brig Ana. So you're making it extremely hard to infiltrate the backline. However, you do give up first cap, so you got to make things happen fast.
Yeah, and you can see Alt-Tab, they're just taking a ton of angles, and Ado is going to be the one to open things up as Dodo goes down.
Yeah, I mean, dangerously low on the side of Alt-Tab for a little bit, but it looks like, oh, a huge nade going to come out here. Yep, you got 2 there, MCD and Ruler. No Suzu coming out. Don't know if he didn't have it or just chose not to use it. Well, there it was there. Didn't have it. And now they're going to be fast-tracking onto the Kiriko, knowing no cooldowns except for that TP. Not able to hunt him down, but it looks like they're going to try and go for a back cap, but they're not going to get it. Opener going to get maybe caught out here. Kilo down on Dodo. MCC getting out, calling out Opener. Then Nano coming through onto the Winston, maybe trying to still win this fight. But Attack taking down Kane. Kitsune Rush coming out from the other side. Hazard trying to put in some work, but it looks like Attack's just going to run away, go back to point, go back home into the safety of actually no one's there. Kilo kind of way in deep. Dodo taking him down, returning the receipt. Ado going down as well from Ruler. Now it's just the Winston on this point. And you just want to kind of stall for time here as your team comes back. Opener coming back, whip-shotting the Genji backwards. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a hold for Alt-Tab here, especially with the Primal getting popped. MCD coming, or Blink coming back on the Lucio. MCD getting focused out once again. And now the Sojourn user jump. However, Boop coming out from the Lucio, unable to get a juggle going. But it looks like the Sojourn's still going to go down unless that beat comes out right on time. Asleep. Perfect. And it looks like, yeah, Blink going down there as well. High Noon in the bank. But it looks like it's not going to matter. Kane and New Era get the retap cap and the team kill.
Yeah, and that was just a super long team fight. Both teams kind of going for full commitments. Attack dove in deep with the Nano there, and MCD popped the Kitsune Rush. At the end of it all, though, New Era kind of coming out ahead as they were able to get a point flip in the middle of it all. Now we have both teams with 3 ults, but you're looking at New Era's ults, those seem to be a little bit stronger unless Opener makes miracles happen with the rally, and it's not the case.
Yeah, we got Kane with the overclock. They're up to 99%. Ado trying to touch for his team, but it looks like he's just going to get out here. He knows this is unwinnable, and this is a go next situation. We got Ado with the pulse on his side of things. Point advantage looks like it's going to be going to New Era here. But are they going to try and catch the are Alt-Tab going to try and catch them out on the rotation? Because Dodo's split here, but I don't think they are. I think they're just going to try and take this fight to point and get a strong position.
Yeah, and we can see Opener is actually swapped over to the Lucio. Ado going for a bit of a cheeky pulse there, trying to just catch them out as they're setting up on the point. It finds nothing.
Look at the destruction onto that Winston. Ruler falling dangerously low from an anti, but it looks like he's going to be able to get healed back up for his team. And Opener going down, Achieve going down as well. It looks like Dodo going to have his way with the backline. MCD taking down Kilo. And the 1v1 between the 2 flex DPSs are coming out. Winston's back here, back home, playing bodyguard. And
yeah, Dodo is kind of, you know, back in his bag right now, despite some struggles on the first couple maps, and even the first fight of this map. He's just been able to, you know, completely get back in his groove, and he is being a huge threat. He even, he forced Opener off the Brig and back onto the Lucio. We can see they've actually maybe identified a point of isolation for him, but he's going to be able to get back super easily. And with MCD having the Kitsune Rush online, Alt-Tab, they have built up that Nano, so that's probably going to be their engage. And MCD actually dies without using the Kitsune.
Yeah, and I mean,
wait, they just boost the
Nano
Oda
onto the Lucio. Opener going insano mode here. taking a fight to the Sojourn. Kane going down. And I mean, hey, a boostio is a boostio. A team wipe and a point cap?
I
Can't blame him.
I cannot believe that in the year of our Lord 2025, I saw an intentional boostio with opener as the recipient. That is crazy. And like you said, it worked. They got a team wipe off that. Really, I'm not sure if it was entirely necessary. I guess it was purely just to keep opener alive. You just don't want to have any threat of him going down early, which it does seem to be the case pretty often historically. But yeah, attack now with the primal. If he can get into the backline and force misuse of the Kitsune, that'll be important.
Yeah, beat coming out from both sides. I don't know who had the later beat there, but it looks like it was Blink. And Kane kind of caught out, getting juggled into the pillar, into post, coming back around, but the points flipped. I mean, now it's just attack on point, trying to force everyone off, but Hazard is such a dominant presence. However, Blink going down, a stick onto the Hazard, not tickling him, just tickling him. Attack killing both on point, and maybe they get the kill onto the Hazard.
Oh, that's a huge stagger. That's a huge stagger. That has basically secured this point there for Alt-Tab. I think New Era, they might be able to get a touch. Blink on Lifeweaver? Surely not. Okay. Yeah, they might be able to get a touch. With Dodo going down, though, definitely not. Yeah, at this point, you go next.
Yeah, this is go next situation for both teams. And I mean, seeing a Hazard die, I thought that was practically impossible. I mean, I thought he was immortal. But maybe even invincible. But now we're going to this point
Q
again.
Title card.
Yeah, that's editors, put that in the edit.
Yeah, so we do see that Achieve now is going to be getting close to that nano boost, and you're definitely, I think, going to be not trying to use it on a boostio this time. If you can put that onto either Kilo or Attack, and really allow them to kind of build up their own respective ultimates. Dodo with an early blade though, and oh, he's lost in the sauce.
Yeah,
well, maybe not.
Got attacked. The Sojourn able to slide away in Kilo. Opener kind of, again, just sitting by Kilo, making sure that Dodo doesn't get close, but they got that early pick. MCD, however, falling in the process, so kind of a 4v4 here. Attack, I think, with the closer spawn, so maybe we'll see him get back fast, but again, it looks like Dodo is just going to get... Oh, Suzu coming in from it. Nano coming out. Who's it on to?
Oh, it's Nano onto Tracer.
We're seeing him hunt down Blink. Blink getting taken down. MCD down. Kilo down. And despite them taking down Attack, however, 2 trades coming out, but the point cap goes over to Alt-Tab.
Yeah, Achieve ends up using the nano boost there onto the Tracer, really just to allow the Tracer to just, do so much more damage and really be just a menace. As they saw that Dodo was kind of looking for an engagement, right? As he so often does, but this time they had the peel, they had their response. The nano forced MCD to TP in and use the Suzu, and then it was just a matter of following up on the supports now that they didn't have those cooldowns. Attack is going to continue here.
Yeah, big stick on the ruler, and it looks like Attack is feasting right now with this left click. Primal Rage, and he's going, however, still in that Primal Rage, going dangerously low. I mean, we got Kitsune Rush active. Attack having to go back home, find a health pack maybe. Beat coming out from Blink. Kane with a nice headshot on a Kilo. Ado probably going to try and stall for this point for as long as he can. We have Attack coming back, but it's not going to be enough. Point flip back over to New Era. I think this is the most competitive point we've seen so far.
Definitely. The thing is, for Alt-Tab, you were able to force that beat out of Blink, right? Like, Attack doing a great job as he actually forced both support ults to be used in response to his dive. We can actually see Ruler swapped over to the Winston, so we're getting the Monkey Mirror here. But all eyes are going to be on Kilo now, as he's going to have that overclock. In New Era, they have nothing to counter it quite yet. Dodo getting close to that blade, but the early overclock is going to be pulled, and we'll see if they can get value.
Yeah, they're just going to kind of kite back, give a point here, wait for that overclock to fizzle out. And do you know what time it is? With 2 Winstons being played on the screen, do you know what time it is, Apostle?
What time is it, Rox?
It's Winston weekend, baby. We're watching some Winston gameplay. Blade getting pulled here. Target is opener. Let's see if he gets anything from it. No, getting taken down by Attack. Attack just a menace, man. Ado finishing up the kill onto Blink, and it looks like they're going to try and stagger out the Winston just a little bit. But Winston weekend going strong.
In all honesty, that was a very ambitious blade. It looked like Alt-Tab, they still had really all their cooldowns online. He saw Opener, who was positioning-wise kind of by himself, but Alt-Tab, they still had all their eyes on him, right? So he really wasn't in any huge danger. And Dodo, his eyes got a little bit too big, and he ended up paying the price for it as he goes down. And in fact, he's going to be swapping to the Tracer now. And going off the last 2 maps, I'm not sure if this is going to work out the way he's hoping.
Yeah, I think we see a reverse sweep in the cards here. Hate to cast or curse it, but attack going down to 99 to Primal. I know I'd be smashing. Ado with a double pulse bomb in response. Hilo taking down MCD, and it's going to be a point cap for alt tab. Man, if that were me, 99 Primal, I know my monitor would be a wristwatch, especially in a professional setting. I do not have the
attack probably a little sad about that, but I mean, he ended up setting Ado up perfectly, right? He was kind of just ended up playing the distraction for them, and Ado snuck in there, finds the stick with the pulse bomb, and finds 2 off the back of it, which, you know, that you're more than happy to get that trade. And now, attack is going in.
We got Kiri TPing out. Come on, you got to know that's going to happen. With the Kitsune rush on point, Beat coming through, it looks like they're going to try and take this fight again, but Dodo getting zoned out, and Ruler with the kill onto the Achieve, going to chase down the Sojourn, probably going to get this one here too. Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say no way, no chance. 317 HP, but the point is still ticking up in alt tab's favor.
Ado is doing work.
Ado absolutely dominating Dodo in the Tracer 1v1, and you got almost a full health attack on point. What are you gonna do? Ruler half health, MCD, Blink, gotta come here and give him some support.
If Ruler goes down here,
Ruler's going in. Ruler went in.
He doesn't touch.
And yeah, he doesn't touch.
The bash whip shot from opener ends up being the final nail in the coffin, as alt tab with a beautiful reverse sweep. That's genuinely one of the most impressive turnarounds I've ever seen. From looking completely outclassed the first couple maps to just getting the download, and by the end of that, they were just taking it handily. And Ado especially pulling out the Tracer. He's got to be my pick for MVP, either Ado or attack.
Yeah, man. I'm mouth agape here. I was mouth agape. I cannot believe we just saw that reverse sweep. New Era looked so strong, but they're a young team. They have a lot to learn, and I'm sure we'll see them back.
Yeah, it goes to show you that these new gen rookies, they apparently still have a little bit to go before they catch up to the legends of yesteryear. And we're actually going to see who our MVP here is, or player of the match, same difference. And
it's attack.
It is going to be attack.
Surprise. Absolutely no surprise.
Absolutely. Yeah, no. From the moment he started just going hog wild there on Route 66, like, that was the turning point in this match. The minute he started killing MCD on cooldown, that was the beginning of the slippery slope for New Era. And ever since then, he did an absolutely great job of just keeping up the pressure. And I think the most impressive thing is he did it on both the Winston and the Diva, like you mentioned, right? He really didn't miss a beat between the two.
Yeah, he went Winston wild on that last map. I'm going to keep hitting you with the alliterations with the monkey, but... oh man, that was an impressive performance by attack. I was genuinely surprised that they were able to turn this around, especially like you said, from those first 2 absolutely dominant performances on the first 2 maps from New Era. Alt tab really coming back with it, and it looks like they're taking a little bit to get the highlight reel ready, because I mean, how many
so much
can you pick from? Yeah. And here we go.
No,
sure, yeah, this is going to be an MCD kill montage here. MCD, love ya, but man, attack was just running you down. And I mean, even Blank. I mean, look at this. He's just absolutely dominating.
Yeah, just always finding the perfect openings to go in and find value. Like, yeah, he ended up trading himself out at times, but every time it felt like he always found his one, right? There wasn't a single time where he went in and it ended up being a feed. He was always making value in one way or another. Even if he did end up dying, he was setting up so much. It was just a really impressive job there from attack, and doing a great job to combine with like the nanos of Achieve, especially. You know, you can see it here again, right? Every time attack got the nano, it felt like he was just having an insane impact there on the match. And one thing I got to point out, Rox, is that I think this is a really great redemption story for attack, since I know recently we saw him play on NRG Shock over in the North American region, right? And while he unfortunately came in at a bit of a bad time, because that was the time that NRG ended up actually missing out on the top 3 of NA there in stage 4 as they lost to Fluffy Dreamland, for anyone who remembers that. And
Yeah, an
after
absolute
that,
shocker.
a lot of people were calling into question Attack's ability. Especially, you know, kind of playing second fiddle to Kellen a little bit there.
Yeah.
And Kellen has definitely more than proven himself at this point. I think I know a lot of people they're not Kellen believers, but
I'm a Kellen
at this point you
believer.
got to admit he's good. Kellen is great. I love Kellen.
I would argue he's probably one of the top 10 tanks we have in general.
I'd agree. Absolutely.
And Kellen's Winston specifically, and now that we're not in Mauga military anymore, Mauga boot camp, Mauga prison, Mauga hell, whatever you want to call it, Mauga mania, Winston's able to be played more. Yeah. Straight up.
100%. And you like Attack was kind of like the alternative to Kellen, right? Like he wasn't just a bench warmer. He was picked up because he was seen as someone who was there on Kellen's level. And I think after this match, he's really showing that performance last year, it was a bit of a fluke. Attack is a very versatile tank and a very smart tank in his own right. And hopefully he continues to prove that. As like I would love to see him make a strong return here with SOOP Cup being the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Other players we want to call out for great performances. Ado, following up on those dives.
Yeah, Ado, once he got onto the Tracer, he definitely was back in his comfort zone, right? I think he was really struggling on Genji those first 2 maps, especially going up against Dodo. Maybe he's just a little bit out of practice. And I think in order for Ado to like really, you know, be considered or to get back into discussion for like being one of those great flex DPS, he probably will want to polish up his Genji a little bit more. But at least on the Tracer, he had a marvelous performance, and I definitely think he's very happy, especially there on that last map of Suravasa.
Oh yeah,
the last point in particular, like he started things off with a quick 2K pulse bomb, and then just continuing to lock down the point against all odds, finding pick after pick, just really showing off there on that final point, and it was beautiful stuff.
Yeah, but let's talk about New Era now. I mean, who were the bright spots on New Era for you? I mean, Dodo obviously on the Genji, when he was lighting it up, tearing up the front line and the back line on that first map of Control Center. Kind of impressive, very impressive even.
Yeah, Dodo, as always, I think he continued to show that he can be very solid. I definitely want to like recognize Ruler as well, right? I think Ruler, he showed he was trying to match Attack at every opportunity, really, and I think he did a pretty good job with that. His job was definitely a lot harder considering the pressure that his backline was under. And despite that, I think it looked to be able to be holding his own, right? So I gotta respect that. And then of course Kane over there on that hit scan role, going up against someone who has the legacy that Kilo does, to be able to hold your own, I think that's pretty impressive, right? Like I do think that especially by the end of the map, Kilo was finding the better of him. But those first couple maps, they were on very equal footing. And for Kane, I think that alone is already like a pretty impressive thing to be able to say. So hopefully he can continue to grow and continue to improve. So
yeah, and our next match is going to be Pokerface and Elite. So before we go to a quick break here, I would just like to remind everyone, please make an account here on SOOPlive.com. We're having a great time. I'm having a great time. Apostle, you having a great time?
I'm having a brilliant time.
Yeah, there's no other place I'd rather be, casting some lovely Overwatch. This first match was an absolute banger, and hopefully it's banger after banger after banger. But Pokerface and Elite, that'll be an interesting match.
Yeah, no, it's one that has potential to be just as good as the one we just saw. AN Elite, definitely a little bit more of an unknown team, kind of similar to Crayon from yesterday. But, you know, I think Crayon really impressed us, so hopefully AN Elite can do the same thing. Definitely don't want to miss it.
Yeah, and we are going to, once again, make sure you follow OW_esports_KR for all Korean Overwatch on SOOP Live. Because, again, you could miss out if we're not doing English commentary at 4 a.m. Go watch it in Korean. It's still as exciting. We got Pokerface versus AN Elite coming up for you guys next. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we will see you guys in about 10 minutes. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for Game 2, Poker Face versus An Elite. Now, Poker Face, well-known contenders org. They usually play or perform pretty well. An Elite coming up with a squad of not unknown, but, you know, how do you say, younger talent in
Yeah,
Athena,
I mean,
especially.
there's there's such a stark difference here between Poker Face, who is really one of the uh, you know, like longest and most storied orgs in Overwatch at this point, especially there in the Korean scene. Like they're one of the only names left from like the old Korean contenders days, right? But Poker Face has stuck around throughout it all. And AN Elite, basically an entirely new team here. And like we mentioned earlier, they have like a player like Athena there on support coming in, just 15 years old, the youngest player in the tournament as far as we know. So
Yeah,
it really is going to be a huge difference.
Dart on Poker Face, very, very, very scary, I will say. Dart is a very good player. And then, of course, you got Donghoon on the support line. We saw him a little bit on the LA Gladiators in the back half of the season, playing on Ping in the back half of Owl. Since then,
Hmm.
I don't know what he's been up to personally, but um, yeah, it's definitely an interesting matchup here. We'll kind of see how it goes, but I don't know much about the DPS talent on An Elite, but like you said, Athena, that star player, that star support, top 40 on the Korean ladder, super impressive. Like,
Yeah, and for looking at the rest of AN Elite, we do have like a couple recognizable names. Azent and Swoo, they're both joining from Inferno, the team from the Japanese OWCS Stage 1. So they had decent performances there. Inferno not placing super high, but you know, definitely not the worst team in the tournament by any means. And Dumbbell is actually going to be joining from Monster Gear, coming from the
oh
Pacific
yeah,
region. And we did see another Monster Gear player yesterday in Hopper, or
mm,
Hopper, I believe.
Hopper.
Yeah, and you know, he was on Crayon. He wasn't the flashiest player ever, but he looked solid enough. He looked consistent. So if Dumbbell can show kind of the same thing coming in here, then hopefully it shouldn't be like a total outclassing.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get another map 5 here. Honestly, personally, I'm hoping we go map 5 all night. Which with how oh lord, I have Swiss cheese brain right now. With how man, Mingya. Give me a sec. Alt tab we're playing. Is how alt tab we're playing towards the end of that series especially. And if Poker Face wins this, I think it's gonna be, or I mean, hey, even if An Elite win
Yeah,
this, I think it's gonna be competitive.
yeah, absolutely. Either way, like the third match of the day is definitely going to be super fun to watch. But yeah, this match here, it like make no mistake, right? AN Elite definitely the underdogs here. I think winning would be a massive upset. So for Poker Face, especially as for Poker Face, they're coming off like, you know, not the greatest season there in OWCS. I think they only just finished above Vesta Crew, if I'm not
Hmm.
mistaken. So they definitely would like to be placing higher than that in this tournament, right?
Yeah, and between these two tournaments, I mean, you have a lot of scrim time, a lot of play time, just to kind of feel out, okay, what did we do wrong? What can we do better? And I mean, you can't improve unless you fail, right? If you succeed all the time, then nothing to really improve upon. But there's always something to improve upon. If my line of work has taught me anything, there's always something to improve and learn. So hopefully, Poker Face spent some time in the scrims. I mean, that's the best you can hope for, right? I mean, especially in a region like Korea, you got powerful teams there to scrim if they are willing, and hopefully for the benefit of the scene and growth of the scene, hopefully they absolutely are.
100%. And, you know, especially like I mentioned, Poker Face, they've been around the scene for so long. And while they've had like some low lows, they've also looked great at times, especially last year on that roster where they had like Proud, who was just popping off consistently.
Oh
Like
yeah.
they were basically like in that top 4 conversation for Korea throughout the year. And I'm sure they would love to get back to that like kind of status, right? And you know, I think having a dominant showing here would be the first step in kind of getting that position back in people's minds.
Yeah, you're never gonna guess where we went first.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower, Il Clasico. Like I mentioned, this is where the teams are going to be going to feel each other out. The bans are definitely going to be a little interesting here. I wouldn't be surprised to see AN Elite go for a Winston ban right off the bat because Heiser is so known for that character, him being the tank there on Poker Face.
Yep.
I think Winston is probably his strongest tank, and with how Winston has seemed to be pretty good today, and like especially just recently, now that Maga has been tanked, Winston has been slowly making his way back. So for Poker Face, like you're looking at that, you got to be pretty hopeful that you can make the most of that meta opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean when you got Alien on Poker Face with the hit scan lineup, you got Dart on the flex support and Heiser on that.
Who's
tank.
this guy with his milkshake?
Yeah, dude, give me a milkshake. I'm team milkshake. Are you a milkshake hater?
I love milkshakes, but a milkshake like minutes before an official match, that's I don't know, it feels off, you know.
No, that's kind of sick. That's aura. that's kind of aura. But Donghoon on the support, mostly known for playing that main support, and then you got Missin and Karu. Karu, you know, been around for a little bit. 2022 on the flex support, mostly known for that, and Missin. Again, same thing, flex support, mostly known for that Zenyatta.
Oh,
but
we can see a couple Inferno fans here as they're cheering on Swoo and Azent.
yeah, I want to see it, but Missin has a history on O2 Academy, Dreamers, has been on Poker Face before, was on Hawk Day John for a little bit, but Donghoon is, I'd argue, probably one of the more experienced players coming into this.
Absolutely, yeah.
In general, I mean, he's played on so many different contenders teams, and it looks like the audience kind of feels the same way. I mean, Poker Face with a you know, a dominant portion of the voting.
Yeah, Poker Face definitely taking the lion's share of that match prediction, and it, like we've mentioned, right? That is for good reason. Poker Face, they're players that you know and you recognize. You're definitely going to have high hopes for them. But this is kind of like that Crayon matchup we mentioned yesterday, right? Where like you as the underdog team, you have the opportunity to punch up and do things that aren't going to be expected, right? And looking at our bans here, Poker Face is going to be pulling an Echo ban, and AN Elite respond with an Ana ban. So no tank being affected yet.
Yeah, but the Ana ban kind of takes out your Winston, especially on this map. I mean, not takes it out fully, but you know, you eliminate the Ana, eliminate the Winston in a sense. So now they've kind of gotten rid, maybe not truly gotten rid of the Winston, but you know, lessened his impact per se. Because like you said, Heiser known for that Winston, gonna want to come in and play it. Maybe even on Lijiang, unless it's control center first. Then I'd be interested to see where we go. But the Echo ban is a little more interesting. Kind of.
Yeah, the Echo kind of it really depends on if the Echo ban is like, do they have the inside info that AN Elite, like maybe they made it through the open qualifiers kind of relying on an Echo comp. There's that possibility, and they're just kind of, you know, looking to take that out right off the bat. Of course, we did see like in the match yesterday, right, when you do have this kind of like underdog matchup, sometimes the better team will like kind of throw away the bans and hide their like true strategies for the more important matches later on in the bracket. So we'll have to see if it's that scenario. If they did ban like a targeted DPS, then I think it would be something like the Genji or the Pharah that Azent is more known for. But the possibility is that it was also a protect ban, right? They just want to make sure that like Spint there, he can play whatever he's comfortable on, as he does look to be hovering over the Pharah to begin with.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. And a pause right off the back. Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
we are truly in Korean Overwatch.
I bet you he spilled his milkshake on the keyboard.
I
That's
would
why I don't mess
so
with the
upset.
milkshakes.
I'm looking respectfully, and there's no milkshake spillage. I'm analyzing, enhance, zoom, and yeah, I'm not seeing nothing. Sorry.
I think that's Heiser who was actually drinking the milkshake there. Yeah, look, he's back at it, wasting no time. Everyone else has bottles of water, you know, making sure that health and mental acuity is at the forefront, and bro's just chugging his milkshake. That is, you were right, that is aura. It's crazy, but it's aura.
he's there, bro. If you got a pre-match ritual, stick to it. I mean, I have it on us right now, so we don't got the fan signs up, but we got some nice fan signs. Again, Rock's better learn Korean, buddy. Apostle, you too. You gotta start practicing. Get that Duolingo app downloaded.
Yeah.
Oh, those are such pretty. Hold on, we gotta show off the nails. Nails are so pretty. Painted a nice color. Sure. Oh my gosh.
I didn't even notice them, to be honest with you, but
yeah, those are so pretty.
I don't know much about nails.
Oh, dude, I grew up in a house with 4 or 3 girls. I mean, not by the long hair. The long hair was a me being lazy not enough to not get a haircut, and then I was like, I'll just keep it until I feel like shaving it, and maybe I'll go bald, maybe I'll go egg mode. But I don't exactly have the nicest facial hair because it's blonde. But you got good facial hair, man. You got that going on.
Well, you're seeing it in a decent state now. It didn't start this way, that's for sure.
Oh yeah,
but
it takes time.
I gotta say, Bald Rocks, that'd be an interesting sight. We could make it a community challenge. If Ex Oblivione hits 100 followers on SOOP before the end of the SOOP tournament, Rocks will go bald.
Make it 200, and then I'll go bald.
200, okay.
200, I'll go bald, and I'll eat a hat. I'll
100. If we hit 100, though, he'll take pictures wearing a bald cap.
Oh, there are lots of those. There are a lot of pictures of me wearing bald caps. Don't ask why.
You wear bald caps that often?
My friend is a filmmaker, and he asks me to do some roles sometimes, and one of those roles required a bald cap. So, did you ever play Call of Duty Zombies as a kid? Not even as a kid.
A couple times. A couple times. I played the mode that was on the Black Ops 2, Black Ops 1 or 2. Did Black Ops 1 have zombies?
Yeah, World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, and then pretty much every game after that because zombies was a hit.
One of those, whatever game came out like around 2009, 2010.
Black Ops 1.
Okay, so yeah, that's the one I played.
Yeah, you're talking to the Black Ops COD Zombies expertise over here. I have probably more hours in that than I do any other game, and that's saying something. Because I've done everything there is to do in Borderlands 2.
Hey, fair enough.
So,
also looking at the fan signs here as they're still like showing up there on the broadcast, I gotta say there actually seems to be a lot of AN Elite fans in the crowd. Like we're seeing a lot of people with signs shouting out Azent and Swoo especially. So I'm wondering if that if their stint there on Inferno has, kind of gathered them a bit of an audience.
Yeah, maybe. And honestly, I'm gonna say it. NA crowds kind of dead in terms of like volume.
No, you do make a good point. The only lands I've been to have been in North America, right? And I gotta say, we suck at making fan signs.
Dude, we suck at making noise in general. I mean, we'll save that for a later time, but spin with a boop onto either immediately.
No
off
way
the map,
that works.
It looks like that's gonna be an immediate retreat.
The Reddit clip Concussive Blast actually finds a pick to start with. That is, oh man, you don't normally see that at this level, that's for sure.
All right, social media managers, clip it, post that on the Reddit. Post that on the Ferris subreddit right now, and now it looks like they're gonna learn their lesson and rotate right around. However, Spine with this poke damage coming through. Pokerface getting the first cap, and now it's just going to be all on the Ramatra to make the space for them to push forward. Isn't putting down some damage himself here, though.
Yeah, and Missin actually opens things up as the backline for AN Elite is not in a great shape right now. Missin with a second?
Yeah, he's going crazy. Heiser following up with a dive onto either and a third to finish it out. Oh my goodness, not a good start for An Elite. But hey,
yeah,
never count him out.
I gotta say, Missin, he actually, like, he recognized his opportunity there. As An Elite, they were really trying to kind of muscle their way into the point, right? And I mean, when you're running the Ramatra, that is what you gotta do. That's the only way that you're gonna actually feel any value coming in from there.
Goodness.
And Heiser's gonna go real deep here.
He's deep, dead, gone. Jun hitting some headshots there. Not gonna be able to finish it off, but either swapping to the D.Va here with a little more point presence. I'd argue that this is a good swap. This is a great swap even, especially into the Winston. You got the Tracer, Pharah just blasting damage onto you. Unless your name is Missin, destroying the Pharah in the sky. Alien taking down... I'm not even going to try and pronounce the Juno's name right now. Let me figure that one out in the brain. Jun,
I think it's
following?
Univer.
Yeah, Univer. That makes a lot of sense too, replacing the E. Or even an R. But... I mean, yeah, now Jun has an ult, Univer has an ult, and now we're just kind of looking at 5 ults here for Poker Face, and they can just kind of play this reactive. They don't have to do anything.
Yeah, the D.Va swap is definitely smart, though, from An Elite. I'm a little surprised we didn't see it right off the bat, but an early engage. Oh, Heiser almost getting off the map, but has the jump to save himself.
Yep,
and now trades start coming out.
Yep, Spine able to take out June, Azen able to take out Karu, Missin again with a pick on a Univer. Heiser primaling Athena probably into a corner somewhere, and it looks like either is going to be the last man standing, trying to go for the boop there. Spine was into the pit, into the abyss, and this could be a huge stagger, but Univer actually getting his receipt. Heiser taking down either, and it looks like they're just going to full push spawn here, not able to give them that chance to touch unless the Juno makes it. Juno makes it, coming right back around, and now we got the Pharah onto point, applying that pressure, going low. Alien hunting down these supports, Rally coming out, a Barrage coming out as well, and it looks like it's enough for them to cap point.
Yeah, Poker Face not really giving An Elite the respect that it seems they might deserve. You know, they used 4 ults to win that one fight, and I think that was definitely just kind of like being a little bit too overconfident with their ability to close out the touches for the overtime scenario, right? And they ended up kind of paying the price, but they're going to be quick to flip it around as Heiser isolates Jun.
Yeah, it looks like, again, An Elite gonna start off at a disadvantage here on this team fight. Normally, it's Missin finding the picks, but I mean, we got Spine flanking around, gets a direct hit onto the Juno, gets a direct hit onto the Pharah, but gonna get punished for it. Athena living up to that potential we've seen on ladder. Azen getting the pick onto Missin this time. Either punching down Karu, June getting the Winston, and it looks like, again, Alien, last man standing, objective, survive, 61% here and counting. However, no, both teams don't have ults.
Yeah, Poker Face, it really feels like they're just kind of limit testing right now, though, right? Like, Missin being super aggressive, Spint playing Ground Fair, getting right up in the White Room. And An Elite, they are doing a great job of recognizing those punishing opportunities. And as long as this continues, like, we're actually seeing this map start to become really close now that Univer has the Orbital Ray, June has the Deadeye, and Azent is getting closer and closer to the Barrage. There's a lot of good opportunities, but Spint is going to be the one to pull the trigger first.
Yeah, we got the Orbital Ray coming out, but it wasn't enough to save June from the Barrage. And now we got Kitsune Rush on the side of point here. They're trying to hunt down Univer. Alien and Spine get to Spine with a third, or a third kill, second kill for him, third for the team. And now they just have to kill and hunt down either. Maybe with a remake here. Maybe he gets something lucky. No kills coming through. Athena does have the rally coming back. June going down by Alien. But, I mean, either's still alive. Rally coming out. Maybe they can make something happen, but with the Primal looking doubtful, Alien going low, Spine going low, Azen actually kills himself. Keeping himself safe was not a priority. Missin getting Univer, and Spine finally finishing off either is going to be the map point. 190 there, honestly. From what we were seeing to start, Poker Face was dominating the early stages of that map, and An Elite kind of came back.
Yeah, no, definitely a good job from An Elite to recognize that Poker Face were just being way too greedy at times. They did a great job punishing. And that last fight, I think it could have gone a lot better for an Elite, but they were just a little bit too slow with their ults. Azent and Athena both just slightly too slow to be able to build their respective ults. If they had had those, we could have seen this change very drastically, especially if Athena had gotten that rally a little sooner, right? Being able to have that sustain would have gone a long way, especially in keeping either up alive to be able to counter Heiser a bit more. But now we are going to see either actually play the D.Va right from the start. So hopefully they'll be setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, a lot better look here, trying to kind of, you know, keep the far poke damage to a minimum, maybe peel for his team a little bit more. It's going to make it hard for the Winston to get in there, definitely. And we got a kind of a side duel going on in this room over here, but it looks like Annalita are going to rotate around and try and go to the back half of the point. His Spine is up in the skybox. He's doing his own thing. But that own thing might be enough.
High.
June going very low.
Oh, Heiser.
Heiser in a little too deep.
Low.
Point control looking like it's going to go over to Annalite. And now, what can they do to push in here?
Yeah, I mean, here you're just going to be really relying on, like, Pharah spam damage. And Spin, with that concussive suck, it's going to be pretty easy for him to put down a lot of damage and really be a huge threat, right? Heiser is going to need to be careful to make sure he doesn't engage, like, overcommit, because with the Cassidy and the D.Va, it's going to be very easy for him to get shredded. Fortunately, June is kind of preoccupied keeping that Pharah busy, but he goes in, there's the stun and the punish. The peel might be enough to keep him alive.
Karu taking down Aizen, Spine taking down Athena, either taking down Heiser though, and Alien looks like he's going to be able to clean up along with Spine. June getting one for the road, but again, not enough. 36. Pokerface taking this point.
Yeah, even though Heiser did kind of end up feeding there, he still was able to get enough space for his team. You saw Spint just come around on that off angle, and Alien there to support as well, start cleaning up the kills, and his death ends up not being in vain as they do find the point flip off that. But now AN Elite, they are in a little bit of a struggle point, especially with that, Jun getting taken out. But you can see, looking at Azent and Athena's ult charge, they are once again building these ults just a little bit slower than their counterparts, and it's not going well for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, Heiser with the primal juggle, get in the corner, accidentally, I think, gets the jump onto Azent. I did not see a far on that screen, but
I think what happened there was Heiser landed next to the Pharah, and then Pharah decided to reset, so he got the credit for the kill.
Oh, okay. But we got 3 ults online on Pokerface's side, 3 ults online on An Elite, but I'd argue that Pokerface's ults are a little bit more valuable right now.
Spine going for what could be a real nasty barrage here. Oh,
yes,
he's gonna get it.
Sir. Oh no, he gets one. He got his one, but Univer taking him down, and let's see how they follow up, because they commit the orbital ray. Athena with the rally, concussive blast, and oh my goodness, the fat barrage coming out. But again, orbital ray coming out on the side of Pokerface. Karu goes down, missing, still with that Kitsune rush, and missing. Known for, yep, gonna commit here, gonna try and take the fight. Don't know if that was the best decision, but Spine getting maybe only one. That is one. And now,
yeah,
I mean, Annalita are in a strong position.
Ultimately, that trade that Spine pulled off with his tricky little barrage coming from the corner, it ends up actually hurting them in the long run, as Univer traded it out, and then with a quick move on to point, we could see some great moves from Azent to be able to just really show off the ability. Oh no,
missing, taking notes from Kiriko's yesterday. Man, that's tragic. June with the Deadeye coming out, but it looks like they're going to be able to focus him down and make him not get any value. Kiri TP out, going over to the Winston. It looks like Alien just in there like swimwear, baby, taking down, trying to hunt anyone he can down, looking for the Juno, missing again onto Athena. Univer getting missing down either, taking down Heiser, Azent, taking out Alien, Spite. This is a scrappy fight, ladies and gentlemen. Spine onto Univer. It looks like they're just gonna kind of zone that far out and just take as much point control as they can.
Pokerface, they don't really have the point presence here, and especially with either getting out and now coming back and taking out Spine on the return, and it looks like Kara might die as well.
Yeah,
well, he is able to get out, but
you got the Winston. What do you got? You got Primal to kind of give yourself a little bit of sustain, but with that D.Va jumping right on top of you, you're just dead. You don't even get time to prop the Primal. You don't have the reaction speed. You're frame 1 instantly gone, off the map, off this everything. Haru going down next to his counterpart, and it looks like, I mean, An Elite have this fight pretty much wrapped up.
Yeah, at this point, it's all Pokerface can do to keep overtime going, and it's not even going to be enough, as in Elite, they do end up taking that. And I gotta say, Rox, if I'm looking at the turning point of that map, it's that barrage there from Spint, right? He's been going for the clip plays so far, and it seems like it may start to bite them.
Yeah, now we see a brawly team come out from Elite here, and I think this is kind of maybe what they're going to be more comfortable playing. Spine's still on the Pharah, so I mean, Zarya very difficult to play in pro play. It's different on ranked ladder when you're not talking to anyone, but I lied. It's actually going to be the Ramatra. But point still stands. Zarya difficult to play in pro play because the bubble callouts and everything like that. In ranked ladder, you're eating your McDonald's, trying to have a good day, just playing some ranked, not calming, listening to whatever Modest Mouse album you got in your head, and immediately they're gonna catch out Missin. Missin has been taking notes from yesterday's Kiriko's. He has been going crazy.
Yeah, definitely. And I gotta say, like, June, he's been putting down a pretty good performance so far. But, well, yeah, should just shut him down immediately. You could see Spint just doing a nice job of... He's using that, the Concussive Blast perk to its full potential right now.
Yeah,
every time he sees any one of these squishies just trying to, like, change their positioning or go for a flank, he just drags them right back in, and Heiser is right there with the follow-up. So it really just deletes the target. And in Elite, yeah, I think going back to the D.Va is actually the smart choice. Really, like, with Pokerface continuing to run this comp, the D.Va worked so well for you last round, there's no reason to change it up.
Yeah, and I think we missed it, but Missin, again, getting 2 headshots in a row in the kill feed there. I mean, come on, you cannot deny how much work this man is putting in. And we got Azent in the backline there, but this Sojourn's going to take some dominant high ground here, as, I mean, Ultimate's still not built up here for either side, so Elite going to be able to take the point. D.Va with a little more point presence than the Winston, so now they're just playing to live. They're playing to catch up. And it looks like either's going to go down early. Remember, no remake because of that swap, and Ink going down, not a good sign. June following, and yeah, Univer, Tina... And then we see the dominoes start to fall. Azent probably able to get out here.
And that fight really just started with Alien finding a nice headshot onto Azent there, right? And that's something you always got to be aware of when you're playing the Tracer into a Sojourn like this. Pokerface's comp might be a little limited by the fact that they're running the Pharah on like this more indoor comp. But like as Tracer, you have 2 characters that can like nearly one-shot you, if not straight up one-shot you, and
look at
Spine goes super deep.
We got the double missile combo coming in from Karu and Spine, and then the juggle onto Athena, gonna try and stagger them as much as possible, just jumping right back in there. I mean, now they're just gonna hold this door. You got Missin with the Kitsune Rush and double support ultimates. I mean, and Karu coming back online, Alien with the overclock. What do you do here if you're an Elite? I mean, send the Tracer to back cap, I guess, is the best answer, but you're going to get chased out pretty quick.
Yeah, it is going to draw them back a bit, and as long as Azent can survive here, that should work out well for them. And now an Elite have the chance to engage with the ult, and a Deadeye is going to start things off. Yeah,
overclock coming out from Alien. Alien going super low, getting attacked, down from June, and Orbital Ray coming out from the Juno, self-destruct coming out from the D.Va. Oh, the flashbang into the the body shot. Missin with a kill onto either, though. Missin with a kill onto June. Will Missin be the unsung hero of this map? No, Athena takes him down with a whip shot, and we have Azent taking this Winston, hunting him down. For sport, he's gonna let him get away, but I'd say that's not that big of a deal. But you do get a quick reset if you're Pokerface now. Letting that tank live,
yeah,
maybe
and the thing is,
mistake,
both these teams threw everything but the kitchen sink at that. We have no ults across the board, and it's really just going to come down to who can find the better neutral value. Spint now on the Genji, moving away from that Pharah, and part of the reason you were running the D.Va was to kind of minimize the damage that the Pharah could do, right? So the Genji, maybe a better matchup. Oh, he goes right in onto June, gets him low, but in the meantime...
Once again. I mean,
yeah, Missin with a nice headshot.
The health it is going to be the opening. Low. It's not looking good for an Elite here. I mean, they got 97% to touch. Alien with a body shot there, juggling Athena once again into the walls, becoming wallpaper. Missin with the headshot. Missin not missing these shots. An absolute monstrosity. A beautiful performance from Missin, especially on that map. I cannot draw my eyes away from these supports. They're playing spectacularly.
100%. And, you know, Missing just opening up the fight like that with a kill onto Azant, who I got to say, Azant, he put on a great performance there on the Pharah that we saw on Night Market, but on the Tracer, definitely struggling a little bit, right? Like, Alien and Spint both doing such a great job of really keeping that Tracer in check. It seems like the most he could ever do was kind of just go for a little bit of a back cap, but other than that, just not feeling much impact from him. And they're like, you know, on a comp like that, you are kind of limited. You're kind of relying on the rest of your team. Like, you want your Cassidy to be pressuring the Pharah. You want your D.Va to kind of be ready to mitigate the damage from the Pharah as well as the Sojourn. But unfortunately, it just didn't end up working for them this time, because on top of like all that, like you said, Missing, you have the kunais, which just take you out of the fight immediately if you're not careful. So
yeah, this should be the
really
Missing
it's rough to
highlight
play
reel
into
right now. This is what that. Beside that, I mean, of course they say that as soon as but this is the Missing highlight reel. That's all this is right now. He has been going berserk. Spine as well with some of these barrages. You know, some of them maybe a little trolly on the second point, but I mean, hey, oh, that was a perfectly timed recall there. Any later or sooner and he would have gotten deleted by that D.Va bomb. Yeah.
And I do gotta say though, for the side of AN Elite, Jun, he actually looked really good. He was hitting some nice clean headshots there throughout the match. Of course, sometimes you just take a barrage to the face, not much you can do about that. But I do think either looked good on the D.Va. Overall, I gotta say, AN Elite, you can kind of see the experience diff and like the coaching diff, right? Like both on Control Center here, where they started on the Ramatra comp, as well as was it Gardens, where they picked the Ramatra comp as well. It just, the Ramatra comp does not seem to be working out for them, but they still committed to it like twice in a, or not in a row, but on 2 separate points they committed to it, and they really didn't reap any rewards from it.
Yeah, no, that's sometimes you gotta call an audible, and this was probably one of those times. Oh my goodness, that was disgusting. I mean, Missing with the aim of the century, Alien able to follow up on a lot of those, and these juggles onto Athena, kind of keeping them away from their team. Obviously, Brig benefits the most when she's next to her team, but when you're getting juggled away by a Winston, kind of impossible to make that happen. And I mean, man, this I think this is going to be a close one. I genuinely think this is going to be a close one. I think AN Elite are going to kind of not lock in per se, but like kind of, you know, figure stuff out, and then okay, let's go. We know we can punch up. We know we can beat Poker Face.
For sure. I think they definitely have the potential to do that. And, you know, breaking down the points, we can kind of see that, right? Like that first point, that did go very close. It was like 90-100. The second point, AN Elite are actually able to win. Yeah, final point, that point it was a little bit of a stomp, but I think it really just came down to AN Elite getting a bit of a misread on what Poker Face were going to try to do. And I can't even blame them for that too much, right? Like, Winston being run on Control Center isn't something that you see often.
Yeah, no, it's like ball on Control Center. Unless your name is Junbin, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah,
but like, you know, if it's working, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, that. It's kind of like I mentioned, that Poker Face, they were probably going to play Heiser on the Winston. That's kind of why I was expecting the Winston ban to come in right off the bat. And like, the silver lining for AN Elite is not having done that. I get you still have the chance to do that later on, maybe when you get to a map that is a bit less default, right? If you get to a point where you're more confident on a map pick, which, you know, we'll be going into AN Elite's map pick here for our next map. So if they pick something they're comfortable on, then they'll be able to maybe get an advantage off that. And if they can pull a win there, then they'll be able to have that Winston ban for Poker Face's next map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, banning the Ana outright early there was, again, to try and mitigate the impact of the Winston. But even then, Missing just kind of said, oh, you want to take away the Ana? All right, I'll play Kiri. That's fine. And just deleting teams. But it looks like we're going to get our next map here. Going forward, I wonder what it's going to be. I wonder what AN Elite are comfortable picking here. We saw them on the Brawl that it didn't look too hot, so I don't expect a more brawly map, but maybe a Saravasa coming out, because we know a lot of these teams like to play Saravasa, but I if they pick something like an Esperanza, I think that might be to their detriment.
It's a bit interesting here for an Elite, right? Because they looked like they wanted to run the Brawl, given how they rolled out with it twice on 2 separate occasions. Like, it would indicate that that's maybe their favorite comp.
Ooh.
But Circuit Royale, okay, so neither Brawl nor Dive favored. It's actually going to be Poke favored. And this should be interesting to see because, like I was mentioning earlier, Jun, he looked pretty good with that aim on the cast. And if we go into a Widow duel here, it may be hard for Alien to, well, maybe not hard because Alien definitely the more experienced player of the two. But Jun might be able to, you know, put in a surprise that Alien won't be expecting.
Yeah, let's see a profit level performance from June here. And I wonder what the hero bans are going to be now, because obviously, like you said, Eisen, most known for that Winston. So it's not like they're going to be, oh, Dumbbell in for Athena. Okay, so they're probably going to be running double flex here. But even so, you have a deep lineup for an Elite. I mean, I think I said earlier, they have the biggest roster, I believe, with 2 tank players, 2 DPS players, and 3 support players. So you have that kind of hero pool to pull from. But my argument to that is, and especially with Dumbbell being more known for, I'm sorry, Dumbbell's listed as a support, but
yeah, and Dumbbell is subbing in for Athena, so
yeah,
you know, that kind of confirms that he will be playing support, but he is more known as a tank player.
Yeah, that's
historically. So you know, I definitely understand the confusion. But you know, an Elite, they're cooking something up hopefully, and with a ban onto the Diva, it does kind of prevent. I'm not even sure what the Diva ban is meant to prevent here, because I don't think Heiser would have been opting to play the Diva.
Yeah, I think, well, the ban's on Pokerface
the
side.
Diva ban is from Pokerface. You're right. I got these mixed up. So
I think Swoo does have a little bit of Sigma in him from the short amount of research I've done. So this will definitely be interesting. Oh, it's either in on tank though. I didn't even see that swap.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe either is their off tank player, right? Correct?
Yeah, either was in on the first map. He was the one playing that Diva.
Yeah, okay.
So I think, you know, they probably, I think that's good for either, right? That means that his impact was felt as he was playing that Diva to counter the Pharah, I think primarily. It means he did his job enough that they actually are paying enough respect and saying, okay, you're pretty good at Diva, so we're just going to take away that option for you. And we'll have to see if he decides to play a Sigma here. Right now, he's hovering over the Winston, just like Heiser. I think it looks like Pokerface is really just going to go all in on the Winston basket, right? But,
oh yeah,
you know, I respect it. When Heiser is on his comfort pick, there's no reason to swap off it until you get forced off it. And right now, an Elite has not yet done that. They're going to be starting with the Ramatra again. They haven't made it work yet, but maybe third time's the charm.
On that Widowmaker with the headshot onto Spite immediately. Absolutely beautiful. Let's see a grapple shot. Come on, give me one more, baby. Nope, they all backed up to the corner. They are scared. They know. And I think Heiser's jump getting a little messed up there, but still able to get out. Either kind of taking the space here, but now this is where this long battle comes in around this corner. Spite coming back here. And now you're just kind of waiting for Poke. June swapping over to the Cassidy, knowing that, okay, they know we have the Widow. Let's see how this goes.
I'm actually a bit concerned. Like, I don't know why he swapped to the Cassidy. He starts the map on fire with a quick pick with the Widowmaker. And he really could have kept up a lot of pressure there, especially onto Alien and Spine, right? Like, if you stay with the Widow, every time one of those two is going to be peeking, they're going to have to be scared of getting their head taken off. But with the Cassidy, you're really just leaning full into the brawl style that this Ramatra provides, and it's exactly the style that Anazli has yet to make work, and the evidence is right there as he ends up being taken out by Karu.
Yeah, I want to point out, Missin is now on the Ana. So you know how the double nano perk usually gets taken? I'm hoping we see some headshot perk come through, but June gonna go down in this fight, either going dangerously low, but it looks like he might be able to escape. maybe not with Spine coming behind him, booping him inwards. It looks like he's just kind of trapped in this room. Buddy, get out of there. You're in a saw trap. You gotta try and leave.
Yeah. I gotta say, this is a little bit frustrating to see come through for an elite, right? Like, the Ramatra comp has not worked at any point in this match, but they're still trying to force it. And it's questionable, just no matter how you look at it, especially on a map here like Circuit Royale, right? And Azent is getting a bit trapped out here, staying alive, but no.
Not looking too pretty. Spine getting on Univer as well. And now this is just reset. I mean, Pokerface just won that fight with no ults. Oh, never mind. It's not reset. We're going on to June. June with the nano, but getting antied. It doesn't even matter.
No.
That's so tragic. A wasted nano from Dumbbell. I mean, Spine going to go down in the process by Dumbbell, but they have 5 ults in the bank. What does it matter? They're just going to back up to this corner and play a little safe.
Yeah, and in Elite, they are going to be able to get a little bit of space off that, but, you know, fact is, you still are sticking with this suboptimal comp, and, like, you can just see Pokerface, they have 5 ults, they have not felt pressure really at all yet. The one time they only had to back up was due to the headshot coming through. A sleep is hit onto Alien, but a concussive blast is going to push him to safety, actually, so...
Yeah, I mean, they're going in. They went in with that speed ring, but again, either going low because of the barrage. Spine finding 3, maybe a 4th onto Univer. Yep, there it is. Univer taking on Missing in the process, though. I mean, come on, guys. You got to know something's up. You're now just generating Ramatra ults. What are we doing here?
We are 3 minutes and 15 seconds in, and either is 98% to Ramatra ult. If that doesn't tell you that he is not finding value, I don't know what will. They are ramming their heads into a wall trying to make this work, but it is not paying off for them yet. And now Pokerface, they still have 3 ults online. Like, it's a 3 ult versus 3 ult, and the Deadeye is going to be the one to start things off.
Getting boot backed, and the bubble means this is going to get no value whatsoever. And again, Heiser, Karu still have their ultimates to counteract that. You got a charged railgun on the side of Alien, but it looks like, I mean, Karu's just going to be able to drop Orbital Ray here if need be. But however, sleep onto the ram, immediately woken up. And it looks like either's going to get backed off here. Spine kind of just peppering down damage from above. Ramatra, you can't really do anything about that. Orbital Ray coming out. Isn't finding 2, however. Maybe even a 3rd on a Missing, but if I were this far, I would not challenge Missing. Maybe focus down the tank instead. But it looks like they're just going to, jump on a Missing. Heiser finding 1 in the back onto Univer. Once again, June taking down Heiser. It looks like they're going to get this first point, but it was a tough battle, man. And on the second point, it's going to be even more difficult because you just have more poke damage coming down from the top. Once you lose momentum here, it's just kind of, you're cooked. You're walking up.
Yeah, tough to say the least, right? I mean, just barely getting it in overtime, and a big part of that was simply due to Azent doing a great job clutching up, using the barrage and the nano, found the support there in the backline, and Missing kind of got isolated there into like that little shop, which when you're playing against a Pharah, it's tough to deal with, right? You really have nowhere safe you can go. But he gets taken out early, but Spint actually trades out.
Yeah, June proving his worth on the Cassidy. I jinxed it. I'm so sorry, my friend. And now it's going to look like either's going to try and get any value here. But, I mean, when you got everybody running towards you, supersonic speed, you got nothing. Nope. Heiser going to take him down with a jump, and then
I will say, though, fair play to either. He's now 87% to his ultimate, right? So he's doubled his efficiency. Missing is just frontlining, and with a sleep onto Ascent, this fight is going to be delayed even longer. And Jun back on the Widow.
I'm so sad that there's no headshot perk coming in. I understand it's just definitely worse, but Missing has been impressing me a lot. Oh, yeah, probably try to get a peek out of spawn there, maybe. He used the high noon, so there's not a lot of loss in ult charge there. But again, you're walking up into this poke damage. Look at these health bars. It's not enough. You're not able to sustain it enough. And either already 3/4 of the way down, having to burn Nemesis early. June getting taken down by a bio grenade from Missing. Either just punching through Winston, nanoing the Pharah, but not. Oh my goodness, Univer getting the kill. All right, let's keep it going then. Let's see this push go strong.
Missing
taking down Hazen. And
Missin is actually making Azan's life so difficult right now.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen an Ana be like this aggro when it comes to taking the matchup against the Pharah, but he is making it work.
Yeah, and we got either here picking the burst damage perk actually with his left click, which is I would say it's good for the Winston, but again, you kind of want that shield durability maybe, or shield longevity. Winston going into the back line here, however, kind of popping the primal pop. We're gonna pop either right into those rockets, going back for more. Alien taking down Azan. No one's able to touch. Alien taking down 2. As it looks like Heiser is just kind of juggling dumbbell around back there. He's lifting weights like it's no issue.
It really feels like this match is coming down to an experience diff, right? I mean, the comp choices for an elite are just they're not making any sense, especially here on like second point of Circuit Royale. Playing into an Ana when all you have is a Ramattra, it's so hard to make that work, right? Because you have to find a way to walk up to that high ground. But at any given point, the Ana can make a quick rotation and so easily throw a nade into your backline, right? Wow, what a sleep.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. Holy cow, Missin. All right, Missin's my player of the match. I don't know. I don't care that I don't get a vote. He's my player of the match. Send it, put it in, ship it, mail it, send it, lick the envelope shut, put a stamp on it, send it to wherever it's got to go. That's my vote. I don't care if it takes a week to get there because it's coming from US to Korea. That's my vote.
Yeah.
Put it in there.
No, yeah, Missin. he's playing so selfishly, but it's really working. You can be that full offensive Ana because who's your threat, right? Yeah. Like Azant gets poked out. June is playing Cass. Either is playing Ramattra. They're both frontlining, and the Ana's going to be nowhere near them ideally.
Ooh, June with another beautiful headshot. Let's see June stick onto this time. Spine on the Widow from off of the Pharah. Let's see if he stays on the Widow here, though. Nope, going right back to that Pharah. All right, and they're on the Sigma now. Okay, so now we're seeing a little bit more traditional tank. A little missed shot there. That's all right. He's ADing. That happens to the best of us. But Spine kind of getting poked out here by Azan. And now that they're on the defense, maybe they'll look a little more clean. Maybe June has a little more confidence to play that Widowmaker.
Yeah, the only thing is, though, it's actually going to be harder for him now that Heiser has decided to stop playing the Winston, right? When you didn't have that Sigma shield there in the front line, you had a lot more opportunities, but those opportunities are going to be severely limited. Spine is going to go in and immediately get taken out. Both June and Azant going to be keeping their eye on him. So that's a nice start to holding on this corner. We'll see if they can continue to keep that going. Yeah,
so me personally, I enjoy as a you know, I play a little Sigma here and there. The Ramattra Sigma matchup is a lot of fun because it's honestly, okay, who can land better cooldowns essentially? And I mean, yeah, that's Overwatch in general, but like if you're Sigma and you miss that rock onto the Ramattra, he can just kind of run you down. So as either here, you have a lot of space to work with and hold, especially, I mean, Spine kind of peppering you, but other than that, oh, the sleep is not good. That gives Spine an opening to kind of go in here, maybe land some directs onto Ascend. Nope, the cart's just gonna get pushed forward. Jun gonna get a good angle here as the cart rounds this corner, so maybe we'll see something happen there. Looking for a headshot, not gonna find it.
Yeah, and with the Nano now coming online for Missin, we could see this used onto the Pharah. It's going to be...
Oh my goodness, Spine taking down one, going for the Juno as well. Missing the shots. Will the Juno win this duel? With an assist from June, yes they will. Either popping the Ram ult, but no one's on point. Oh, thank goodness, a last second stop, and here we're just going to see the Ramattra punch down the Sigma, but it's not, again, not enough. Heiser just throwing the rock towards him. Catch it, I guess. You're playing you're playing outfielder, and now Heiser's gonna swap over to this Winston. We're more familiar with him playing this Winston. Alien coming close to that overclock.
Yeah, I gotta say, now I'm really looking at Jun to really start turning things up, right? He got that initial pick at the start of the round, but aside from that, he's really just been quiet, and we can see now a barrage is being used by Spin. It doesn't really find much, but it doesn't need to. As Pokerface, they are just they don't have a care in the world. They are walking forward. Nothing is a threat to them.
Yeah, I mean, look at Missin. He's killed 2. He's killed 2 in the fight. 3 in the fight. I mean, does it even matter? The barrage gonna go down. Ascent getting 2, but Spine following up with the kill on Ascent, and somebody's just playing Payload Princess. We saw Mercy Princess
getting
yesterday.
closer and closer.
No
They
one's
might
gonna
not
be able to touch. No touch coming out. Doomfist getting stopped, and it's over. Pokerface taking the second map in dominant fashion, and I agree with you. I think it's just a compositional diff there. I mean, Jin looks so clean on the Widowmaker at the start of both rounds, and then just went kind of quiet.
Yeah, I mean, before this, I don't think I've ever seen a Ram comp like played at this level in pro play, right? I've never seen it played on Circuit Royale, and after this, I definitely don't want to see it again. That it just looked very. It didn't get much of anything done. The one time you were getting some value was there during like those overtime fights when you were kind of forcing someone from Pokerface to be there in Ramachu's effective range. But outside of that, you spent most of the time just kind of being a spectator and really being a punching bag more than anything, sitting there with your arms crossed, soaking up all this poke damage. Yeah,
the Pharah especially not good for the Ramatra there. I mean, if you have a Sigma player on your roster, I don't understand why you just don't play him there. But I mean, a nasty headshot here from June. And again, the support players don't usually get player of the match here, but Missin putting in a whole lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not often that you see an Ana hit this many sleeps onto the Pharah. Like, yeah, Ana is good against Pharah, right? Being able to, like, you know, have that hit scam presence and, you know, with no fall off especially, you can 3-tap the Pharah, well, 3 or 4 depending on scenario, but to be able to hit those sleeps as well, especially at a long range, it's definitely impressive. So Missin really kind of just flexing his mechanics. That sleep especially, disgusting. My goodness.
And the follow-up as well was just right there. Orbital Ray coming out, and I mean, I think they still lost this fight because just Missin was doing so much work.
Yeah.
It's just...
Yeah, Missin just really doing a great job being everything he needs for his team.
Yeah, he's... I mean, I guess that's why they banned the Ana first map, but now you're coming up on map 3. They want the Winston. Heiser has shown he's able to play Sigma as well, proficient enough to stop you guys from doing whatever you want. So the question is, now where do you go? You don't want to take these more scrappy fights. I mean, maybe you do, but it's kind of like, man,
I think
it's
you
tough.
I think you take them either to a flashpoint, Surabasa, where that if you're this dedicated to the Ram comps, I think a map like Surabasa is going to be your best bet, right? You don't have the high grounds that Pokerface can abuse quite as much. And like the Pharah at least on the indoor points will be like slightly more limited. So maybe you'll be able to actually make a difference there. Either way, though, I think you at this point you gotta pick a map that's good for yourself, and you gotta think about banning the Winston. You can't hold it any longer.
Yeah,
Heiser is being way too much of a problem for you. He's still got his milkshake in hand. It seems like
that's Aura. I think it's the milkshake.
He's way too comfortable right now, right? Like you got to do something to take him out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, I think it's the milkshake diff. In all honesty, it's just a milkshake diff. Where that's what it is. I don't know what's in that. Maybe a little bit of vanilla. It's white, right? Vanilla. Can we predict vanilla? Can we
Probably,
shoot a DM to Heiser after the? I'll shoot a DM to Heiser after this game to figure out what kind of milkshake this man is drinking, because I want to know.
Yeah, well, we'll get it from the pros, see what exactly their secret sauce is.
Yeah, if it makes a Winston play like that, I need to know. I need to know what's in the milkshake. But yeah, map 3 coming up here, like you said, they can't hold on to this Winston ban any longer. They're committed to the brawl. I think you're right, and we're going to see a Saravasa. The only other map I could think of is maybe... no, I was going to say New Queen Street, but even then, kind of...
Yeah,
tough.
Either way, though, like what it will ultimately come down to is making sure that you don't... Like, you got to recognize when something isn't working, right? And Elite, that is their biggest issue right now, is they're committing to things that are simply just not good ideas. And I respect them, you know, trying to like come up with creative comps and stuff, right? Trying stuff that does differ from the norm a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're like getting just completely shut down, you got to start thinking, okay, maybe we need to swap things up here. Clearly, this brawl comp with a Ramatra cast isn't working.
Going to King's
So
Row.
let's change things up.
Not Cervasa.
Okay, King's Row. King's Row, like it's like we talked about yesterday, right? Famously a brawl comp, or like historically, rather a brawl map. But you know, especially over the past couple years, we've seen a rise in popularity for those tanks that can like contest the high ground there, especially on first point.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick. I think they have to ban out the Winston here and force a brawl, do anything. But I mean, even then, Spine on the Pharah is gonna do work, and then you have Missin just chilling in the back line. So you still have two other players you got to shut down beside the tank, and this is gonna be a tough choice. And it looks like we're gonna be a substitution here. Swoo is in, either is out, and I'm curious to see what Swoo plays here. Because again, Swoo traditionally more known for those main tanks. So maybe it wouldn't make sense to have, you know, either in just playing this Ram the whole time and then swap him out. But Athena is going to come back in as well. So I think we're going to see a Winston mirror here, actually. I think they're going to take a Winston mirror.
There is definitely potential for that, right? Swoo, Winston probably being like the most well-known hero for him. That being said, though, like you got to be feeling very confident to be able to take that matchup. And it kind of brings into question, like if you're not banning the Winston, what are you gonna ban? Maybe you try and ban the Pharah from Spine.
Yeah.
With the Pharah being taken out, that might give June a little bit more freedom to be able to show his prowess on the hit scan. If he's not spending all his time looking at the skies, hopefully he'll be able to put down a little bit more damage on the front line, right?
Yeah, and it's especially tough for Swoo. I mean, you're coming in last map. I mean, elimination situation here. You got to feel the pressure if you're Swoo. So let's see the hero bans coming up here. Initial ban coming out is Kiriko. Okay, but again, if you're trying to take that away from Missin,
oh boy,
it's like, what are you gonna do? Then they ban the cast. It's that's tough. This is a rough ban.
No Winston ban coming through, no Pharah ban coming through to affect Spent, and no Sojourn ban coming through to affect Alien there. The Kiriko ban, like, I mean, that's probably going to be like a little helpful to kind of limit Missin's impact, but Missin, I think, will have absolutely zero issue just sticking with an Ana if that's asked of him, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Winston duel here and see what happens. Maybe Swoo pulls it out the bag. And that's honestly, that's what I'm hoping to see, because I expected a bit more from this team. And I mean, right now, it's just looking like a stomp, unfortunately. And they kept it close in that first map, but that second map was rough, man. How do you not get boomed after that? You're playing the Ram. You're literally walking uphill in an uphill battle. But the dubstep has started. Let's see if Pokerface can hold an elite at a 3-0 today. Going to King's Row, baby. And looking at the global history, global hacking spree, I don't know what else is happening in the world, so we'll keep it at that. Mandata, of course, you are missed. But again, the Korean crowd's going strong, chanting. They want to see an elite pick something up here. I mean, you gotta, right? They're, you know, young talent. Like you said, Athena, 15 years old. Playing at this level is insane. I mean, like you said, Sugar-Free Tree playing at that over here in NA. Proper for a while. He sang even.
Absolutely. And like, you definitely can't fault an elite for, you know, maybe not making this the closest game ever, right? Like the fact that they are here in the first place, that alone already talks about like how much potential these players have making it in through those open qualifiers. I think that's great stuff from them. And to go up against a team as well known as Pokerface that's been around the scene for so long, like it's respectable, and you gotta at least be happy with that. But right away we're gonna see a swap as June is gonna actually decide to take the Ash mirror against Alien.
Okay, definitely interesting. I mean the Pharah is down, so not interesting enough. But Alien taking on Swoo, so I mean your push is stunted right there. You're not even able to take any more space off of that. I mean, Alien on the high ground, hit to double headshot, hitting the Ana as well. Tracer trying to wrap around back here. The Winston is back, but again, I mean, big anti coming through, kind of gonna stifle this push. Heiser kind of wrapping around here at
the spawn advantage that Annalise had to allow SOOP to get back there early does kind of give them enough time to make it through that choke point and start taking some positioning. But Spence is going to go very aggressively, and Heiser's right there to help him out.
Oh yeah, this poke damage is unstoppable. Bionade coming out, but Brig may get out off the back of that, and despite falling dangerously low, Athena not going to get out. And now you just have SOOP kind of staring down another Winston, and Spine just going to go back to point, chill at home.
Yeah,
kick his feet up and see what happens.
This is what we were talking about, right? Like, I was so sure we'd see either a Winston ban or a Pharah ban come through, because that has been the biggest problem for A and Elite. Like, now they're on arguably the correct comp, but like Poker Face, they're still on their comfort comp. You have not forced anything to change for Poker Face, so they're still kind of just playing their game. And A and Elite, it's all they can do to just not play into their hands.
Yeah, I mean, you got a big flank going around here from Eisen, but June just getting jumped on, and then a barrage coming out is going to delete your tank. Spine really showing up here. He's showing why. Hey, maybe I deserve that player of the match. It's looking rough and tumble here. It's not looking good, and they're staggering out here, just giving free ult charge back to Spine. He's already up to 21% after just deleting SOOP with that ult.
Yeah, and Ascent is still on that Tracer. Like, at this point, I'd almost want to see, like, maybe a Pharah mirror come out. Like, he did a pretty decent job on the Pharah the times we've seen it on Circuit Royale and as well as Lijiang. An early nano engage from SWU is going to look to open this up for them.
Yeah, but he has to play defensively now. He's stuck in there with no help, no bubble. He's going to be able to go in there on the far with the Primal. Primal coming out. Universe ends up cleaning up the kill, but he's going to have to come back home, cap this point, going up top to challenge the King, missing up there, gets forced down actually, back onto point. Bob coming out from Alien, getting booped back, but however, it's still gonna go hit that statue of Mondada. He slept now, but Universe going dangerously low, having to pop the rally, landing the shot onto Alien, and Ascent cleaning up, missing, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, we'll see a point cap here, but SWU still relatively healthy. And Elite, yeah, June with a 3K there with the Bob and the Dynamite, nowhere to run. Poker Face finally falling. And this is the opportunity to play aggressive, play forward, and go for the throat, man. You got that Ana staggered out, go for it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I really gotta shout out Univer there. He did a great job just being able to support SWU's engage. Obviously, it started with the nano that we saw get thrown in, but he was right there. You could see as soon as SWU popped the Primal, he isolated Spent there into the hotel, and it was actually a nade from Univer that ended up finishing him off, and he then went on using another nade to take out Alien. Like, really, it was Univer's Bionades there that cleaned up the DPS line of Poker Face and allowed AN Elite to make sure they took that point.
Oh, we're getting a little cheeky beaky here, but he is spotted by Missing. I mean, maybe a stick here onto Alien. Nope, whiffs, gets nobody out, escapes with his life, but dangerously low. But SWU is unfortunately not lucky enough to share the same fate as Athena goes down to Spine with 2 barrages, getting booped in. Looks like Univer can't make any hero plays when you're dead. Spine cleaning up the fight here and missing, finding one more.
Univer did actually use the nano there as well, so unfortunately that isn't going to find much value at all. You do trade the nano for the barrage, which I guess is the silver lining, but I think you would definitely have rather use that nano in a more decided fight. And at Poker Face, you can see they have a huge advantage when it comes to the ults here, getting close to the nano, getting close to the Transcendence, and with how Alien's been aiming, it won't be long before he is Bob as well.
Yeah, Missing keeping Alien up here. Alien booping up to the high ground. I mean, they can just kind of hold this choke and poke. But you can't really access that high ground here. I mean, Tracer going to maybe try and wrap around. Best case scenario, Winston trying to stage for a dive. But again, they're just going to get staged out by, or shot out by Spine. Coming in very aggressive there. And we got a sleeping Brigitte. Oh, I'm sorry. You are trapped in that room and you are going to get deleted. Spine taking the high ground, and Tracer's the last one standing. Eisen, though, however, taking down Heiser. Get a little juggle from SWU happening. Is he going to be able to get out? He does. So this is a quick re-engage if you are an Elite, unless you just get blown up.
You know what though? That is actually not a bad trade at all. Swoo was able to like find what I thought would be an exit kill, but ends up staying in there, pops the primal, trades it for the Transcendence, and in order to kill him, they actually have to commit the barrage. So Poker Face, despite like having a pretty big advantage in the ult economy, they kind of throw that away, and it's all just done purely to counter Swoo. So he got a lot of value for an elite there, because now they're going to be coming back with near 4 ults.
Yeah, this fight should be unlosable. Eisen looking for another sneaky beaky pulse bomb here. Let's see how this goes. Genuinely curious, will he land a stick? I mean, the team or the health bars of Annelite are looking low, and Nano going out on a Swoo and Univer. Bob out on the field, a Discord orb on the other bot, both bots going down. Alien killing one, Swoo killing the other. Heiser juggling Athena into the corner. Alien with the headshot onto June. Eisen with the pulse bomb. Will it get anything? No, absolutely not. And a disgusting shot from Alien, getting 3. Heiser cleaning up the fight with a team kill, and that's going to be it. They are not going to be able to cap second point.
Yeah, and you called it an unlosable fight, but somehow Heiser manages to kill Athena in the rally with Primal. And like, you know, we've both played a lot of Winston here, right? We know how hard that is to do. Heiser finds a way to do it, and that's really that's the first stack of the Jenga tower that gets pulled out, and the rest crumbles right after that, right? The rally, so key for the sustain, so important to make sure you can stay alive throughout that overtime scenario. But yeah, Heiser just doing a great job being able to find the opportunity to get that kill, and that really just, Ascent not even getting the chance to, well, he does use the pulse bomb right at the end there, but with it missing, yeah, Annelite just don't have a chance. And now we're really probably gonna have to see a full hold here, or at least a full hold for a decent amount of time for Annelite to have a good chance of winning this map.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta call into questions Ascent's you know, little flanks he's been going on with the pulse bomb. None of them have worked out. I mean, again, it's the definition of insanity. Why are you ramming your head against the wall if it's not going to work? At least we're not seeing a Ramatra this time, but I mean, it's tough. I don't think we've seen a single pulse bomb kill this round or this map from Azen, and that's because most of the time he's been going around trying to hit the flank and then missing, or Karu spot him out and immediately force him to retreat.
Yeah, and he's also kind of going for some interesting targets, right? Like we can see on that last fight that he started when he was there hiding over by the mini. Like he had the chance to go for like a stick onto the Zenyatta or the Ana, but instead he actually goes and just puts poke damage down onto the Winston and the Pharah who are playing point. So he reveals his position, gets nothing for it.
Swoo got caught in the ante there. However, Spike got caught as well. Maybe they're going to finish up the kill on him. Nope, getting healed up by the Juno. Eisen taking down Missing, maybe slowing down this push just a little bit. And it looks like that Ash Brig combo up there are going to be able to kind of protect each other. However, are you going to be able to protect each other from a rocket launcher? Absolutely not. And it looks like Universe is going to go down as well. And that full hold we were talking about looks like it's not going to happen. The only person here, again, Eisen on some crazy flank. What?
Yeah, Ascent is there. He will be able to get a touch. He is going to be putting a little bit of pressure down on here. Dodges the sleep, but gets hit by the nade, which forces recall and gets
hits the
taken
door.
out by Alien.
Door stuck.
Please, I beg you. Yeah, unfortunately, this is, you know, it's the same story this match. Heiser and Spin being such a dominant duo here. Oh, no, Missing. That's just disrespectful.
Yeah, missing Heiser, Spin, and even Alien at the end of that last round where, oh my goodness, Spin is just going ballistic in this map. Nobody is keeping him or Heiser in check. It looks like they're just going to be able to steamroll through. As I say that, Azen gets 1 kill onto Spin, but it's not going to be enough to, you know, stop the push. Because now, okay, yeah, you got Heiser and Missing just kind of holding up this corridor. And they're going to go back in. Yeah, they know. It's the aura diff. It's the milkshake diff. They know that they can just hold this corner without any issues. As in with the pulse bomb, maybe he gets something of value this time. And again, going to take the long way around. Is it going to be worth it? I mean, look at him. He is so far away from the fight. Yeah,
and Poker Face, they're getting up to near 4 ults here.
They know he's
you can
there.
See Missing just Hail Mary sleep. Like, it's just almost like a horror movie for Ascent at this point. It's questionable whether he's hunting the Ana or whether the Ana's hunting him.
Oh my goodness, you are trapped in here with me, and it looks like it's just going to be a quick cleanup. I mean, Heiser getting 2 with the primal. Univer living on the Ana. Is it going to matter? Nope. Wave goodbye, and now they're just gonna chase Swoo down. Swoo almost with a primal
taunt and the kill.
So, yeah, that's
the taunt and the kill combo. You hate to see it. And now the nano. You can see Swoo is able to touch, keeps this overtime going a little bit more, but taking so much damage. Athena dies in middle of rally again.
Yeah.
Now June does have the Bob. The Bob is gonna go through. It's not quite on point though, but it might be enough to deal some damage. June goes down though, and the Bob is actually doing anything, as now the point is getting cleaned up.
Goodness, Spint. Absolute destruction from Spint there on this last map. I mean, from Heiser as well. It's just that everyone was so coordinated. Pokerface had that coordination to really put this map to bed. I thought it was going to be a lot closer from what we saw in that first map, but I guess Pokerface kind of, like you said, we're limit testing, and then they locked in, and we're like, yep, all right, time to finish this one.
Yeah, no, that definitely is what it felt like, and I gotta say, in Elite, like, we said it so many times, right? It was a comp diff, an experience diff, a coaching diff, because Pokerface, they kept on. They had this really, genuinely a pretty solid strategy where they committed to these dives with the Winston and the Pharah. And Spint on the Pharah, especially getting really up close there because he had the Winston bubble to protect him.
Let me see it. Yeah, absolutely deserved. They got my vote in time. I swear I was the deciding vote. Missing player of the match. I mean, again, how many highlights are you going to have from this guy? He was 1v1ing everybody and their mother. He said, oh, a 2v1? Yeah, I'll take that and win. I've taken the far out of the sky so many times. It was impressive what he was doing, and I hope to see more of that in this next match, because it's going to be a lot tougher for them.
Yeah, and you know what? It is going to be interesting, though, because in that last match, we saw Attack do some nasty things to overconfident support players, right?
Yeah.
If Missin tries to do the same thing, he might get punished pretty hard, but of course, that being said, he was doing God's work here on the Ana. It really is funny how in Elite, they used that ban on the Kiriko, which, again, you'd think that's targeted, right? After the first map especially, but he didn't miss a beat going to the Ana.
No, absolutely not. An absolutely wonderfully flexible play. I mean, look at that. Disgusting headshots, not missing anything. And then the support onto his tank as well was gorgeous, and keeping the far in check. These sleeps, I'm sure we're going to see it, but the sleep flick in midair, absolutely disgusting. How do you even hit those? I think that's black magic at work. I mean, come on. This guy's aim is insane. His mechanics are insane. And even taking down the Ashe. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh. That's the kind of thing that if you're the Ashe player, you're just like, at that point, you just gotta sit at the keyboard and look at your hands and think, what am I doing?
Yeah, I mean,
to get diffed that hard by a support, it hurts. It really hurts.
Yeah, it's rough. He had the mechanics, obviously so, and then it's just kind of from there. I mean, I think that the squad of New Era New Era are just gonna need a little bit more time to cook. New Era or Elite, excuse me. I get the logos mixed up. It's just they're so similar in my mind. I just brain fart. But the time of Elite are gonna need a little bit more time to just kind of cook and simmer and come together as a team, maybe, whereas Pokerface had that coordination, had that gorgeous coordination even.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, for Elite, I think there were definitely some good looks for them, right? Like, Swoo, when he came on that Winston, I think that worked out way better for them than the Ramatra comps did. Like, obviously, it did still lose the map, but it felt like he was at least having a noticeable impact on the match, right? I don't know if you can say the same about the Ramatra comps. But, you know, that's not a slight against either. Because we did see him put a pretty good performance there on the Diva the first couple maps when he was playing it. Like, especially that second point of Lijiang Tower, Elite were able to win that. So they're definitely showing that they had the potential to, you know, actually be able to compete with these guys. they really need to figure out their comp choices and their hero choices. I think that's the biggest thing for them to work on.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to call an audible and go from there. I mean, it's tough, especially when you're a younger squad, just being like, oh man, we should probably just listen to what coach says. But like, again, you see it's not working in game, and you have to call something there. You just, especially on Circuit Royale, man, that was just brutal.
Yeah. And of course, like, going all 3 maps without banning either the Winston or the Pharah, you try to use your ban against Missin, right? Who eventual player of the match. You're recognizing is a problem. Obviously, like, that's a huge part of, like, you know, why Pokerface was able to see like some good success here. But like, Missin is almost kind of just like too flexible. Like, if you ban the Ana, he will just play Kiriko. If you ban the Kiriko, he will just play Ana, right?
Yeah.
You gotta pick one, and they did that on the first map. But like, no matter what he's on, his impact is still gonna be felt. So you gotta look elsewhere for a way to solve your problems, and the answer to that would have been forcing Pokerface away from their comfort zone, which in this case ended up being the Winston Pharah. If you had been able to take that out of the equation, I think we could have seen a very different result here. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to recognize it in time and ended up falling.
So now we have Alt Tab and Pokerface coming up. That's going to be an interesting matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's really, really interesting because Pokerface and New Era, they were on very similar levels throughout OWCS Korea, right? We saw them battle out a couple times, and I believe while Pokerface did actually end up losing to New Era in the last chance qualifier, they did beat them in the regular season. So these are 2 teams that we expect to be playing very similar. Pokerface maybe having a slight edge, as they did finish 2-6 as opposed to New Era's 1-7 in the regular season. So I think, if, like, considering how close the Alt Tab versus New Era game was, I think that Pokerface versus Alt Tab should be just as close, if not even closer.
Yeah, this is going to be a real kind of lock-in moment. See if, hey, again, kind of a story of the old guard trying to stand their ground and protect, you know, their status as, hey, we are still in this. We are still good players. We're still phenomenal players. But I mean, again, this is such a good showcase of talent for younger talent like Missin, I believe. This is the first time even when I watched OWCS 1 in Japan, I don't remember the name coming up a whole lot. I remember Karu, Alien, I remember, and Spine I remember, because I was all over OWCS 1, Season 1, Japan, Korea, and all the Asia region, because it was on when I was awake. The NA games were on when I was asleep. So it's definitely going to be interesting to kind of see, you know, these players try and make a name for themselves against the old guard, and hopefully, honestly, take them to a map 5 and let's see it. Let's go.
Yeah, no, definitely some gigabanger potential to come in through there. So it's definitely going to be really exciting to watch. But if you do want to stick around to watch that, make sure that you do make a SOOP account and follow us here at Ex Oblivione GG, as well as making sure you follow OW_esports_KR, the official Overwatch esports account for Korean Overwatch, where you can see some of the best games to be played whenever you want. And yeah, like, the entirety of the SOOP Cup is really just living up to the hype so far. So definitely you are not going to want to miss anything.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I mean, we woke up at I woke up at like 3 a.m. for call time here.
Yeah.
Getting 3:15, we'll say, because I was a little late, but you know, I don't shoot me. I can do whatever I want. You know, I'm the boss. But Apostle was sitting alone in the Discord, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta get up off my couch and go downstairs and commentate. And honestly, that first match woke me right up. It got me ready and raring to go. I want to see more competitive, beautiful Overwatch. And next weekend is going to be a long weekend. We got a long 4-match day ahead of us on the 12th, and then grand finals on the 13th. And for grand finals on the 13th, we do have a little bit of a surprise for you guys. We're going to keep that for secret for now, I'm going to say. And then We will announce more as things go on, but you are not going to want to miss Grands, especially. I think that's all we have to say for now. We're going to go to a pretty long break. Apostle, you want to say anything before we go?
No, just make sure you're back here in 20 minutes, right? Because this all-tab poker face match is, I think, maybe the most exciting one of this weekend, and you are not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, I totally agree. All right. We'll see you guys in about 18 minutes. Hopefully. And welcome back to a, little quick 20-minute break. Didn't seem too long. Got some questions out there for Heiser on Twitter, but other than that, we got Poker Face versus Alt-Tab. What are you looking for in this matchup specifically? Like, what players are we going to be watching out for?
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking to see the players over there on the side of Alt-Tab especially, right? Kilo and Ado in particular, who we saw in our first match of the day, who initially they kind of had a slow start, Regigiga style, right? They had to take a bit to warm up, but eventually they got there, and Ado in particular, putting in down a great performance on the Tracer. We'll see if that's enough for Alt-Tab this time around, though, because we did see Ado kind of shy away from the Genji as he was getting diffed by Dodo a little bit there the first couple maps, but he might. We'll need to see if he can actually continue to rely on the Tracer alone, or if he will need to go back to playing that Genji like we thought.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bit more of strategic hero bans here. Maybe less so, because I think we're in for a long series. I think less so targeted and more so playing for the long haul. I mean, Heiser solo taking for Poker Face. They're going to want to take away that Ana. Like I said earlier, you take away the Ana, you take away so much of the Winston's capability, and then you can just outright ban the Winston later on. So there's 2 bans down right there, and then, I mean, it all depends on who you want to target from there if you're poker or if you're Alt-Tab. But you know that Alt-Tab has such a strong hit scan roster, and Attack has such a deep hero pool when it comes to tank. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and that matchup between Heiser and Attack, that's really one to keep an eye out for, right? Like Heiser, who has just continued to show off his Winston dominance. And then we actually have an interview coming through from FaZe here for Alt-Tab, so that's pretty interesting. I'm sure he's probably feeling pretty happy to see his team see some success here on the first day. I'm wondering if he's actually helping out with the coaching, considering I'm pretty sure this is a coach's interview here.
I can double check that real quick. Just because, I have 10 million tabs open on my phone and they're all TFT related. Let's Alt-Tab, I couldn't find your Twitter. Sorry, I couldn't include you in the tweet. So Alt-Tab, get back to me on that one. Make a Twitter, make a beautiful Twitter. FaZe is currently, he's just listed as the tank right now.
Interesting. Okay.
Not seeing the coach. Or then again, I am on phone Liquipedia, so let me figure out what buttons I need to hit to get. Yeah, no, it's just saying that's it. It's not giving me a coach here.
Yeah. Either way, the matchup between Kill and Attack, right? You have Attack, who is like that historical off-tank player, but in the last match we saw where they were able to pull off the reverse sweep, a big part of that reverse sweep was because they were able to rely on Attack's Winston. So it'll be interesting to see how he's able to kind of do that against, I think, the more seasoned Winston player of Heiser.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting. It's gonna be, I think we're in it for the long haul. I think we're gonna see Lijiang Tower to start out, of course, just to see how these two teams feel each other out. And I definitely think it depends on who wants to start on the tank lineup here for not Poker Face, but Alt-Tab. Because obviously you have FaZe and Attack,
doing the interview. With FaZe doing the interview, I think there is a good chance that Attack is going to be the one to start things off.
Yeah, he's not
one thing that I think. Yeah. One thing that I think will be worth keeping an eye on for the side of Poker Face is actually going to be to see if they can continue to do that kind of Winston Farah dive that we saw just kind of dominate an Elite, right? Like those two kept going in with some beautiful coordination. One rocket and a Winston jump, that is so much burst damage to put down, right? And then you saw Spin, he was able to get right up in there, get close in order to finish off these kills, thanks to that Winston bubble protecting him, giving him just a lot more sustain than he would have otherwise. So if that style can continue, it'll be something that Alt-Tab will need to be prepared to deal with. And I do think that Attack will be up to the task, though, because we know that he's very, very good at punishing players who get a little too aggressive.
Yep, and we got our first
map is
here.
actually going to be Ilios, not Lijiang.
Dang, I'm surprised, kind of, but at the same time, you know what? Ilios is always a kind of, again, one of those maps where you kind of feel each other out until you get to 12 hogs, one hole, 12 hooks, one hole, and then it's just everyone throwing it out there.
Yeah, I'm a little less surprised, solely because this is Pokerface's map pick, right? And assuming they do want to continue to play their Winston style, I think Ilios definitely favors that more than Lijiang.
Yeah, I totally agree, but you're also putting like the hit scan players on Widowmaker, so I guess this will be a nice Widowmaker duel. We'll see Kilo and see if he obviously dominates the Widowmaker duel, and I mean, you're kind of not lessening the Pharah's impact because Pharah is still really strong on this map, but will someone like Alien be able to keep up on the Widowmaker, you know?
Yeah, I think he'll definitely have his work cut out for them. Of course, there is a chance that, you know, we may not even see the Widowmaker because the Widowmaker is really mostly played on ruins, right?
Yeah.
And depending on how quick the map ends, like for either team, it could be. Oh yeah, so we have the map prediction here on screen. Alt-Tab at 28% compared to Pokerface at 72%. Considering that Alt-Tab just beat New Era, this is a lot more lopsided than I was expecting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. I mean, Alt-Tab has some amazing players. Again, we might have, you know, they started off a little cold, but they definitely came in hot at the end there with Attack just running everybody down.
Yeah, definitely. And like, I'd be very interested to see like how the community kind of currently rates Pokerface as opposed to New Era, because if you would need to rate New Era significantly weaker than Pokerface in order for the team that just beat them to only get 28% of the predictions there in this matchup now.
Yeah, and we're seeing the D.Va ban come out. Yeah, instantly. That's smart, I guess, from Pokerface, because you want to force that Winston matchup, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely probably what they're going for. And Alt-Tab, on the other hand, they're going for the Kiriko ban, which, you know, we did see Annalie also pull out. So maybe this is targeted toward Missin. But, you know, like we mentioned in the last match, if he needs to play Ana, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to. That being said, the Ana is a much more diveable target than the Kiriko. So for Attack, who it will probably be taking that Winston matchup, then he might be in a much better spot. Looking at these starting rosters, though, I do want to point out that Alien is actually not in. We have Dart.
Yeah, two flex DPS in here. And one last time, I want to remind you guys for our final match of the day, if you haven't already, make a SOOP account here and follow us on EXO, as well as OW underscore, oh god, goodness, I have such bad brain holes. OW underscore esports underscore KR, I believe it is.
Yep.
Please make sure you make an account there, or make an account on SOOPlive.com. Follow us here. Follow Overwatch Korean Esports, because again, you're gonna be witnessing some great matchups like this, and next weekend is gonna get even better. I mean, we got Onside Gaming facing off against T1, I believe, next week. That's gonna be a match and a half. But we got the two sims coming out on TP here. Of course, switching over to the Tracer for Dart, and Ado on the Tracer as well.
Yeah, an interesting difference in the support line right off the bat. Pokerface actually running a Juno Ana, whereas Alt-Tab have the, you know, the comp that we saw them bring them to victory, the Brig Ana. And right away, Heiser is actually getting poked out, taken pretty low here. And Kilo is going to be on him to try and shut down the Pharah that we've seen be so good from Spin.
Yeah, and if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Kilo. So, and keep in mind, you got Missin up here on this high ground for free, because I mean, Achieve goes down there early, but like Kilo antied, he can't really do much now. Winston or Attack's gonna chase down Spin, and it looks like Kilo goes down as well. Opener getting really low, going down again. Heiser just hunting for these kills. Whatever's in that milkshake, man, it's bringing him to prominence.
Yeah, and Spint is just actually still kind of doing the same thing. Like, he went very aggressive there. Actually got all the way behind the staircase in order to cut off the Ana's escape route, and he ends up finishing off Achieve there. And then Heiser is ready to collapse onto it. So despite the fact that Heiser wasn't quite there to support him, the same game plan still kind of worked. And attack, ooh, just getting really caught out there. The whole team collapses and just deletes him and Spint. Oh my goodness, he's doing work right now.
Yeah, Dart taking down Ado here, booping the Brig in. A small baby little stagger there. And Alt-Tab need to regroup here. They know better than this. I mean, come on. I mean, regroup, form up, and let's get a good push going here. We gotta find a solution to Spint here, though, because, I mean, man, he's already up to that barrage. He's dominating. Look at the DPS alt charge compared to Spint.
Yeah, and it looks like Alt-Tab's solution right now is going to be swapping opener off the Brig over to the Lucio and attack, actually, with a Goomba stomp to take out Spint.
Goodness, if anyone was going to do it, it's going to be attack. And 66 on the point and counting. You got to force point here. You got to go. It's go time, baby. Kilo taking down Karu. Opener taking down Missin. Ado taking down Heiser. And it looks like it's going to be a point cap at 73%. But both DPS alts online for Poker Face, while Alt-Tab still coming up a little. Oh, Ado? What are you? Hello? Sir?
Dart being chased back to Alt-Tab's spawn here, actually. And Opener is going to try and join the fray as well. But in the meantime, look at the front.
That was such a good primal. Not enough sustain to keep him up. Dart with the pulse bomb onto Opener. That means that flip's going to come on back through. And now it's red button. It's emergency time. They're going to hide above this door and just wait. Wait for wherever they come from to pounce down. We see a Nano actually go out on a Kilo, taking down Spine. Orbital Ray coming out. Deadeye coming out for the reload. Oh my gosh, almost hitting every single right click onto the Juno. Primal coming out. Heiser juggling Kilo into the wall, and I think that's going to be map. We see Ado over there trying to make a touch, still holding that pulse bomb. First pulse bomb of the map, I believe. And attacks on Winston, but he's low. He needs some help. He needs support. He needs anything. Dart chasing him down, hunting him, poaching the monkey. Ado taking down Spite, so maybe it's kind of an even fight here, but Achieve getting stuff done. Alt-Tab going to be able to retake the point off of, I guess, attacks kind of distraction. Kilo on the Sombra now.
Yeah, attack played for the distraction, and it was all Ado and Achieve who were there to make sure they made the most of it. Ado started that with a kill onto Spine there, who got a little bit too low in the air, and then a nice pulse bomb was all he needed to make sure that he could continue to keep that point presence. Meanwhile, Achieve was just sitting up on this high ground and just continuously able to kind of put pressure down onto the point, healing Ado a little bit there, putting out some poke damage here. And now we can see Spine and Karu both going super aggressive, trying to flip the map.
Yeah, and Missin kind of trying to heal up his Juno there, but the hit squad is up there for the aerial. The aerial assassins are not able to get it done. Dart taking down Ado, however, in the process. Point capture progress almost. Oh my goodness, Opener, are you going to be able to make it back? Looks like it is. Point flips. Sombra TPing out, but getting chased down, able to take out the Tracer in the process, but going down to Heiser. And now, Opener's on point versus a Winston. What do we got left? I mean, Juno's back up there on that high ground. So we're going to need to see some insane play here or just longevity, but Opener not able to do it. Them keeping Heiser up. Spine just peppering down whoever he wants to. Achieve playing in the back line there, but actually the point flips back over in favor as Pokerface trying to chase the kills. I mean, Achieve's here. Heiser trying to block off any of that healing. Nano coming through, though. This is going to build up barrage really quickly, but Missin killing Kilo and Karu killing Ado. The supports are doing work for the side of Pokerface, and Spine finishing off Achieve, and then there's just, once again, Opener waiting to be hunted down by Spin.
Yeah, the Nano ends up being a complete non-factor there. His Spin is just left looking for targets, but the targets are all dead as the rest of Pokerface went on to clean them up. And it's pretty unfortunate for Alt-Tab as they were looking like they were coming up to a good position to be able to hold, but unfortunately the ult economy just wasn't there for them. They were too slow to primal. Kilo didn't get the EMP online in time. Achieve was not able to build up the other Nano boost, right? If those ults come through, it could be a very different result. But unfortunately, it's just too slow, and Pokerface, they had those ults in their pocket ready to use. They take the first engagement, and it pays off big for them.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're on the 12 hogs, one whole map, so let's see what comes out here. But I really think Kilo was hoping for ruins here, just so he could put a better check on that Pharah, because right now it's so difficult. I mean, Attack's been doing more to the Pharah than Kilo has, arguably.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting because ironically, the person who's been keeping the Pharah in check the most so far has actually been Attack, right? Making the most of the fact that they're on Ilios Lighthouse. You can kind of play up over on these high tops. But, well, yeah, Attack does it again. He takes out Spin. This is the hit monkey that you need, right? Just taking out these flyers and really just allowing a lot of space for the rest of Alt-Tab.
I mean, it looks... I was going to say, Alt-Tab have to cap, but Pokerface retreating here. But they're going to be able to regroup quickly as, I mean, Spine's back already. I mean, the far rollouts are insane. We got a little bit of damage coming down, peppering onto Attack, but just poking right now. Nothing really going on. I mean, point contention happening, but nobody going extremely low. As soon as I say that, Attack going super low. Kilo as well. Achieve everybody under fire. Dart, half health. Karu, half health. Attack still under that pressure. He needs help. He needs care. Karu actually taking him down. A big concussive blast. A big concussive suck, I should say. Into the rocket combo, and they've capped the point. Everybody just get back off a point, run. And no, Spine's saying, no, I'm gonna hunt you down.
Yeah, Spine smells blood in the water, and he wants to finish it. Fortunately, Ado is able to get out, and it's actually going to take Missin pretty low and force the nade there. So that means it won't be able to get super aggressive here for Pokerface quite yet. But still, again, looking at the ult economy, you can see Missin was the first to get that nano boost online. Alt-Tab, they do have the sound barrier pretty close here, which should allow them to maybe sustain and engage coming through from Pokerface. But Spine, he's been a menace so far, and he's going to look to do it again.
Yep. Oh my god, opener deleted. Gone. And then bop. Oh, goodbye. On to the Ana next. And I mean, he's just done so much damage. Practically call it a 4K for Spine, except for Heiser getting the tracer. Missin going down in the process though is going to be a pretty big blow, along with Ado, or excuse me. I was looking at the other side of the screen
actually being able to get Missin is important because Karu, you can see he's still frontlining, so Missin is going to be getting to this point well after achieving opener thanks to that speed boost, but we'll see if it's going to be enough here. We can see actually it's going to be the Lucio's looking to mark this tracer, and Kilo, his impact has not been felt. Karu's actually going for a flank here.
Oh my goodness, they're on top of him. They know the alpha threat, but the alpha threat is the monkey. The monkey gets deleted by a rocket barrage. I mean, what's left for Alt-Tab to do? Ana's sitting, hiding, praying nobody finds her. It's like a horror movie. We're watching Saw 6 or something. I don't know. It's like,
the Pharah Winston comp of Pokerface is actually just proving to be so good. On Elite wasn't able to find an answer to it, and right now Alt-Tab hasn't either. We actually see Kilo going back to the Sombra, just really not feeling he can do anything on the cast. Fortunately though, Karu going down to opener means this should be a good chance for Alt-Tab to finally continue building up some point percentage here.
Yeah, but look at Kilo and Attack going down immediately. Ado with the pulse bomb. Ado, you got to make something happen. Taking down Missin. You don't have that recall online. You got to get that health back. Getting that extra blink, I believe. And now it's time for the Hero Pulse to come on out. You got to recall here. Make something happen. Spine up top.
He has the pulse.
Peppering down
Sees Heiser in his line of sight, but he opts not to go for the pulse onto Heiser, which could be a bit of a mistake. He's still holding it after all this time, and it's really unclear like what he's looking for. He has the chance here now, but he's been marked by Dart, who got the health pack as well. And he's gonna die.
That's the worst. Dart with an ego stick of the century, and now he's just on the back line with Heiser's help. There's nothing they can do. It's hopeless. This first map is gonna go down. Opener going down last as per usual, but man, that was dominant from Pokerface. That was surprisingly so dominant.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, it really feels like the DPS line of Alt-Tab is being really passive compared to how we saw them play in the last match, right? Like Kilo, he really just seems lost. Like you saw at one point when Kilo killed him there, he was just kind of standing still inside the Winston bubble. Like he really just had no awareness of where Spint was, and he was just like Spint just dropped down from above and immediately took him out. And then with the swaps to the Sombra as well, just kind of going all over the place there from him, and Ado like dying with a pulse bomb like that. You got to call that into question, right? It's like obviously Alt-Tab got off to a slow start last match rather as well. And there's a chance we see them turn things up, but like it's definitely not a great look compared to what we were expecting after their most recent performance.
Yeah, I mean, Missin is just a monster on this Ana. That sleep, just deleting Attack, and the torpedo to follow it up. It seems like they're running the show. It seems like Pokerface is running the show. It's as clean as that. He's saving his barrages for the Winston, and even if you primal, if you don't get enough support, you're not going to get anything, and that's a dirty pulse bomb.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Yeah.
And this juggle here into the they're just hunting him down. They know their target priority is on attack because he's not on that diva. He's not on that comfort pick. I mean, he was playing pretty well on Winston's in an earlier series, but still he's again not on his comfort pick. So what are you gonna do? And this Kilo taking down the Tracer there, just a billion headshots in a row.
But I mean, what you're pointing out is super important, right? Like the fact that the diva isn't available when I think diva would arguably be the strongest answer to this comp. In fact, the diva from an elite is what we saw get them the point there on Lijiang Tower in Pokerface's last match. So if you have attack, play that diva, an arguably much better diva, right? Especially considering the way we saw him just completely delete MCD and Blink in his performance. Like I think the diva will be a big difference maker, and hopefully that will be enough to kind of put Alt-Tab back in this, because based on especially this like final point performance alone, you're definitely wanting to see a bit of a brighter look.
Yeah, I mean, Ado not being able to use the pulse there because Dart said, yeah, come here, I'm catching you, you're in the Pokeball now, sorry. Just express shipping pipe bomb straight to him. These players are going balls to the walls, for the lack of a better term. They are going 100% on the gas pedal, at least for Poker Face. Maybe Alt-Tab will wake up. Hopefully they do. They got the diva available to them now. It's their map pick. It's their hero ban first. What do you think we're going to see? You think we're going to see the Winston go out early, or you think we're going to maybe see the Ana get banned?
I think an Ana ban would probably be smart, right? Because Missin, while he is like playing super aggro, if you're able to get him onto like the Kiri, for example, playing that aggro will be a lot easier to punish, right? Because Kiriko will be playing at a much closer range than the Ana will be. That being said, though, once your diva is back on the table, the Ana will be a lot easier to punish as well. You can eat the sleep, you can eat the nade, and attack, I'm sure, is like, more than capable of doing that. So it really just depends as to whether they want to like play to deny Ana value using the diva, or whether they want to play to kind of just take out Missin early by just completely countering his engages on the Kiriko.
Yeah, but we went over this a little bit earlier. I mean, you can't really ban out Missin because he was so strong on both of those heroes, and like you take out the Ana and it's okay, I'm gonna go Kiriko. Okay, you banned Ana, you banned Kiriko, I'm gonna go Ana. So what are you gonna do? You got to look elsewhere.
Yeah, either way, like Missin is obviously still going to have a strong impact, right? But the good news is that no matter like what hero he's on, the diva will be, like, given that he has seemed to be preferring the Kiriko and the Ana today especially, the diva is a good answer to both of those, especially if we see that the combination of focus from Ado and attack like we saw there in the last game, that really will be key. The other thing that I think is going to be really important here is for Kilo to kind of turn up, right?
Yeah.
Like he's been pretty silent these past couple maps. Like he only got like the one ult, I believe, which was that Deadeye, which he ended up using solely for a reload. He didn't get the EMPs on either map, and I don't even think he got a second Deadeye later on. So Kilo, like, he's gonna need to put on a bit of a stronger performance, but this is actually a pretty surprising pick. I wasn't expecting to see King's Row come out this early.
Yeah, me either. I mean, the diva's good for, I mean, you have that better accessibility and more mobility than the Winston from high ground to low ground in terms of first point and second point even, and hell, even third point. But I mean, it's, I don't know.
Yeah,
just surprising
with
pick
this
here.
With this map pick, I will say I think there's actually a good chance that Alt-Tab decide not to ban the Winston and decide to rely solely on the diva as a means of shutting down the Winston comps, right? Because here on King's Row, it is likely going to force Heiser to, play his engages a lot closer. You're going to be playing in those hallways a lot, right? Those pretty small high grounds that you'll be, taking engagements on. And as the diva with the micro missiles, you will be able to put down a lot of pressure onto that. So there's a good chance that they were able to keep that Winston ban in their pocket.
Yeah, now they got Alien in over Dart, and we saw how well he played on this map, and Alt-Tab are going to ban the Pharah.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
That's smart. That's absolutely, because Lucio, okay. Poker Face banning the Lucio? I mean, opener obviously very comfortable on Lucio, but also very comfortable on that Brig. So I guess we're gonna have to see what happens here in terms of what they roll out on. But the Pharah ban is huge, especially on this first point. If you're gonna be playing more of a peel oriented style and you can't really get to the Pharah that much, because you know it's gonna be interesting. It's definitely gonna be interesting. But attack, definitely the man to do it on D.Va.
Yeah, and you know, this is like what I was talking about, right? That the Pharah Winston, they are a huge part of why Poker Face is able to just kind of do whatever they want. And like, yeah, Missin is like doing insane damage. He's playing like a super aggro support. But the reason for that is because these teams, they just have their hands completely full trying to deal with a monkey in their face and the Pharah dive bombing them, right? So you've removed one part of that equation, and that should be a pretty significant kind of piece of the puzzle that's been taken out. Hopefully, like, it may lead to Poker Face's game plan falling apart. It looks like right now they're going to try to use Spint on the Genji to kind of fill that gap. And I mean, Genji, Winston, that's about as classic of a dive as you can get. So
yeah, and let's look at this here. Oh yeah, no, keep it going, keep it going. Attack, it's team morale here that matters. You can't get boomed after that first loss, especially for these experienced players. And of course, we always love to see Brigade on stream here at EXO, but Kilo looking for that initial first pick. Let's see if he sticks with the Widow. Everybody hiding, gets a shot onto the Winston, but not gonna matter. Ado going low. But yeah, these two teams are jockeying for position around the Mandata statue. Finding Karu here, but does he know that Spin is in the background waiting for him to push? And opener going extremely low, and anti on Ado. Ooh, it's not looking good for alt tab here.
He lives though. Yeah, and something interesting here is the fact that Alien is on the Ashe as compared to Kilo on the Cassidy, right? So Alien is going to have a huge range advantage here, as he can just throw down the dinos from the high ground. And right away, we do see a classic dive coming in, opener getting deleted as a result.
Yeah, but Spine going down, spawn disadvantage, they're just kind of backing out and saying, hey, we can take another earlier fight because our spawns are closer. But they're down a player. Let's get back together and get in this. So as you can see, I mean, attack's already jockeying for position. Alien going back up to that high ground, hoping to get a big dynamite here, not going to land anything, and just hoping to poke somebody out. Ado going around, try and get onto position, but Winston going to get dynamited off the high ground. I mean, Heiser just kind of ignoring attack in the background as they jump onto Kilo, sleep onto Heiser, coming in through. Karu with 2, attack onto Karu, dead. Let's see what they can maybe make anything of this. I mean, the opener's so deep. Yeah, nothing is going to happen. You maybe get one more onto Heiser, which is kind of big, but you can't go down here. The Nano coming out. They're going to try and continue to push this advantage they have, and it's smart. Yeah. I mean, they have nobody to really stop attack now. Nobody to really take space from him.
That was so smart from alt tab. You could see like attack started by killing Karu, right? And then he's somehow able to find Heiser. Heiser just not able to escape. He gets down to 1 HP, but the nano is just enough to keep him alive. And then as soon as the nano comes out, you can see alt tab, that's when they press W. But now Poker Face are the ones to press W.
Yep, we got the blade coming out in the Kitsune rush, going down to 46 HP, taking the health pack. One swipe, Karu going down in the process. I'd argue Karu a little bit more important than Kilo. Again, with those spawn disadvantages, Spike goes down with a big Brig bash. Primal coming out from Heiser here, trying to make something happen, maybe save the team. A sleep miss, I believe, but he's coming right back to point. Heiser juggling down to 300 HP, attack popping Primal as well. Missing just sitting there. You got the whole squad just posted up, waiting for that Winston to wake up. Bob onto point, and it looks like attack's gonna go down here. However, Kilo takes down Bob, but Spine hunting down the Winston, poaching once again. He's just ferocious on these attacks. Kilo taking out Heiser though. I mean, this is a scrappy fight as scrappy can get. Opener taking out Karu, Kilo taking out Spite, and this first point is gonna go over to alt tab.
Yeah, a scrappy re-engagement there from Poker Face. Opener with that teabag, and Kilo joining in on the fun.
Tactical crouch, come on.
Yeah. But really what that came down to was Opener. He was actually the hero of that round. He used the rally to be able to shut down the nano that came out onto Spint. Like, the Blade had already done some damage thanks to that Kitsune rush, but Opener stayed alive, got that rally, and then uses that to shut down Spint, and then he stays alive for the entirety of that fight, and he actually becomes the point presence that eventually ends up getting Alt-Tab the objective. And Attack is actually moved back onto the D.Va now, so moving away from that Winston matchup.
Yeah, let's see how they choose to approach this second point defense. I mean, they've already passed the first corner. They're turning the second on this S turn here. Elo with the ultimate. Let's see if it's used for something other than a reload this time. Going around the Hype Pack. Yeah, it's looking like Attack. Oh, Nano Boost onto Attack. Nano Boost onto Alien to kind of try and mitigate that, but the huge anti pushing them both back. Kilo going down though. I mean, oh, it looks like they found Opener as well, but Achieve killing Karu in the process. Again, it's just these one-to-one trades. Attack killing Heiser means, all right, we got the space. Let's make something happen. Missing the sleep dart. Let's see what happens here. Again, the D.Va just chasing down, but they're still pushing the cart. I mean, you have the Tracer on cart for a little bit, but how long can you maintain that? Spine?
Yeah, with Kilo being down, it means that Spin is going to be able to really just stay alive for quite a while here on the tank, on the cart, sorry. And you can see Heiser's actually picked the Tesla Cannon perk that allows those shots to connect. So despite the fact that Ado's in cover, the chain from the D.Va is going to be doing some damage to him. Now Pulse getting thrown in isn't going to find anything, but we'll see if we see a counter engage come in from Pokerface as a response.
Yeah, and an interesting swap to Zenyatta here. Karu already up to 97% trank. They got to take him down earlier. Alien actually taking down 3, going off on the same point he did in the last match that he played. And now a stagger. Oh, brother. Give me a time here. Somebody time that. Write it down on the clock. I mean, we've seen so many Baby D.Va staggers today, and Alien knows he's there.
Yeah, we're getting into a stacked ult economy for both sides here. And Kilo, he's been holding onto this Deadeye for a long time. He's had it since the first point, I believe, and just hasn't had the chance to use it. Like I mentioned, that range advantage that Alien has over him, Alien has been utilizing that to full effect. Kilo has just constantly been the target of the dives, and he's just he can poke down the Winston from afar, but outside of that, he's just been completely on the back foot. And now another aggressive dive is going to come in here. A sleep might be enough to punish Heiser.
No, it's not. Absolutely not. Ado taking down Missing taking down Kilo in the process, though, and a Dynamite coming through. Going to be able to... Oh, my God. What a disgusting shot onto Ado. The D.Va is nanoed, but is it going to be enough to take this fight when you have a Winston in your backline just doing whatever he wants? Heiser taking down Achieve, and now it's just... It's just attack on the cart. He's alone, lone survivor. Your objective now is to just survive until you can get another touch for your team to come back. You have Kilo's ult still, but you have nothing else left.
Oh, Attack. He might have messed up his slide. No, he didn't. No, he actually identified a Zenyatta on his own. Yeah, it looked like Attack was just retreating for healing, but that whole time it was a ruse as he was actually ready to go on the offensive. Karu going down now means that Missin is left to solo heal, but Pokerface does have plenty of ults to fight this overtime.
Like I've said before, this is an unlosable point, or an unlosable fight when you have this many ults in the bank. I mean, Kilo, this is going to have to be one hell of a Deadeye, buddy, if you've been holding it for so long. Heiser juggling Opener in, making him wallpaper once again, getting Kilo down. Did he even use the High Noon? He used it, but to no effect, and it doesn't even matter. Spine taking down Achieve, Attack demeched in the back. Covered an entire track. Man, it's just, it's rough.
I cannot lie. Kilo is having the opposite of a legacy game right now.
Yeah, this is
the most value I've seen from him this match has been like headshotting Heiser a few times in these early engagements, but like he's not really shutting down Spint on the Tracer. He's not like preventing Heiser from jumping back out a lot. He's certainly not winning duels against Alien. He's just kind of just providing a free target for these dives that are coming out from the side of Pokerface.
Yeah, and you ban the Pharah here from Spine. It's just, I mean, he's playing the Tracer and he's playing it well. There was the Deadeye. Absolutely nothing done, unfortunately, for the side of Alt-Tab. But, I mean, hey, there's that golden box of victory right before second point. Maybe we see a full hold. I would honestly love to see Missin Moira. Please, please, please come out on Moira. Make my day, make my week. He's hearing my pleas. But I doubt it's going to happen.
Something interesting here is that we've got a bit of a Freaky Friday between Heiser and Attack, as Heiser's actually playing the Diva and Attack is on the Winston.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting because Attack is now going to be able to put more pressure onto that Genji. But I think
Heiser baited me.
Yeah,
okay,
Heiser baited. Sorry, buddy. You're getting baited. I was yesterday. It's your turn now. But
okay. Thankfully, Kilo is finally on the Ashe as well. It took him way too long. He should not have needed to go an entire round to notice it. But yeah, the cast was not working. This should be a much more even matchup that hopefully he can actually turn in his favor. But right away, it's a little tough as we can see Addo is getting hard pressured and actually taken out.
Yeah, goodbye.
Oh, but a nice response from Attack. You can see very aggressive to make sure he can get the kill onto Missin.
And now he has to fight the Tracer and the Winston and the Kiri. No chance, buddy. You got to back up here if you're alt tab, and then maybe you get a chance at a retake. Hopefully, you get a good dynamite here or there. Missing the dynamite on the floor. It's all right. It happens sometimes. But a nice headshot onto the Tracer. Spine going dangerously low there. And now we just got to hope Kilo's able to build up Bob in time. He's actually was at one point ahead of Ado in terms of ult charge, which is impressive. Opener, on the other hand, at 19%. I mean, you got no support here if you're on the side of alt tab. Attack going super low, might even go down again. I mean, missing the sleep there, especially. They're just kind of playing. They know they have that longevity in them. Missing.
Yeah, unfortunately, it really looks like this fight is going the way of Poker Faces. It's really just a cleanup stage now at this point. In fact, Otto and Attack are just going to try and get out with their lives. Ado isn't so lucky. Maybe Heiser can do it, though. He is going to get back in line of sight of his supports. Achieve able to actually build a nano off. But you can see Poker Face, they have no fear. The Kiriko is there. The Tracer is there. Heiser's there. And Missin is pushing up as well. They've left the Ashe behind to push Cart. They have all the space in the world right now. And alt tab, they're struggling to look for a response. Silver lining here, though, is that Kilo is slightly ahead of Alien in terms of the ult charge. So, like we kind of mentioned, the Ashe is actually going even this time as opposed to just being a liability like the Cassidy was.
Yeah, let's see. Spite looking for a pulse bomb here, maybe. Probably just going to stick it onto the Winston, if I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, no, going for the Ashe. Alien, or that was Ado, I'm sorry. Alien, oh, there's the pulse bomb going onto the supports, missing. You got that Brigana there, buddy. Come on, it's like a bouncer. You can't really do much. We got Kitsune Rush coming out from Karu, but I think not much more is going to be coming out here from Heiser. Oh, actually, Heiser Primals. We got the rally coming out from Opener in response, and the Nano rally, as well. Actually. It's you're using a lot of ults here if you're alt tab. I mean, you got to make sure you stop them here and now, and you're not getting much value out of it. I mean, Achieve going down. It ain't looking too pretty. Heiser kind of having his way here with the backline.
Yeah, Kilo's Bob is doing air, and Alien still has a Bob of his own. Kilo is able to find a headshot, which should be able to kind of slow down Poker Face here. And Ado, he does good to find a kill in zone, but still, he's only just stalling the cart, and we'll see how long he lasts. Karu's actually the one to take him out with a headshot. And look at these ult banks. You have a Pulse Bomb versus a Bob. And Kilo, he's back on the cast. Just, this guy cannot figure out what he wants to do.
Let him cook. I will say that one last time. Let him cook. Kilo, I mean, it's only map 2. He's got to wake up, though. He's got to wake up soon because, I mean, you banned out the Pharah here. It's pretty bad if you lose this. Bob coming out, and I mean, Attack going dangerously low. Dead. Alien cleaning up Kilo with the Bob. Is anyone going to be able to touch? Absolutely not. You had the bouncer Bob there just sitting there playing bodyguard to the point. Nobody able to touch, and Poker Face make this a 2-0.
Yeah, this only silver lining I can give here is that for alt tab, they've been in this position before, right? Like we saw just on the last map, where they were down 0-2 and they pulled out a reverse sweep. It's a rare occasion to get 2 reverse sweeps in a single day, right? But if alt tab want to win this, that's what they're going to have to do. That being said, their work is cut out for them, though, because I gotta keep looking at like the DPS line, especially Kilo just seems so lost. And with him just being such an easy target for Poker Face, we are not seeing that proper target identification come out from alt tab that we saw in the last match. Like, Poker Face is just not getting punished.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to call attention to Heiser here, man. I know we were joking about the milkshake, but actually whatever's in that milkshake is making him play insane. Some of these dives are so well coordinated, and with, again, with Spine. Just, you force him off the Pharah, okay, I'm going to go Genji. This team is so flexible.
Yeah, and in theory, the Genji should have been a lot easier for Kilo to control there on that Cassidy, but like, really, it just, he was able to find the value regardless. Like, there were no like denials coming in, no hinders that were able to stop this. And Alien as well there on the Ashe, like he really just put on a masterclass, hitting headshot after headshot. And nothing seals it more than like that final fight, right, where Kilo's Bob just like completely isn't even noticeable on the field. Meanwhile, Alien uses the Bob and it immediately takes out attack and then proceeds to force out Kilo or Ado as well, I believe. Yeah. It's just, it's a mess right here coming out for Alt-Tab, and they need to really have a repeat of last game's performance and just show a complete turnaround in this map 3.
Yeah, Alt-Tab honestly kind of looking totally different from when they did this in their first series here against New Era, but I mean, maybe they turn it around.
You gotta remember that was their map pick as well, right?
Yeah,
that was the map they were feeling confident on, and like we've seen plenty of Ashe being played on King's Row, so you had to be expecting that factor, right? And to look so completely not ready for Alien on the Ashe and for Heiser to like continue with his Winston, it's a little worrying, because that's if you're not ready for that, then what are you going to be ready for?
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like they were playing so split constantly on King's Row. I mean, you had Attack and Narnia trying to kill the supports. You had the supports of Alt-Tab trying to fend for themselves against a very well-coordinated dive. I mean, you really got to kind of not lock in, but play more together. You guys are playing... They're playing way too split, and it's just not a good look, especially when that DPS lineup isn't doing as much as you'd like them to be doing.
Yeah, and I do need to wonder now as we go into this third map, like regardless of what Pokerface ends up picking, regardless of what Alt-Tab ends up picking as their map, do they just take a Winston ban regardless, right? Like you took out the Pharah, but ultimately, it looked like that wasn't enough. Heiser was still kind of just all up in there, putting down serious work on the front lines, constantly just forcing people into bad positions and creating so much room for Alien and Spite to just do whatever they wanted. If you're Alt-Tab, you got to be worried about that Winston, and just maybe you pray that you can win the Diva Mirror.
Yeah, I guess that's your only answer, really, is hope for the best for the Diva Mirror and see where we go. I truly don't know what map's going to come on out, but as we throw it to potentially the last map of today, I would like to remind everyone one last time before the stream ends, please, SOOPlive.com/Ex Oblivione GG. Make sure you make an account and follow us here. We'll be covering the next next weekend's games, so next 2 games, as well as OW_ brain fart. You got it.
Yeah, OW_esports_KR.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a
best
stutter
home
there.
of Korean Overwatch. We do have our map revealed here. Alt-Tab are going to be going back to Route 66. So this is where they began their reverse sweep last time.
Yeah, it's definitely a map they're comfortable playing the Diva on, as we saw. I believe they stopped New Era at second point. So let's see if it happens again, but I doubt there's going to be a sitting duck Zenyatta this time. I mean, we've seen how strong the backline of Pokerface has been. You've seen how strong the tank has been on Pokerface as well. I mean, you're going to need to pull something out of the hat here, and like you said, maybe ban that Winston, force the Diva Mirror. But I guess we're about to see what's coming online as Donghoon comes in. Ooh. Karu is out. So
yeah, so with Donghoon coming in, I think that means we can expect to see some Brig being played. Donghoon's best hero, I think, is his Brig, and I think maybe that indicates, like, obviously this could all change depending on who we see get banned, right? But Donghoon coming in to play alongside Missin to me, I'm predicting like on a Brig based off that. And if you're looking at how Altab played against New Era, you're definitely expecting some heavy dives come in. So I think the anti-dive backline of Ana Brig, that'd be a solid choice in response.
So have they banned Brig out yet? Because now Donghoon's in.
I don't believe... was Brig banned first map? Or...
I think it was Fury. So
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think the Brig ban is still on the table.
So now that Donghoon's in, and you know Donghoon likes that Brig, unless he whips out his Zenyatta out of nowhere, or plays double flex maybe, but you know that Brig is in, maybe target ban the Brig, and that gives you a lot more of an opportunity to play aggressive, go first, play the dives that you want to be playing, catch out those supports easier. I mean, yeah, I don't know, but however, on the other hand, they were playing Brig Ana anyway, weren't they? When
Altab was playing a lot of
double flex, yeah, Kiri and
yeah,
Ana. So yeah, no, you're right.
But we do know that Altab, they've been loving their Brig Ana, despite the fact that we've seen Opener actually getting forced off it a little bit more, especially there on that first map. He ended up having to actually play the Lucio Ana. If we see a Brig Ana mirror, I think you do got to give the edge to Altab solely because like it seems like it'd be more of a comfort pick to them as opposed to Poker Face. But the biggest thing for Altab will be seeing here if they do ban the Winston, right? I think that'll be the biggest thing that will change Poker Face's game plan.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, we got to see if the Winston ban comes through. I think we might be having a little bit of technical difficulties. I think maybe
I was thinking it did seem like we've been looking at the player cams for quite a while here now. Yeah,
so I mean maybe you know, milkshakes need to be finished on the side for Heiser, and
actually Rox, what I just noticed there as we were looking out over the Poker Face players is that Heiser does have a water bottle now, which means he must have finished he must have finished his milkshake.
Is the nerf coming through? Have they nerfed Heiser?
The source of his power potentially no longer being in effect.
Yeah, and
could be exactly what Altab needs.
Look at all these creative fan signs from the fans as well. Man, you gotta love. I hate to say it, but you gotta love non-NA crowds. They're always the best. I mean, Stockholm was loud compared to Dallas. Yeah. So
I see that poor fan with the New Era win hashtag. Probably not too happy with the results of today's first match, but they're still there having a good time. Also gotta see that sign there with the Rainy Day Kiriko. Some pretty cool artwork that looks like it was just done on the fly.
Yeah, and here are the bands coming in. Let's see the initial, and it's the Winston. That's exactly what we were thinking. But the follow-up band is gonna be the interesting part now.
Yeah, definitely no surprise from Altab. This was the obvious pick to us. It was the obvious pick to them, and it was probably the obvious pick to everyone watching. But the Poker Face actually being the ones to ban the Ana. So it looks like that Brig Ana backline that Altab love to play so much won't actually be an option.
Yeah, I guess maybe we're going to see some Kiri Brig from Missin hitting those headshots, hitting those doinks. That's my best guess, but or maybe the Zenyatta comes out. But yeah, I have
Donghan does also have a very strong Lucio. So I think a Kiri Lucio could be definitely something we see come out here for the side of Poker Face. What I'm really interested to see, though, is what exactly Heiser is going to play, since he's been playing pretty much nothing but the Winston all day, aside from that short little stint on Sigma that we saw on Circuit Royale. He's definitely going to need to, like, you know, pull something interesting out. And right now, he's hovering over the ball, actually.
I was going to say, does Heiser know ball? Does Heiser know ball? Is he a ball knower? I guess we're about to find out. But Missin, yeah, on that Zenyatta, and Donghoon on the Brig.
Yeah, so Donghoon on the Brig. Kind of like I was predicting the Brig, but, you know, the Ana ban threw me off. But you putting the Zenyatta in to kind of play as the alternative to that, your healing output is going to be pretty low here. So it's going to be really important for Poker Face to make the most of the Discord orbs, right? And if Altab actually come out here on the Zarya... Oh boy, okay. Okay, no, though. Swaps do come through.
Yeah, swaps coming in to the Diva. And there it is. And a lot of Pokerface's roster is really self-sustaining when you think about it. I mean, you got the Brig and the Zen kind of sitting right next to each other there. Ooh. Tracer and Ball are going to be going for health pack after health pack after health pack. A slam coming through, however, on to Achieve. Not getting much done. He's going to have to run away fast. Oh. Alien going super low. Alien going down. Kill and missing in the process. And Spine trying to get a trade, but not able to get it. And now they're chasing down Heiser. Opener actually taking down Donghoon as well.
Altab's favorite food, Zenyatta, is back on the menu, and they have devoured him right off the bat. Missing going down super early there, and it was actually Kilo who was able to find that pick. I think he was getting like some support there from attack, but I think that's like the most impactful thing from Kilo we've seen yet today. So hopefully that kind of sets the trend for the rest of this map, and Altab will be showing that they can make this competitive. Kilo's got to be careful he doesn't get caught out by the ball here, though. Yeah,
the speed ring huge there. Just kind of rolling him out a little bit faster, and now they're going in. They're going in on the Zenyatta. Yeah, it looks like plan A is, like you said, Zenyatta back on the menu, boys. Plan A, let's go. Eating the pulse in the process. Attack, you're going crazy. Already got that remech in hand, and I mean, beat the Tracer to the pulse. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and for Pokerface, I gotta kind of question their strategy a little bit here. Like, you know, the Zenyatta is so vulnerable to the way Altab has been playing, right? Like, it seems like that's kind of just playing directly into their hands. Hopefully this doesn't end up coming back to bite them, but like right now, Missin has definitely been on the receiving end of a lot of pain coming in from Altab. And Altab, they haven't needed to use a single ult yet, though. They're getting close to 5, whereas Pokerface, they're getting close to their support ults, but Spint with that swap is only just half, or sorry, no, he did use the Pulse Bomb, got eaten. So both teams actually doing really good on the ult generation here, and this next fight, they're going to need to be careful not to overcommit, since both teams will be looking to set themselves up for long-term success.
Yeah, we got Ado trying to poke out this Brig here, and the dive has come through. So is the rally, however. The peel is there. They're focusing down Donghoon. Alien taking down Kilo in the process. Donghoon going down, however. Alien getting Achieve as well. No orbital ray coming out as Missin pops that Trank. All right, let's see what we can do here. Alien cleaning up 2 double headshots, finally killing Opener, and that'll be the fight. They're just going to try and stagger out Attack now. Attack has to get out of here to avoid a huge stagger. The Orb of Discord, though, not looking pretty, and it looks like they're going to get that stagger that they wanted. However, Ado's back, and a flashbang takes him right out. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, he's back all right, going back to spawn.
Yeah, 2 huge staggers there. Right back into 6 feet under, right back to spawn.
Silver lining here is that Alt-Tab, they did only use the rally, whereas Pokerface committed both support ults, right? Both their sustain ults have been used, whereas Altab, they have that Ray online, and hopefully we can see them get a good engage off that. And here it comes. Oh, Alien actually, both supports dying immediately. That's going to put a quick end to this fight.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't even call that a fight. I'd call that a slaughter. It's just, now they're going to stagger out Attack again. Show me a pulse bomb onto the baby diva, just for the style point spin. Come on, you've earned it. But it looks like that's not going to be happening. Ado poking him out, as it kind of, I guess they're going to go for a quick re-engage here, but pulse bomb stuck onto Opener. Opener gone. It looks like they're finally, oh nope, he actually gets the remech, but is it going to be enough to kind of back out? Ball,
he might actually die again here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alt-Tab, they are, despite looking so strong on that first point, they have been struggling ever since they got into second here. Fortunately, because they did cap the first point so fast, it means that they do have a good amount of time to work with here. But really, you got to look at Alien on the cast here, who's just been so good at denying all this value. The Deadeye is going to break the Brig shield, but not do much more as the fight begins here, with Heiser just putting so much pressure on the back line.
Yeah, Ado, I mean, looking for anything here. Alien going low. Hopefully Attack doesn't have to use this remech here as he, again, peels for his team. Oh, there it is. Dinner's served, boys. The Trank getting forced out. And Donghoon already has another rally, but Spine taking down Kilo once again, man. Spine putting in work this map. And as we talked about yesterday, once that Diva's armor's gone, she's free food. She's going to try and get something going here with, I guess, the self-destruct, but I mean, in the end, it's pointless. Opener coming up on ult, but Achieve way far behind.
Yeah, and Alien is absolutely dominating Kilo right now in the Cassidy matchup. And Attack, they've actually, Altab has been forced to try a whole new game plan. The Diva, they've decided it's no longer enough, and they're going to be trying the Zarya here. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how this will work out for them. Like, all you have to do for Poker Face is really just wait out those bubble opportunities, get a good slam, and then Discord plus the follow-up, especially if Alien continues to hit the headshots, those could be devastating.
Yeah.
You can see Heiser, he's just posted up there on top. He's going in now, and
Ado finding a kill on a Spite, actually. I mean, Rally coming out from Donghoon, trying to play bodyguard just a little bit. Opener coming out from Rally, or Rally coming out from Opener as well. As attack goes dangerously low, he rolls into him. Briggs stunning the ball, but it's not going to be enough. Kilo going down, Ado falling into the mine as well, and now it looks like Opener's going to try and get something done, but again, not able to do anything.
yeah, and you could see Alien posted up there on that off angle, shooting over the stairs. He actually hits 2 headshots onto Kilo, taking him low and really just mitigating any impact he might have on the fight. Kilo, I hate to say it, but he has just been getting hard diffed this entire game by Alien. And now Heiser and Spint on the backline, the pulse gets thrown, and now bubbles have been forced out. The Transcendence is used to make sure Poker Face is alive and well.
Yeah. We got an orbital ray coming out. Kilo getting one with a Deadeye. Finally, something from that ultimate. But you're gonna need a lot more. You're gonna need a miracle here, brother. And you gotta starts with taking out that Tracer. Donghoon falling from attack. Heiser taking down Kilo again, missing falling. And here's the thing I would like to point out. Ado taking down Spine, and obviously taking the jump perk to get this. He's got hops, but you had as a Zenyatta, you had those long sight lines, right? Just to kind of shoot out those Orb of Discords onto the Diva, onto the Zarya, and just kind of go unpunished for a really long time. Now, we're seeing a whole bunch of swaps. We got a Reaper coming out. We got Missing over to the Juno, Donghoon over to the Kiri, and it looks like a big Grab's going to try and come through here. As he turns, bubbles, and Grab comes through. Is he going to be able to get anything yet? Gets 2. Reaper falls with the Pulse. However, once again, attack dangerously low. It looks like they're gonna not be able to touch the cart in time. The slam taking a little bit too long, and they make it to 3rd point.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Poker Face, there wasn't a lot they could do there, right? Because attack did have that Graviton, and he was holding up in the choke that they had to come through. Unfortunately, Poker Face, especially with that Cassidy, not quite fast enough to get around over to like the far opposite doorway to get through back into that 2nd point. So they have to go through those, either the upper or the lower doorway, both areas that attack was guarding pretty heavily. And so the grab onto the cast was pretty free, and he ended up getting the bonus kill onto the Reaper as a result. So Heiser using the mines here on cart, it's going to delay a push a little bit, but overall, actually, just not a very high value ultimate at all.
Yeah, but here's the thing as well. Achieve swapping over to that Zenyatta, knowing like, hey, I'm not getting a whole lot of value right now. Let me see if I can put this Discord on this ball to prevent him from trying to do anything. Because once you get that Discord on the ball, and obviously attack watching the dives for the ball onto the Zenyatta. Rally coming out, stun, going super low, but maybe he gets out. He gets out. Yeah, of course, Ball does. I mean, Opener using that rally very, very low. Come on, Kilo, you got to hit those shots there. The Zenyatta endangered. I mean, Alien trying to play protector. Donghoon gets killed from Kilo. Followed up with a double dink onto, or a dink and a body shot onto Missing. Alien, though, taking down Kilo, but the map is completely flipped. Who do you have to touch? Is Heiser back out on Ramatra?
Oh,
and Alien, a disgusting
Alien.
Triple.
He's the hero.
Quadruple. Maybe
he's gonna get 5.
Not quite. Oh, the quintuple comes through in the end. Not a full cap, but pretty damn close. The question is, are Alt-Tab gonna be able to stop Poker Face in their tracks?
Yeah, Alt-Tab went from being nearly full held there at the beginning of the 2nd point to nearly getting a full cap. So all things considered, that was a pretty decent turnaround from them. The Zarya comp, I did doubt it, but you know what? They found a way to make it work. More credit to them. That being said, attack kind of failing to get the kill in the end there over onto the Ashe and the Zenyatta, who were kind of posted up in that room. It came back to bite them really hard, right? Because you could see Alien, he just went all the way around, finds one, finds a second, finds a third with the Bob. Actually, the fourth with the Bob.
Fourth with the Bob. And then he gets one post kill. We'll count it. We'll count it. Give it where credit is due. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he was a monster on Ashe that map.
The good news is that Kilo finally looked to start doing some work there at the final moments, right? Like He's just been silent all map, all series. On that final point, he's finally clicking some heads. You can see he's getting some value, gets a kill with the Deadeye at long last. And that's what you need to see more from if Altab want to keep this competitive, right? You need Kilo to really be keeping it competitive with Alien especially, despite the fact that Alien is being just a menace right now. His aim is on point, and he's definitely going to be a significant threat to Altab here as we move on to to Pokerface's attacking round.
Yeah, and I might be putting the cart before the horse here, but if Pokerface or if Altab do hold this, and they've revealed the Zarya now, I mean, maybe you do take those Brawly maps. Maybe you do take him to a Servasa after this. But that's remaining to be seen. They got to stop him here first. But with Achieve pulling a miss, and I guess getting the headshots right onto Alien, shutting him down pretty quick. That's going to delay the Bob ult charge, and that's crucial here.
Yeah, that's definitely a great start. That's the kind of pick that you can really leverage to become a bit of a snowball here. You're able to just continue putting down damage onto a Pokerface that doesn't want to take any hard engages without their Ash. And the bubbles as well from attack, you can see being so effective at blocking that dynamite. He's high charge right now, so we might see a quick engage come out here to try and punish this backline who's continuing to play the coast and try and get that spam damage down from afar. With the Zenyatta and the Kiriko, both heroes very capable of doing just that, right?
Yeah, and if you're Heiser right now, what do you got to do for your team? You got to make the space, but I mean, they're not turning. They see Heiser, they know, okay, yeah, Heiser's in our backline. We can just kind of sustain ourselves, and I mean, Opener and Achieve have just been kind of keeping each other alive, and that's been it on the double flex. I mean, Juno and Kiri, high heal output. You kind of need the follow-up for that.
The good thing for Altab is that you don't have a ton of obvious targets for the ball. Like, you have the Juno and the Akiriko, right? Who are both very high mobility. So, the back half. Oh no,
hello?
There's no touch.
Charlie Niner.
No way.
That was looking so good. Guys, you gotta pay attention to the top of the screen. Oh, brother. Necra isn't even here.
Yeah, and it really sucks because Altab, they looked like they were doing such a good job of turning that around. Despite Heiser's opening pick, Attack was just situated there on the payload path, and he was making sure to deal some serious damage. This time it's going to be Achieve to start things off with another pick on a spin. And Attack, once again, just sitting in the choke. When he's high charge, he really is a force to be reckoned with. Oh, there's a chance for an aggressive play here, and yeah, Attack is going to be more than happy to take it.
Yeah, just charging in with that right-click bubble jump. I mean, honestly, when you see that perk, you're like, oh yeah, that's kind of fun. But I mean, hey, Zarya is now a dive tank, and when she's at full charge, you're just kind of, you know, waiting for it to happen. She jumped right on top of you. Kilo, 37% ult charge. However, everybody else looking pretty good for alt tab here. Opener just building up to the orbital ray. Heiser with the mines, missing with the Trank, and Donghoon with the support. Oh, yeah, Trank's going to come out there as soon as the grav is popped. Bubbling his supports, of course, because he knows that they aren't in any danger. The Kitsune Rush coming out up top from Donghoon. Donghoon going down instantly. Missin getting a kill onto Kilo here. Are we going to see one more from Missin onto Opener? And it's beautiful. Maybe even one more. Heiser cleaning up Achieve, and I mean, Ado kind of got to run away. You got to get out of there. You got to set up for touch. I mean, the cart's still far back, and you got that corner to play around, but
that was some questionable ult usage coming in from Altab. The grav onto the Zenyatta makes sense, right? You know they have the Transcendence. Nothing's going to happen until you force that out. So right there, you're off to a good start, but then both support ults end up getting used for Altab, and neither one of them really find any value. Like, as soon as that grav came out, I think Altab just needed to get a disengage and then re-engage once you've kind of reset. But now Altab is actually just getting staggered out by some insane aggression coming in here from Heiser and Spint.
Yeah, the hit squad has come back, and I mean, again, they're in the back line, but Attack going forward, but the Bob is there. What more can you do? Missin going down, which is big, I guess, but Attack getting demeched here, not too great, especially when there's a Bob on the field. The Kobe Pulse Bomb coming out, not hitting anything. Spine getting the Juno. A High Noon coming on out from Kilo. Gonna get nothing because the TP comes through from the Kiri. And Spine has this pulse bomb, hunting, searching, doesn't even need it to get the kill onto Achieve. And let's see how this goes. Spine with the triple, I believe, to finish up the fight. And it's looking kind of dangerous if you're alt tab.
Achieve is now moving back to the Zenyatta, which I think is a good choice. You'll be able to really limit the kind of pressure that the ball is able to put on you. But with attack going back to the D.Va here, that's a little bit interesting because arguably this is a much stronger area for the Zarya as opposed to that second point, right? And it kind of seems like maybe they might be struggling a little bit to figure out how they want to shut down Splint and Heiser, and they're opting to use the D.Va to hopefully just use that in conjunction with the Discord Orb to really just shred Heiser. But the thing is, you're going to have a lot less peel due to those bubbles being gone.
Yeah, Kilo, you really need to put in some work here, brother. Lay down that damage. Spine getting Achieve instantly, following it up onto Ado, hunting, searching. Not going to get it. Alien finding Kilo, though. This is looking like a pretty bad situation. The map is flip. Attack trying his best to get to point.
No.
Dropping the D.Va bomb, remecking. Spine taking down Ado once again. Heiser taking down Opener. Is there any hope left for alt tab as Pokerface charging forward, killing Achieve, demecking attack once again. Ado with the pulse bomb. Nothing coming out though. Heiser with a mind kill onto Ado, and the old guard has fallen to Pokerface.
Yeah, Pokerface with a absolutely dominant win there. Pretty surprising if you ask me. Like, I was expecting a lot better performance there from alt tab considering how their match against New Era went. But man, I gotta say, like, something just fell apart. Something did not click for alt tab the same way that it did that first time. Like, I'm pretty sure that entire final segment of the map, and maybe even like a little bit of point 2 leading into it, I don't think alt tab got a single kill. It was nothing but just getting continuously staggered over and over and over again by Heiser and Spint, just tearing them apart piece by piece, starting from the back.
I think I know who my MVP is for this round, and I think you will be in agreement. But it's, well, actually there are two people it could be, but I personally think Heiser or Spint has to be one of them.
Yeah, and we're gonna
Spint.
see here,
Yeah,
and it is
Spint.
Yeah,
the flexibility of Spint, that makes so much sense. But now we have our matches for the next weekend. Let's watch this highlight clip real quick, and then we'll go over a little bit of that, because that's definitely going to be interesting. Spint here, super flexible. You ban his far.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna go Genji.
Yeah, I really do gotta like appreciate just how much he was able to show that he did his job no matter what the circumstances were, right? And we kind of saw the evolution of that throughout the match. As we started on map 1, we saw Spint and Heiser with that classic Winston Pharah dive. We go over to map 2, the Pharah ends up getting banned, but Spint, he has no problem. He just swaps over to the Genji and is still able to be a perfect partner there to the Winston. Over on map 3, Spint has the Pharah back on the table, but the Winston is banned, so instead he decides to change it completely and starts playing a ton of Tracer to combo with the Wrecking Ball, and the dives are still just as good. Like, we're back in a dive meta now by the looks of it, right? The Malga Rush, the Hazard Rush, it seems to be a thing of the past to an extent, and now that we're back in like an honest dive kind of setup, Pokerface look like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, careful with that honest word. You might upset some Malga maniacs in the chat, but I am not one of them. Yeah, but the blades, and I mean, even on the Tracer, man, he was playing flex DPS to its finest. I mean, the only other prominent hero I could think of is that we didn't see from him was Echo, but Echo wasn't really needed in any of this. It was just kind of the Tracer show and the Genji show for a while. I mean, on first point on Ilios, Pharah show with some of those beautiful boops in, and then the stick after stick after stick. It was gorgeous. And now,
yeah, 100%. And like, I think it's really fun to be able to see Spint really actually like pop off here, right? Because obviously we've seen him play before in OWCS, but like we've said so many times, the competition there is so stacked. So now Spint, he's basically just been given free reign, right? He's taken the training weights off. He can roam free, and he is making the most of it, just showing up time and time again in both the matches that we've seen so far. And if he continues to play like this, I'm really excited to see just how far he'll be able to punch up.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we know our matches for next weekend. Our first 4 match. Saturday is going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. Let's face it. We got a lot of strong teams coming in. Very excited to watch it happen. But we got T1 versus Onside Gaming. and we have Wei versus Pokerface. And the
Yeah,
winner
I think those
of
are
T1 and Onside goes to Nightmare, and then winner of Wei versus Pokerface going to Virtus.Pro. That's tough.
Yeah, and these are two matches that I think are going to be really exciting to watch when you consider that Onside and Pokerface, they both won their round twos in fairly dominant fashions, right? Onside a little less so as they took that 3-1 win, but Pokerface, like they're looking absolutely incredible right now. And especially as they're going to face Wei, a team that has undergone a pretty significant change with Who Are You being gone, right?
Yeah.
Like not having what was Wei's arguable star player, that's gonna throw a wrench in things. They've replaced him with Top Dragon, right? And I do think Top Dragon is a pretty good candidate to replace Who Are You. Like, as far as available players that you could get go, he's one of your best options. But Pokerface, they're coming in with like no changes. They've just been working on themselves and really grinding, and I think it's really showing here. Especially with that Winston Farah comp that they keep pulling out. Wei will probably have their hands full dealing with that. It'll be a super close match, I'm expecting.
Yeah, what I want to bring up about Top Dragon is, I mean, obviously, Who Are You? 2 rings. Doesn't matter how he got them. 2 rings.
Yeah.
On the Genji. Brought in both times for when it was a Genji meta. We're seeing some Genji here, and Who Are You is nowhere to be found. But Top Dragon, a little bit more flexible. Known for the Pharah, known for the Echo, a little bit less, but I mean, he has that Genji, he has that Tracer, he's able to play him. So I'd argue Top Dragon is a little more flexible in this meta, especially where hero bans are a lot more prominent. But with Who Are You, you know what you're getting, right? You're gonna get the Genji every time.
100%, yeah. And with Genji, with them not being able to rely on their Genji carry quite as much anymore, I'm excited to see what kind of new stuff they can pull out, because like you mentioned, Top Dragon overall is a little bit more flexible, right? Like he's nowhere near the same peak on Genji, but like I think his Farah is a lot more reliable. Something like the Echo, definitely more reliable. His Tracer, Top Dragon doesn't like play. He didn't play a ton of Tracer in the most recent OWCS stage we saw him. I think that was mostly the Sana playing that, right?
Yeah.
So we'll need to see how he can match up. But yeah, Pokerface, they are definitely coming in with a statement win here, and it really will be interesting to see if they're able to continue that momentum. But of course, on the other side of that bracket is the other match you mentioned, right? T1 versus Onside.
Yeah.
T1 versus FTG, they've kind of built themselves a little bit of a rivalry as they came in for the stage of OWCS Korea. Both teams that were kind of struggling to get into that top 4 status. They ended up both finishing in 5th to 6th place, right? So now they're going to be facing off. While FTG is under the new name of Onside, the players remain the same, and I'm sure they'll be looking to finally make a clear cut. Yeah, we're definitely better than these guys. They're going to want to make a statement win for themselves.
Yeah, I would, like I said yesterday, I would love to call attention to Viper. Viper, I feel like, especially in the last season of the Overwatch League, was really kind of just not talked about enough for his team. He did so much for the Shanghai Dragons that last season in terms of landing those sticks. He's a monster of a Tracer player. So I'm exceptionally excited to see him play here in Soup Cup. Zest, Donghack, Viper, or Proud kind of all speak for themselves. Donghack was on that dominant squad on the Atlanta Reign. Vigilante and Skewed, I mean, come on, that's hate to say it, but that's like an Overwatch League backline right there. Skewed,
yeah,
phenomenal.
No, 100%. 100%. The only question mark for T1 is the fact that, you know, Vigilante and Skewed, they do share the same role, right? They are a double flex support. So based off what we have right now, one of them is going to need to role swap. And will that role swap actually like present a bit of an unsurmountable obstacle for T1?
So if I remember correctly, Skewed was actually placed in main support jail for a little bit towards the end of the season there. But
Skewed does have a very good brig. We do know that. Like,
yeah.
He put on a world-class brig performance back alongside Shu on the LA Gladiators, right?
Yep.
So if there's definitely a good chance that they can rely on that. But I'm sure at least once that we will see Onside get a Brig ban going in there somewhere, especially given that Brig does seem to be in a pretty decent spot in the meta right now. So if they don't have the Brig to rely on, it'll be interesting to see how they plan to kind of patch that hole.
Yeah, I'm on Donghack Winston. I'm excited for Monkey Mania. It's gonna be a not a Monkey Monday, Monkey Weekend. Monkey Mania. I'm always excited to watch Winston, especially at the top level. It's so much fun to watch, and I mean, Donghack, you can't really get much better than Donghack on the Winston.
Yeah, and you definitely need to give him the edge as compared to like Jasmine, right?
Yeah.
While I think Jasmine looked good on the Winston against Crayon and VEC yesterday, against like someone like Donghack, you're really gonna need to like show up, right? Because that will be a pretty significant piece of what ends up deciding the outcome of this match. And I think Jasmine will be able to maybe rely more on, like, we've seen a lot of Diva get played today as opposed to yesterday. So maybe we'll see Jasmine rely on that a lot more. But if it does become a Winston mirror, you got to give the edge to Donghack.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like I said, with his time and experience on Atlanta Reign, even though they didn't make it too far into the playoff bracket of the final season of Owl, I mean, you got that experience from playing with those top tier players. I mean, you had Lip and Stalker on the DPS lineup, I believe, for that team, and then you had a goated support backline. So I mean, you learn a lot from playing with great players, you know what I mean? And you were put in a great environment to learn, and I think Donghack is really going to be a difference maker in this matchup coming up next weekend versus Onside Gaming.
Absolutely, yeah. So 2 matches that are going to be super interesting to see. And yeah, like, especially, you know, like we mentioned, Poker Face looking great. Alien, with like looking at some of these highlights, Alien's aim is just so good. And seeing him and how he can match up against Aid on the side of Wei, I think that's going to be
I'm putting
really...
this back up. Alien needs to get a little more spotlight here. He was kind of insane this match. It was, yeah, you're right. You are 100% right.
Yeah, Alien versus Aid, that's a key match that I'm really excited to see how that ends up panning out.
So we haven't even talked about the guest invitees yet in Nightmare and VP. VP utterly dominant in the OWCS stage. I don't think they lost a single game.
Yeah,
but they didn't even drop a map until later, way late into the season. Excuse me.
Yeah, VP did drop a few maps, but yeah, like you mentioned, they were able to, you know, just go with a perfect record overall. Looking at their games as a whole, right? Nightmare, on the other hand, while they didn't have a perfect stage, they had a really good story. You know, kind of they fell into that circle of suck there at the beginning of North America's stage 1. And then later on in the playoffs, they actually fall to Liquid and end up being sent to the lower bracket. But down there in the lower, they just go through a tear, end up flipping the tables. They beat both the partner teams in order to ultimately get back to the grand finals and win the whole thing for the region. So a very impressive story from Nightmare that, you know, if they can continue that success here in the SOOP Cup against some of the best, it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then for Nightmare, you got Kuffa and Clear. They've been everywhere and anywhere. You know what I mean? They've played on all sorts of kind of rosters. I mean, even over in Asia and such. Lethal. I mean, scary hit scan player, of course.
Yeah, and especially in a cast meta.
Yeah.
Lethal is a player. Lethal is a player that has made Cassidy work in some of like the worst times to play Cassidy. And if we're getting to a point where Cassidy is strong, that's going to be... He has the potential to dominate the lobby.
Yeah, and then we got, of course, Ultraviolet. I mean, he kind of speaks for himself here. Probably one of the best, if not the best, flex support in NA. I mean, RuPaul, off the top of my head, can't think of many others from NA that are much better. But
yeah, I mean, they're basically all in the top 4, right? Like the conversation is RuPaul, Ultraviolet, Squid, and CJ.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't think you'd be faulted at all for saying that Ultraviolet is the best among them. I think that, like, it would come down to him or RuPaul, but based on recent results alone, you definitely got to give the edge to Ultraviolet.
Yeah, he's been playing like a maniac. And then Admiral was on the London Spitfire Corps again for the final Owl season, but playing the Lucio, playing the main support, in a highly, how do you say, like coordinated comp, because again, London Spitfire last season,
Yeah.
In the last season of the Owl, they just ran it down. They ran it down on Ryan. They said, we're gonna have fun, and then they made it to playoffs, and then I think they won a game in playoffs. Yeah, they destroyed the Atlanta Reign even. So Admiral, no stranger to high stakes environments, as well as just, you know, playing in a concise team composition and in terms of teamwork. And talking about Virtus.Pro now, Shockwave, an absolute monster. Shockwave. Ashe, probably his signature hero, so I would not be surprised if we see a target ban come out for Shockwave on Ashe specifically.
Yeah, both VP and Nightmare, they're with the state of the meta, I'm expecting some really big things from them. And you know, you got to be looking at the games that are going on next weekend, and every single one of them has so much potential to just be an incredible match. Like, it's you wouldn't want to miss it for the world, right? So you gotta be so thrilled that Soup is able to put this on for us here.
Yeah, I just to briefly wrap it up here, to call attention to the other players that I think are extremely big to look out for. Vestola, again, one of the, probably, I'd have to say probably one of the best tanks in EMEA, if not the best. Definitely among the conversation. And Jay Woo, who has absolutely leveled up, going over to EMEA, getting that experience, playing different kinds of compositions, and now coming back to Soup Cup. Let's see how he does.
And we'll be in for an interesting storyline if Pokerface are actually able to, like, beat Wei and continue to stay alive in the bracket, because if Pokerface beat Wei, their next match will be against Virtus.Pro, and so that'll mean Jwoo is going to be facing off against his former team.
Yeah, we got a lot of interesting storylines here, so make sure you stay tuned. souplive.com/Ex Oblivione GG, and of course the Overwatch Korean Esports channel, OW_esports_KR. Follow both of us, make a Soup account, follow us here. We'd love to see you chat. Next weekend, the casting schedule might be a little changed up, so Apostle, if you would like to give some final words, if that's the case, be my guest.
Yeah,
you have the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I've been super happy to be here, and of course, like, you know, being part of EXO, like, we want to give a huge shout out to Soup for giving us the opportunity to make this happen here for all the English fans here in North America and EMEA across the world. It's been a super fun stream, some amazing matches to see, and so many new and exciting names popping up as well, right? From the teams like Crayon and Elite, who maybe didn't get too far in the bracket, but still, you know, they've put their names on the map one way or another, right? And being able to kind of see them here early on and keep an eye on them as they continue to get better and better as they start playing against these top dogs, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And, you know, having the opportunity to be here and see it and cast it for myself is just, it's been an amazing time, and I've been super happy to be able to, you know, have that chance. Yeah, of course. Again, cast schedule might be switched up next weekend. Not sure, but thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. You are a very, very knowledgeable human being, and I'm happy to have you as my co-caster for this first kind of, you know, run of the Soup Cup Week 1. Of course. So I think that's where we're going to end the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, Ex Oblivione GG on all socials. Follow us there. There will be a restream of the broadcast for people who are just waking up, you know, eating their cereal and wanting to watch some Overwatch. I know I do, but for me, it's time to go to bed. So, see you guys later. Have a good one.